Chapter 4905. However, it just so happened that Xianxia was able to maintain a balance between the 5 types of heaven and earth unusual flames, and was not harmed by them. This was what Zhou Xian was truly shocked about. Only an alchemist could understand that when 5 types of heaven and earth unusual flames were gathered in one body, it was a suicidal experience that could explode at any time. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhou Xian murmured in disbelief. Xiao Tai glanced at Zhou Xian and coldly snorted. Could it be that this fellow wanted to counterattack? Even if you had a few special flames and could refine pills with half the effort without the power of a star state, you wouldn't be able to refine the 7 transformation great return pill. Cries of astonishment and astonishment resounded in the surroundings. Xianxia's quintuple heavenly flame allowed more people to see the unknown. Could Xianxia really turn defeat into victory? Could he really defeat the godly doctor in this pinnacle battle? Everything was still unknown at the moment. Xianxia was very careful and did not make any mistakes. He concentrated on refining the 7 revolutions great rejuvenating pill. Every step he took was to extract the medicinal effect of the 7 revolutions great cyclic pill to the limit. Every step was like walking on a tightrope, and a single wrong step would cause him to lose everything. However, Xianxia believed that it would not be difficult for him to refine the 7 revolutions great rejuvenating Dan. As long as it was below his level, he would be able to refine it. What he cared more about was the final grade of the Dan. If it was a Dan of 60 or 70% grade, it would be equivalent to a failure for Xianxia. Dusk fell and the sun rose. At this time, Zhou Xian's medicinal pill had already been concocted. With a muffled groan, the pill furnace fell into place. Zhou Xian's face was solemn and he was dripping with sweat. His eyes were filled with confidence and pride. It's done? Xiao Tai's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master, for successfully refining the 7 revolutions grand revitalizing pill. Lu Deshui repeatedly congratulated Xiao Tai as a wave of compliments rose from the surroundings. Xiao Tai's expression also relaxed. Zhou Xian did not disappoint him after all. He had finally refined the 7 revolution great return pill. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Zhou Xian cupped his fist and said to Xiao Tai. It's a pity that it's a 5-mark pill. It can barely be considered as a mid-grade pill. Zhou Xian had a look of pity on his face, but the ecstasy in his heart was hard to conceal. He had succeeded on his first try. This was not just empty words. The godly doctor was still as elegant as before. Many people gave him a thumbs up and their eyes were filled with admiration. Sir Godly Doctor, you are too humble. A 5-mark pill is already very good. Moreover, this is your first time concocting one. It seems that I have not misjudged you. Xiao Tai nodded. At this moment he could almost sentence Xianxia to death. Young Master Tai is too kind. Please accept this pill. The ingredients for the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill were originally provided by you, so you must accept this pill. Only then can I be at ease. I've already obtained the most precious pill recipe for the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill. Thank you, young Master Tai. Zhou Xian said in an extremely respectful manner as he handed over the 5-mark pill to Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai accepted the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill calmly. In his opinion, this pill should have been his, and Zhou Xian could be considered to be sensible. Xianxia is still concocting. Is this guy playing around? Not necessarily. I think that Xianxia has some ability. His concocting pill is even more exquisite. This is not something that anyone can do. That's right. The pill refined by combining 5 types of heavenly flames will definitely not be bad. Wang Daiqian and the others were full of confidence in Xianxia because they firmly believed that Xianxia would definitely be able to concoct the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill. Otherwise, Xiao Tai would definitely make an example out of Xianxia. Sir Godly Doctor, what do you think? Xiao Tai said calmly. Who knows what this guy is planning? However, if I directly announce that Xianxia has failed at this time, it's inevitable that people will gossip. Let's wait until he fails to concoct the pill. Even if he wins, he must win openly. Zhou Xian chuckled. Alright. Xiao Tai nodded. By this time, Xianxia had already reached the latter half of the pill refinement process and was about to start condensing the pill. Under the attention of the crowd, it was unknown how many people hoped that Xianxia would fail. Xiao Tai's expression was calm and collected. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later, but Xianxia was still struggling on his deathbed, seemingly very unwilling to give up. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. The 7 Revolutions Great Cyclic Pill was much more difficult to refine than he had imagined. If it wasn't for the baptism of heavenly flames and his superb alchemy skills, it wouldn't have been easy to refine it. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in his body was 100 times more than that of an ordinary person. With enough Genesis Chi to support it, nothing was impossible. The reason why the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill had always been rumored to require a star-level expert to successfully refine was because it consumed too much Genesis Chi. Even Zhou Xian's face was covered in sweat after the refinement, which showed how much effort he had put in. Jiang Chen had no distractions. In the final pill condensation process he was one with his mind. In the myriad Chi cauldron, a round yellow pill was quietly formed. Jiang Chen stood upright, clenched his hand, and took out the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Success or failure? How is it, did you succeed or not? My master and young master Tai have fiery and golden eyes. Jiang Chen, now is the time of your death. Lu Deshui said excitedly. Since he had offended young master Tai, there was no way for him to live. Sorry to disappoint you, the pill is complete. With a flip of his hand, a pill appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill was exactly the same as the one refined by Zhou Xian, but everyone present couldn't help but swallow. The energy emitted from the pill alone was enough to show that the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill refined by Jiang Chen was far superior to the one refined by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's face darkened, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable rage. How could this guy possibly refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill? This is... Xiao Tai also swallowed, his expression incomparably solemn. A 10-rune pill, it didn't disappoint second young master. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Xiao Tai's face had turned from red to white, making him look extremely gloomy. This sentence was no different from slapping him in the face. Everyone was in an uproar, and the entire Divine Marquis Manor was completely silent. A 10-rune pill, it was a 10-rune pill. Everyone present had never seen how terrifying a 10-pattern medicinal pill was. Does a 10-rune pill really exist in this world? Chapter 4906. A 10-patterned 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. The value of this pill was enough to set off a storm in the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with greed. Killing Jiang Chen was secondary. The temptation of this pill was too great for him. No one was stupid. They knew better than anyone what a 10-patterned pill meant. This time Zhou Xian should have suffered a crushing defeat and had no chance to retaliate. In front of Jiang Chen, he, the so-called divine doctor, was as ashamed as if he was naked. He won. Ah, Commander Jiang won. Ah. Wang Daiqian was the first to break the silence of the Divine Marquis Mansion. At this time, everyone was in an uproar. They all knew that a new divine doctor had been born. The appearance of a 10-patterned pill had shocked everyone. No one doubted Jiang Chen's strength anymore. Isn't this lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? Jiang Chen had already admitted defeat. Perhaps he didn't want the divine doctor to lose too badly. After all, he was a senior. But he still forced him to compete. Isn't this a slap in the face? Ah. Divine Dr. Jiang Chen will definitely become the pride of our Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City in the future. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Thunderous voices erupted from the throats of Wang Daiqian and the others. The surging emotions made Xiao Tai and the others very uncomfortable. Zhou Xian's face turned green. Today was the day his reputation would fall to the ground. The old king had abdicated and the new king had ascended. No one dared to doubt Jiang Chen anymore. As long as one had strength, they would be respected by everyone. The strong would always be respected. I wonder if I can leave now? Second young master? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Xiao Tai snorted and looked at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand. You can leave, but leave the pill behind. Second young master personally promised that if I successfully refined the pill, it would belong to me, right? Do you still want to go back? Does second young master want to go back on his word? Jiang Chen said calmly. With so many people present, he would never give this pill to Xiao Tai no matter what. Xiao Tai's expression became more and more unsightly. His own words did not give him any face at all. As the son of the second city lord, he was also very passive. Previously he wanted to kill Xiaotai, but now he could not say a single word. It seems that second young master is also a man of his word. Then I'll take my leave first. Sir Godly Doctor, I'll take my leave. Jiangchen calmly left the Divine Marquis residence. At that moment Xiaotai clenched his fists tightly, wishing that he could cut Jiangchen into 1,000 pieces. Trash. Xiaotai Leng glanced at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's face was filled with bitterness. What can I do? I was also killed. What's the use of venting your anger on me? Zhou Xian resentfully looked at Jiangchen's back as he left. This bastard, sooner or later he will get his revenge. Jiangchen's name spread like wildfire in the entire Tianqi Milky Way city. The commander of the outer city's night regiment was domineering in the inner city. Even the godly doctor had to concede defeat to him. From this, it could be seen that Jiangchen's status had risen by a lot. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the godly doctor meant that many people were willing to make friends with him, especially alchemists. Jiangchen's reputation had risen because of his victory in alchemy. After returning to the outer city, Jiangchen was also very calm. The only thing he could do now was to quickly increase his strength. Only by increasing his influence would he be able to be more confident and not be controlled by others. Xiaotai had made things difficult for him twice. Next time, Jiangchen didn't know if he would have such luck. He had to first figure out why this guy was targeting him. Moreover, this person's strength and identity were far beyond his reach. If he didn't know himself and his enemy, he could fall into the other party's trap again at any time. To forge iron, one had to be strong. If he hesitated, he would be eliminated and not be tolerated by this world. With so many people wanting to kill him, he couldn't take it lightly. After returning to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Jiangchen began to wholeheartedly study the 5-barrier pill. He was now a half-step star warrior. As long as he refined the 5-barrier pill, he could break through in one fell swoop. Jiangchen still had this confidence. Moreover, with the 7 Revolutions Great Return pill in hand, once he broke through, it would be a qualitative change. At this time, waves of uproar were set off in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. More and more news was transmitted back to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Jiangchen's name began to spread throughout the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Have you heard that Commander Jiang caused a big storm when he entered the inner city? What happened? Let's hear it. Many Horsemen of the Apocalypse came over. You don't even know this? Commander Jiangchen cured a group of retired veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse from more than 700 years ago, making countless veterans pay their respects. That spectacular scene makes my blood boil just listening to it. Exactly. Let me tell you, that's not the most exciting thing. Commander Jiangchen actually eliminated the miracle doctor of the inner city. What? How is that possible? The rumored #1 miracle doctor in the inner city, Zhou Xian? Yes. In the process of the two of them competing in alchemy, that so-called Sir Godly Doctor lost completely. Oh my god. I heard that the miracle doctor is a stellar-level powerhouse, but even he lost to Commander Jiangchen. Isn't this too unbelievable? Countless exclamations of surprise rang out incessantly. Jiangchen, who had returned in glory, once again became a hero in their hearts. For more Horsemen of the Apocalypse, defeating the miracle doctor was nothing. What really struck their hearts was saving hundreds of retired veterans. That was the most gratifying. The fire-cold poison made the Horsemen of the Apocalypse tremble in fear at the mention of it, but Commander Jiangchen, the meritorious person they trusted, had actually helped countless veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse in exchange for a new life. The retired veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse were victims of the fire-cold poison. There would always be news that they could not bear the torment of the illness and chose to live their lives here. Jiangchen made these veterans feel the desire for life. This was what the Horsemen of the Apocalypse cared about the most. Jiangchen had become famous after this battle, but it was of great significance to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Those who had been poisoned by the fire-cold poison were their nightmares. Now that even their nightmares had been dealt with, they became even more fearless. Jiangchen's name had also become an existence they chased after. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse never chased after stars because they were the most dazzling existences on the Apocalypse planet, but Jiangchen was the most dazzling light among them. Chapter 4907. Now that Jiangchen had repeatedly made great contributions and established glory and status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he had begun to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Tiance, the vice-captain. It wasn't a good thing to have such great contributions. Therefore it was imperative to kill Zhou Xian. If Zhang Tian's didn't make a move, this guy would rebel sooner or later. Zhang Tian's could see from Jiang Chen's eyes that this guy hated him to the bone. On the other hand, Jiang Chen entered a state of cultivation because he needed to refine pills. He had already gathered the ingredients for the 5-barrier pill, so he didn't dare to delay. He only had one chance, so he had to grasp it well. Jiang Chen carefully studied the refinement method of the 5-barrier pill and was already familiar with it. Now it was time to extract the 5th ingredient, the rootless flower. According to Zhou Xian, the existence of the rootless flower's main branch could only be obtained by using the rootless water instructor and the rootless vine. Moreover, it was a short-lived opportunity, so he had to grab hold of this opportunity. If it was fleeting, all his previous efforts might go to waste. The 5-barrier pill, as the name suggested, eliminated the obstacles of the 5 elements in order to advance smoothly. For Jiang Chen, this was an opportunity to break through. For ordinary people, even those with outstanding talent, it was impossible to complete the transformation between the half-step star realm and the star realm without 500 years. However, Jiang Chen relied on the 5-barrier pill to change and reverse the situation. The 5-barrier pill was divided into the rootless wind, which was replaced by the eternal immortal wind, and the rootless fire, which was replaced by the 5-element divine fire. The rootless vine and rootless water were already in hand, so success or failure depended on this. Jiang Chen poured the rootless water on the rootless vine. The withered rootless vine slowly emitted the aura of life, and it began to grow branches, turning green. In just 10 breaths of time, a snow-white flower had grown out from the branches. It was tender and beautiful, and it was beautiful beyond imagination. It's done. This is the rootless flower. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly started refining the pill. The rootless wind was known as metal, formed from refining metal. The rootless vine was known as wood. The rootless water was known as water. The 5 elemental divine fires were known as fire. The rootless flower was known as earth. In the blink of an eye, it dispersed and turned into mud and dust. Gathering the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and breaking through the 5 barriers, the pill was formed. The 5 barriers pill looked simple, but it was a combination of 5 extremely rare treasures. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen happened to have 2 of them, the congealing of the 5 barriers pill, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to wait. Metal subdues wood, wood becomes fire, fire refines metal, metal subdues water, water consumes metal. In an invisible cycle, Jiang Chen was extremely nervous and careful in his alchemy. He didn't want all his previous efforts to go to waste. Right now, the only thing that could increase his strength rapidly was the 5-barrier pill. He clearly understood what the threshold of the star level meant. There were so many half-step star experts, but very few could break through. It was hard to describe even 1 in 10,000. Jiang Chen needed 10 times more Genesis Chi than others, so he couldn't imagine when he would be able to break through. The 5 barriers pill was his only hope. Jiang Chen had concocted countless pills. Even concocting the 7 revolutions great reviving pill wasn't as difficult as this. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. If any of these elements had any problem, it would cause the concoction of the 5 barriers pill to fail. The most difficult step was to make sure that the 5 elements were in balance. Only then could the 5 barriers pill be formed. Jiang Chen had no idea what was going on. Jiang Chen tried again and again, but it was extremely difficult for him to achieve a perfect balance between metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind was formless. Jiang Chen was as impermanence and impossible to grasp. Fire was formless and water was shadowless. The slightest flaw could lead to the failure of the 5 barriers pill. After over 100 times of mutually reinforcing and restraining, connecting and fusing, Jiang Chen finally reached a perfect balance between the 5 elements. Jiang Chen had expended tremendous effort, and even he didn't know how long it had taken him to complete the pill fusion. Moreover, this was merely fusion and there was still a long way to go before the pill was formed. If not for the sufficient Genesis Chi reserves in Jiang Chen's body, he would not have been able to endure such a difficult pill refinement process. The 5 barriers pill was similar to the 7 revolutions great return pill, and was not something anyone below the star level could casually refine. Jiang Chen was considered to be defying the heavens. However, Jiang Chen had already done many heaven-defying things. He had no choice but to bravely press forward. The 5 elements mutually reinforcing and restraining each other had formed the current pill fusion. As long as the established 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were connected, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Xianxia was finally exhausted, but the 5 barriers pill had formed a cycle of life and death. Finally, the 5 elements were completely fused, and a primal chaos-colored pill was gradually taking shape in the myriad chi cauldron. Xianxia slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His face was very ugly, but he had not disappointed his expectations. The 5 barriers pill was finally refined, and it was a 10-rune pill. Xianxia pursued perfection, and this was even more so when it came to pill refinement. There was no room for carelessness. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. The 5 barriers pill was too important to Xianxia. This was his determination to break through to the stellar level. Once he broke through to the stellar level, he would be like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the vast sky. At that time, he would be able to soar freely in the entire eternal world. Stellar-level experts could travel between the starry sky and ignore the pressure and gravity between the stars. As long as they reached the stellar level, they would be able to leap between the star fields. This was the dream of countless people. The lowest threshold to become an interstellar wanderer was also the stellar level. However, at this time the Black King's words came to Xianxia's mind. Master, Zhou Xian has been waiting for you for a long time. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin. Right, I got it. When Xianxia came out of seclusion, Zhou Xian had been waiting in his residence for a long time. What time is it? You are still cultivating. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin, but you are not anxious at all. Zhou Xian looked at Xianxia and shook his head. Because I know that haste makes waste. Xianxia said with a smile. When you went into seclusion, you did not pay attention to the outside world. The outside world has been turned upside down by you. I did not expect you to go to the inner city and challenge Zhou. You really made me look at you in a different light. Chapter 4908. Commander Zhou is overpraising me. Xianxia replied disapprovingly. However, Zhou Xian knew that once Xianxia gained the upper hand in the commander-ranking battle, his future would be limitless. This might be Zhang Tian's last chance. If Xianxia could break through the layers of defenses, then it would be his chance to soar to the sky. Forget it, I won't be long-winded with you. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin. You just need to remember my words and be careful of Zhang Heng. He's Zhang Tian's nephew. There's also Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran. These 3 are Zhang Tian's diehard loyalists. I have some bad news to tell you. These 3 are all star-level powerhouses. As long as you meet one of them, it will be very difficult. Therefore, don't have any misgivings and fight with all your might. These 3 have just broken through to the star level, but they still have star-level combat power. You have to take care of yourself. Zhou Xian had a solemn expression. According to Zhang Tian's thoughts, he definitely wouldn't let Xianxia pass this battle easily. If he could crush Xianxia in this battle, then Zhang Tian's future would be extremely difficult. Xianxia might even counterattack. Zhou Xian was very clear about this, so he would spare no effort to help Xianxia and eliminate his potential hidden dangers. Commander Zhou, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Early star level? He also wanted to see if he had the ability to defeat a star-level powerhouse. The commander-ranking battle was imminent. When Xianxia followed Zhou Xian to the inner city's competition venue, it was already overcrowded. In addition to the city guards, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse in the inner city were present. There were also countless experts watching the battle. It could be said that the entire Milky Way city was alarmed. Little Qinzi, why are you only here now? De Huang and Tong Yao waved at Xianxia. It was obvious that they were already in position. At this time, De Huang seemed to be hugging 2 beauties on his left and right, giving off a feeling of great fortune. You don't tell me, Xianxia rolled his eyes at Big Yellow. This brat was too fast. Just a moment ago he was still acting like he wanted to reject Big Yellow. I can't lose my chastity, I have to protect my integrity. Xianxia looked at Big Yellow with a disdainful expression, while Tong Yao and Tong Ling looked shy. The fact proved that Big Yellow had already made his move, and it was the twin sisters. What a beast. I was forced. De Huang coughed twice and said rudely. It hurts, Tong Ling and Tong Yao, one on the left and one on the right, ruthlessly pinched De Huang. De Huang grimaced in pain. He really didn't know how lucky he was. This time's commander ranking battle will depend on you. Little Chenzi, don't disappoint this master dog. I'll be cheering you on right here. De Huang spoke with a straight face. Zhang Tian's status in the Knights of Apocalypse is extremely deep. Jiangchen, you have to be careful of his schemes. Tong Yao retracted her expression and had a solemn look on her face. I know, I will be more careful. In this commander ranking battle, there's no one who can do anything to me. Jiangchen smiled confidently. Right now it wasn't the time for him to break through yet. Because his foundation as a half-step star wasn't stable enough, Jiangchen wasn't in a rush to consume the 5 obstruction pill and break through to the star realm. If he did that, it might backfire on him. Now that he already had the hardware to break through to the star realm, he had to make his final preparations. Consolidating his foundation was the most important thing. His innate astral soul had already reached the grand completion stage. Hence this time around when Jiangchen faced a star realm expert, he wasn't afraid at all. However, the disparity between the two was extremely terrifying. Jiangchen had to be steady and seek victory. Look, Commander Jiang is here. It's rumored that Jiangchen defeated Divine Dr. Zhou Xian. I wonder if it's true or false. How can it be false? Just look at his popularity. Many people here are here to see Jiangchen. He cured the retired veteran's fire and cold poison. His status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse is getting higher and higher. Whether or not they can become true experts, they still have to pass this trial. The commander ranking battle will definitely eliminate many people, but there will also be people who will rise to the top because of this. This battle concerns their future, so no one will doubt their battle prowess. Look, the second city lord is here. Everyone stopped smiling and looked at the sky. A figure in a red robe descended from the sky. His long hair was disheveled and his temperament was extraordinary. His appearance caused everyone to be shocked and they became extremely solemn. Second City Lord Xiao Yuan was a man standing at the peak of the entire Apocalypse planet. His strength was even more unparalleled. Welcome, Lord City Lord. A tsunami of voices spread across the square. Tens of thousands of horsemen of the Apocalypse stood with their fists cupped, respectfully waiting for Second City Lord Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "No need to be so polite. I'm here today to watch the ceremony. The person who will truly decide the commander battle is the commander of the Apocalypse Horsemen, Yunling Fei." City Lord Xiao. At this moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked over. He was dressed in silver armor and looked very domineering. He had starry eyebrows and sharp eyes, and his aura could swallow the heavens. He was the symbol and spirit of the Apocalypse Horseman, Yunling Fei. Yes, I heard that this time your Apocalypse Horseman is full of talented people. This year's ranking battle should be very interesting, Xiao Yuan said with a smile. City Lord Xiao is too kind. Please take a seat. Yunling Fei nodded. He looked straight ahead with a stern expression. Even though he was facing City Lord Xiao, his expression did not change. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. Xiao Yuan did look 60 to 70% similar to Xiao Tai. They were indeed father and son. His strength made Jiang Chen feel pressured. Such a powerhouse was unimaginable to him. Yunling Fei and Xiao Yuan were currently invincible. Today's commander battle will have a total of 20 people. Only 9 will pass. There will be 3 outer city knight commanders and 6 inner city knight commanders. As for the commander battle, there will be a total of 40 spots. There will be more than 100 participants. Do your best, Yunling Fei said coldly. Everyone present was silent as they silently looked at him, filled with awe. Commander Yun's status is extremely high. Among the horsemen of the Apocalypse, he is unparalleled. Furthermore, he is the strongest commander in the last 4,000 years. Back then he led the Apocalypse Horsemen to the North Pole to fight the Desolate Race. In the end, the Desolate Race was completely annihilated. They retreated to the North Pole, not daring to advance at all. And many horsemen who were poisoned by fire and cold returned from that battle. In the eyes of everyone on planet Apocalypse, Commander Yun is an invincible god of war. Even the second city lord, Xiao Yuan, might not be able to suppress him. This shows how high his status is because his spirit is too great. He is the god of war in the hearts of every horseman. Chapter 4909. So that's how it is. To be able to become the hero of the entire planet Tianqi, his era should be filled with legends. Jiang Chen said. That's right. In our planet Tianqi, everyone knows about Captain Yun Lingfei. He is the dream lover of us women and the ultimate idol of men. Tong Ling was also extremely excited. She had been thinking about him for so many years and finally saw a living person today. Che, what's the big deal? Sooner or later I will surpass him. De Huang said calmly. He had the confidence and talent. Keep bragging. Captain Yun is the legend of the entire planet Tianqi. If you can surpass him, then wouldn't I be the wife of a legend? Tong Ling said with a smile. Fuck. You actually don't believe in Lord Dog? Little Chinzi, if we don't turn the planet Tianqi upside down, these two girls won't believe in our strength. De Huang scolded. Wait until you reach his strength first. It's better to be well behaved now. If the Knights of Tianqi twist your dog head off, I won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. To the people of the heavenly awakening star, Yun Lingfei was a legend, a myth, their spirit and faith. Jiang Chen was filled with battle intent towards Yun Lingfei. He had made up his mind that he would surpass Yun Lingfei one day, but before his strength reached that level, everything was just empty talk. Fuck you, when did you become such a coward, little Chinzi? De Huang sighed. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. This was not cowardice but reverence and battle intent. I am Captain Yun's deputy Lin Xiu. I will be the judge for the commander ranking battle. There are a total of 118 people. 3 people to a group, 40 groups. 40 people will stay behind. Then for people to a group, 10 will be the commanders. The remaining 30 will be the deputy commanders. Only one of the 10 will be left, the gold medal commander, second only to the captain, in charge of 5,000 troops. Lin Xiu, who was clad in armor, stood out from the crowd and stood beside Yun Lingfei. Looks like this commander ranking battle is not that difficult. De Huang smiled. Tong Yao and Tong Ling were already too lazy to pay attention to him. Everyone was completely focused. None of those who could participate in the commander ranking competition were easy to deal with, so there was no need to doubt their strength. The Apocalypse Knights respected the strong the most. Only the strong had the qualifications to become their leader. 118 people. In the first round there will be a draw. Those who draw a draw will advance directly to the next round. The remaining people will form groups of 3 and the winner will be the king. Lin Xiu said solemnly. In this world there was no such thing as fairness. Whether it was the winner or 1 against 2, as long as you were strong enough and lucky enough, anything was possible. Jiang Chen followed the large group to draw lots. In the commander ranking battle, there would be 30% stellar level powerhouses. This battle would be incomparably difficult. Who's number 118? Lin Xiu asked. The surroundings were silent. When Jiang Chen drew the lots, he was slightly startled. His luck was really not bad, he was actually number 118. It's me. Jiang Chen said. You're a draw and will enter the next round. Lin Xiu glanced at Jiang Chen. Many people around revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Isn't this guy's luck too good? This is equivalent to picking up a deputy commander position for free. That's right. I'm so angry and hateful. Why didn't I get it? Do you know who he is? He's Jiang Chen, a commander himself. Moreover, he defeated Sir Divine Doctor. Jiang Chen's victory is well deserved. That's right. I don't think so. This time there are countless experts in the commander ranking battle. Who knows how many experts there are compared to last time? Just the early stage stellar level experts alone are close to 40. That's true. Stellar level experts can't be worse than that half-step stellar level Jiang Chen, right? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. But the rules were rules. Since there were people who weren't convinced, they couldn't change the rules just for one person. If they weren't convinced, they would probably be asked to leave the commander ranking battle. Little Chinzi's luck is simply invincible. De Huang felt happy for Jiang Chen. He was recuperating and only needed to face the second battle. That's right. He directly locked onto the position of a deputy commander. His luck is really good. The ranking battle of the commanders this time will definitely be reshuffled. Those people who didn't have enough strength before will probably all be eliminated. Even if it's a deputy commander, the value of the ranking battle of the commanders this time will be quite high. Tong Yao said with a serious expression. This time she and her sister Tong Ling weren't so lucky. It was hard to say if they could enter the second round and at least get a deputy commander position. Don't worry. What's so good about being a commander? I don't care at all. Even if I can't become a commander, I will protect you in the future. Big Yellow patted his chest and said confidently with a face full of arrogance. Careful. Jiang Chen glanced at Tong Yao and Tong Ling. Both of them smiled at each other, but the bitterness at the corner of their mouths was obvious. It all depended on who their opponent was. As long as there was a star-grade expert, they could only be cannon fodder. The first round of the ranking battle went on as scheduled. Jiang Chen didn't have a good feeling in his heart. Tong Yao encountered 2 stellar-level experts. Without a doubt, she was defeated within 10 moves. Tong Ling, on the other hand, was relatively luckier. She encountered 2 half-step stellar-level experts. After a fierce battle, she obtained the final victory with great difficulty and rushed into the final ranking battle. Congratulations. Tong Yao smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat miserable. However, her sister had entered the second round. It could only be said that her luck wasn't good enough. The first round didn't last too long. In less than 2 hours, all the battles had come to an end. The 40 advancers all stood out. This time around, the commander ranking battle is indeed going to be extremely exciting. Yes, whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we bring it out for a walk. It seems that trying to bluff your way through won't work. Without true ability, you will only be beaten back to your original state. I've already seen 9 former commanders being expelled from the competition. The remaining people can almost guarantee the position of deputy commander, but the battle for commander this time will definitely be even more bloody. I can't wait. After a thrilling battle, all the horsemen of the apocalypse became fired up and were full of anticipation for the next battle. Next is the second round of drawing lots. To ensure fairness, those who don't draw the same number of people will form a group. Lin Xiu said in a deep voice. More than 40 people began to draw lots for the second round. This time Jiang Chen drew number 12. In other words, he had to fight with number 2, 22 and 32. Among the 4 people, only one could become the commander. Number 1 Sun Xiaofei. Number 11 Zhou Xian. Number 21 Li Qin. Number 31 Gao Lu. Chapter 49:10. When Zhuo Luanhui finished reading the 3 numbers, Jiang Chen's expression changed. Weren't these 3 names the ones that Zhuo Luanhui mentioned to him before? Zhang Heng was Zhang Tian's nephew, and Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran were Zhang Tian's loyal followers. There was definitely something fishy about this lot drawing. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that all 3 of them were in his group? Jiang Chen didn't believe it at all. This was definitely a conspiracy. And the fact that he had a bye in the first round might have been deliberately done by someone, afraid that he would fail halfway or meet one of the 3 people. At that time he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. And if he had a bye in the first round, all 3 of them would be in the same group as him in the second round. It would truly be the group of death. Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. In this battle, Zhang Tian's only had one goal, and that was to get rid of him. On the spectator stand, Zhuo Luanhui's expression also changed and became very gloomy. This Zhang Tian's actually dared to do this? The 3 of them had been assigned to Jiang Chen's group because they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. They wanted to exterminate him and leave no room for future trouble. When Zhuo Luanhui looked at Zhang Tian's beside him, the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth gradually curved up and he looked at Zhuo Luanhui provocatively. It seemed that Zhang Tian's had long predicted this result. You already knew. Zhuo Luanhui's eyes were cold as he transmitted his voice to Zhang Tian's. Haven't you always seen me as an eyesore? Unfortunately, you want to use this kind of trash to trip me? Aren't you being too whimsical? Take care of yourself first. He has to die. I said that even the city lord can't keep him. Zhang Tian's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was completely prepared. If Jiang Chen didn't die, how could he be at ease? Zhuo Luanhui and Zhang Tian's were at each other's throats, but Jiang Chen's current situation was almost certain death. In the eyes of ordinary people, Jiang Chen had no hope of surviving being grouped with 3 stellar-level powerhouses. However, only Zhuo Luanhui knew that these 3 people were all Zhang Tian's men. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you must be extra careful. Zhuo Luanhui didn't expect Zhang Tian's to actually pay such a huge price. He actually made the 3 of them give up fighting for the position of chief commander just to rob and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Qin has to be careful this time. These three people are stellar-level powerhouses. This battle is extremely dangerous. Tong Yao sighed. If it really doesn't work, Jiang Qin should just surrender. Even if he can't win, there's no need to suppress him so desperately. Tong Ling said. You don't understand. When the horsemen of the apocalypse compete, there's no such thing as surrendering. What are they? They are the horsemen of the apocalypse, the greatest warriors of the apocalypse planet. Have you ever seen anyone surrender? They can only fight and can't retreat. Otherwise, they will become the laughingstock of everyone. Only a true defeat can do that. Dignity and glory are sometimes more important than life. However, Jiang Qin should be in trouble. 3 early-stage stellar-level powerhouses. Even if they are only at the first level of the stellar level, they still can't be underestimated. The difference between a half-step stellar level and a stellar level is too great. Tong Yao's face was filled with worry. Failure wasn't scary. Surrendering was the scariest. Don't worry. Little Qinzi definitely won't lose that easily. Don't forget that he defeated the 6-ridged coiling dragon at Water Curtain Mountain. De Huang said solemnly. That's because the 6-ridged coiling dragon's power was suppressed to below the stellar level. Although he was very strong before, a true stellar level's power isn't something you and I can imagine. Tong Yao still couldn't hide her apprehension. After all, Jiang Qin had to fight 1 against 3 in this battle. No one was more difficult than Jiang Qin in this battle because he already knew the purpose of these 3 people and everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he lost, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. This Zhang Tian's really put in a lot of effort to kill him. Jiang Qin felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but he had no choice but to release the arrow. There was no way out for him. It was a huge challenge to fight 3 enemies at the same time. Even when he was fighting the 6-ridged coiling dragon, Jiang Qin didn't feel such pressure. These 3 enemies had locked onto him and it was impossible for him to retreat. I announce that the commander ranking battle will now begin. Following Lin Xiu's announcement, the 10 ranking battles officially began and they were held at the same time. It seems that the standard of this year's commander battle is indeed very high. Xiao Yuan said with a faint smile. His eyes swept across the dozens of experts participating in the commander battle and finally landed on Jiang Qin. I heard that this Jiang Qin cured the fire-cold poison that made all the retired soldiers tremble in fear. He even defeated miracle Dr. Hou Jinshan. Lingfei, what do you think? Xiao Yuan glanced at Yun Lingfei and said. Yun Lingfei nodded. Yes, there is such a person, but his strength is only a half-step star level. He should lose this commander battle for sure. Facing 3 star levels, it would be strange if he could win. Although Yun Lingfei had a good impression of Jiang Qin, after all he cured so many retired veterans suffering from the fire-cold poison and those horsemen of the apocalypse were his old subordinates. Although Yun Lingfei admired Jiang Qin, this was a competition after all. Whoever won or lost depended on ability. Even he, the leader of the horsemen of the apocalypse, was not qualified to intervene. He was considered lucky to be able to get a bye in the first round. If he had to face 3 early-stage star-level experts in the second round, it could only be said that his luck had run out. Being able to defeat Hou Jinshan shows that this Jiang Qin still has some skills. Although he is facing 3 early-stage star-level experts, I still have some expectations for him. Xiao Yuan muttered. City Lord Xiao is right. The Apocalypse Galaxy City is originally a place full of miracles. What if this Jiang Qin really wins? Yun Lingfei said faintly, but he was not optimistic. He was too lazy to continue entangling with Xiao Yuan, so he simply followed his words. Win? How could he win? He could not win even if he used his head. This Xiao Yuan was completely joking. Yes, everything is possible. Let's just watch from the side. Xiao Yuan said with a smile. This arrangement was personally ordered by him. There was only one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. With the blessing of the second city lord, Zhang Tian's was even more confident. This was completely an unimpeded road. Wasn't fighting with the second city lord courting death? This Jiang Qin could be personally arranged by the second city lord. It was a worthy death. Everyone's eyes gradually converged. 40 experts gathered together and the battle had already begun. Chapter 49:11. Jiang Qin, right? It seems that we are quite fated, Sun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Sun Xiaoyao said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance with a calm and collected appearance. That goes without saying. This is fate. The three of us have to serve Commander Jiang Chen well. Zhang Heng sneered. To be able to defeat Sir Miracle Doctor, it seems that you have some ability. I just don't know if your skills are strong enough. Many people in the Knights of Apocalypse admire you very much, and I also want to ask for some advice. Li Muran also looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. The three of them surrounded Jiang Chen at the same time. It seems that you guys are already prepared, but I seem to be a bit hasty. Zhang Tian's purpose might be to have the three of you kill me directly, using an accident as an explanation. He really thinks highly of me, 3 stellar-level experts. Jiang Chen sneered. The trio's expression turned solemn. They exchanged a glance with each other. Obviously, Jiang Chen had already known their background and their purpose, but what could he do even if he knew their purpose? Now, even if the City Lord came, he wouldn't be able to save him. It seems that you are already mentally prepared. In that case, you will definitely die in this battle. What else do you want to say? Just say it. Even if you die, you will die without regrets. Li Muran said. Last words? I think it's better if the three of you say it. I only want to say one thing. How do you want to die? Jiang Chen looked proud and fearless as he faced the three of them. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Are you worthy? Zhang Heng looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You are about to die, yet you are still so arrogant. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it. Kill. Sun Xiaoyao took the lead and rushed toward Jiang Chen with his bare fists. That punch made Jiang Chen's expression extremely serious. He didn't dare to be careless and used all his strength to meet the attack with both palms. Jiang Chen grunted and took a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy and the blood in his body was tumbling. However, he took this punch. Facing the full blow of a stellar-level expert, he didn't hesitate at all and used his own actions to give the opponent the most powerful answer. That was close. Tong Ling was shocked. Facing Sun Xiaoyao's punch, Jiang Chen didn't disappoint anyone. Although he didn't gain the upper hand, at least he didn't suffer serious injuries. Many people exclaimed. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't limited to this. Defeating Hou Zhinshan was just a small test of his strength. Now with his half-step Star Realm strength, he wasn't afraid of fighting a Star Realm expert. Isn't this too powerful? Looks like you can't retreat, Sun Xiaoyao. Zhang Heng said with a light smile. His words were full of provocation. Bullshit. I'll just crush him with one hand. Sun Xiaoyao's face darkened. It was obvious that he couldn't hold it anymore. A half-stellar level expert, he swore before that he would definitely kill him within 3 moves. Then the two of us will have to wait and see. Li Muran also said with a smile. The two of them watched from the side and didn't plan to make a move. Jiang Chen was cautious. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Sun Xiaoyao with a dignified expression. Brat. Today I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces. Sun Xiaoyao was furious. If he didn't get rid of Jiang Chen, how would he be able to live in the future? These two guys would always talk about how they couldn't even deal with a half-stellar level expert. That was a great shame. Sun Xiaoyao fought with Jiang Chen with his bare hands. Jiang Chen was calm and steady like Mount Tai. Facing a stellar-level expert, he could only advance step by step. After all, although he defeated the 6-spine coiling dragon, its strength was suppressed below the stellar level. It didn't count. Facing a real stellar-level expert, he had to think carefully. Sun Xiaoyao's fist wind was very fierce. Even when facing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, it was not inferior. Every move was ruthless and full of killing intent. It didn't seem like a competition at all. It seemed like he wanted to take Jiang Chen's life. Although Jiang Chen was shocked, he didn't panic. Sun Xiaoyao's berserk fighting power made him very uncomfortable, but he still stabilized the situation by relying on the limitless sword. Although it was very difficult, Jiang Chen finally had some understanding of an initial stellar-level expert. The confrontation between the two was full of danger. Jiang Chen retreated step by step and was forced into a very difficult situation by Sun Xiaoyao. You don't deserve to fight with me. Sun Xiaoyao sneered and increased his strength. The biggest change of a stellar-level expert was the ability to communicate with the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth. Even in battle, they weren't the slightest bit weak. By communicating with the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth, the battle would be smoother and smoother. They could face the opponent calmly. Every move of Sun Xiaoyao's was natural, and the consumption of Genesis Qi would also be greatly reduced. Sun Xiaoyao's every step took the initiative. In the face of absolute strength, even Jiang Qin seemed to be stretched. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest stage fright. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still advance step by step. He had already stabilized his footing. His physique wasn't weak at all in the face of a stellar-level expert. Jiang Qin began to gradually look for opportunities to break through in the midst of difficulties. However, a stellar-level expert was slightly superior. Jiang Qin could only deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. On the contrary, Sun Xiaoyao's continuous attacks had created quite a bit of pressure on Jiang Qin. If this continued, his situation wouldn't improve. The Heavenly Dragon Sword's sword aura was frightening, but Sun Xiaoyao's punches hit the flesh, giving Jiang Qin an unimaginable pressure. This is what a stellar-level expert should be like. Brother Xiaoyao, we don't need to do anything, right? Li Muran said frivolously. His words infuriated Sun Xiaoyao even more. He could only vent all his anger on Jiang Qin. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Qin as soon as possible, he would be ridiculed by all the stellar-level experts. Jiang Qin became braver as he fought. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still fighting steadily. No one had expected such a situation because Jiang Qin could actually fight back and forth with a stellar-level expert. I don't know if Li Muran is too weak or if Jiang Qin is too strong. The one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best. It's still too early to say these things. Half-step stellar level can actually fight against a stellar level expert, and he's so good at fighting. Am I seeing things? Jiang Qin is indeed worthy of being my idol. Ever since he cured hundreds of retired soldiers who were suffering from the fire-cold poison, I knew that he was not a simple person. Facing 3 stellar-level experts, if Jiang Qin wants to stand out, it's really as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although many people paid attention to Jiang Qin. After all, he cured many retired veterans and was very popular. If he wanted to get a ranking in the commander ranking battle where powerhouses gathered, it still depended on his strength. Could be said that his luck was good or bad. In the first round, he didn't have to fight back. After recuperating, he actually faced 3 powerhouses in the second round. These 3 people were previously famous in the Knights of the Apocalypse. Although they were only at the first level of the stellar level, it should be known that breaking through to the stellar level was a qualitative transformation. Jiang Qin hadn't reached that qualitative transformation yet, so facing these 3 people he almost had no chance of standing out. Chapter 49:12. Even so, Jiang Qin's struggle still made people's blood boil. A half-step star-level expert could also be so strong. Under Sun Xiaoyao's suppression he could survive in the cracks. This wasn't shameful. On the contrary, this was the dream of countless half-step star-level experts. However, no half-step star-level expert dared to challenge a star-level expert. This was an insurmountable gap. Jiang Qin had been waiting for an opportunity. It wasn't that he couldn't fight Sun Xiaoyao head-on. Only when he had a complete understanding of Sun Xiaoyao's techniques would he be able to counter Sun Xiaoyao's attacks. Right now, Li Muran and Zhang Heng didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. He didn't have the confidence to fight against the 3 of them at the same time. By the time the 3 of them decided to join hands and kill him, he would be able to deal with them more easily. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. The fight between the 2 became more and more unpredictable. Jiang Qin's strength also surprised many people. Only De Huang was not in a hurry. See? This is Jiang Qin. You guys will never know how much ability he can explode. In this battle, even if there are 3-star level experts, I bet that little Qinzi will win. De Huang was full of confidence. Tong Ling and Tong Yao looked at him with contempt. Was this guy crazy? Even if Jiang Qin could fight Sun Xiaoyao to a draw, fighting 1 against 3 was just a dream. Both of them were worried about Jiang Qin in the slightest. It was time to fight back. Jiang Qin's face darkened. The limitless sword was like a wild dragon coming out of its sheath. It raged in the sky and rushed up to the clouds. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. Each sword was stronger than the previous. It was like the birth of a heavenly dragon, unstoppable. Jiang Qin's strength had reached the peak of the half-step star level. His physique was unparalleled. The body of a true dragon and the heavenly dragon sword merged into one. His movements were bold and unparalleled. Changing the previous decline, Jiang Chen's counterattack made countless people exclaim. This was not just a counterattack but a wonderful battle. Those with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen really had the power of a star level. Sun Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest intention of going easy. Whoever could win such a battle would have a promising future. Even if they were blood brothers, there would definitely be a clear winner. Damn it! Sun Xiaoyao frowned. Facing Jiang Chen's limitless sword, he was more shocked than anyone else. This guy didn't play his cards according to common sense. The declining momentum at the beginning was instantly swept away, replaced by a courageous and overbearing aura. The sword momentum was overbearing, the aura was overbearing, and the person was even more overbearing. You want to shit on my head? You don't deserve it. Sun Xiaoyao's inner pride was also completely aroused by Jiang Chen. He rushed forward with all his might and killed an old master with a flurry of punches. With absolute strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone. A mere half-step star level definitely couldn't shake him. Dragon Transformation. After Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation, his strength once again advanced by leaps and bounds. His dragon form also attracted the attention of countless people. His strength increased more than tenfold. Jiang Chen began his desperate counterattack. With the support of the dragon transformation, the indestructible body of a true dragon firmly suppressed Sun Xiaoyao's aura. Sun Xiaoyao became more and more depressed and he felt indescribably sullen. Why? He couldn't even take down a half-step star level. How could he still have the face to run amok in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? This guy is indeed something, Xiao Yuan said with a chuckle. However, the show had just begun. Although he had resisted Sun Xiaoyao's attack, once Li Muran and Zhang Heng joined in, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. Yun Lingfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chen's strength was actually comparable to a star level. It was indeed beyond everyone's expectations to make an expert like Sun Xiaoyao stagger. Yun Lingfei couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. At this time, Xiao Tai quietly appeared behind Xiao Yuan and calmly watched the square. Only Jiang Chen's group attracted most of the attention. If the weak defeated the strong, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar if Jiang Chen really won? Xiao Tai's anger would only be appeased when he saw this bastard die here today. Moreover, Jiang Chen still had a 10-patterned 7 revolutions great return pill in his hand. You want to shake a tree with a mere grain of rice? This kind of person is overestimating himself. Humph. A deathbed struggle will only make him look worse in the end. Xiao Tai's cold eyes made Yun Lingfei a little uncomfortable. It seemed that the son of City Lord Xiao had some prejudice against Jiang Chen. Whether he's a mule or a horse we'll only know after we try. Let's just wait and see. If Jiang Chen can really defeat 3-star level experts, it will be a great story for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Xiao Yuan said with a watertight smile. Although this competition had been planned by him, he could remain so calm. Most importantly, he wanted to rope in Yun Lingfei. As the leader of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, although Yun Lingfei's status was inferior to his, he was the eternal god of war in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. With a single call, hundreds would respond. Such military might was irreplaceable by anyone. Jiang Chen's boundless sword brought great pressure to Sun Xiaoyao. His original initiative was also completely taken away by Jiang Chen, and he began to show signs of defeat. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was no longer weaker than Sun Xiaoyao's. He had previously pretended to be weak in order to wait for this moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The pressure that the boundless sword brought to Sun Xiaoyao was beyond his imagination, but he had no other choice. He was exhausted from dealing with it and had fallen into a complete stalemate. If this continued, it would only become more and more difficult for him. At first, Sun Xiaoyao wanted to persist. He couldn't lose his dignity and glory, but after exchanging more than 10 moves with Jiang Chen, he finally understood his situation. If this continued, he might even be beaten up by Jiang Chen. This was not a good sign. Although he didn't want Li Muran and Zhang Heng to fight, he couldn't care so much at this time. If he lost face because of a moment of impulsiveness, it didn't matter. But if he delayed important matters, Zhang Tian's would never spare him. Why aren't you two making a move? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want me to invite you personally? Sun Xiaoyao's face was full of anger as he rebuked them. He had already flown into a rage out of humiliation. He couldn't care so much anymore as he retreated step by step. Chapter 49:13. The more Jiang Chen fought, the more courageous he became. Sun Xiaoya was completely caught in a deadlock and had no way to fight back. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Zhang Heng and Li Muran no longer had the intention to continue watching. Under Sun Xiaoyao's angry shout, they also joined the battle without hesitation. 3 against 1, no mercy at all. What they wanted was not fairness but Jiang Chen's life. Isn't this too much of a bully? 3 against 1? Who would be able to defeat him? Yes, if this goes on, Jiang Chen will lose without a doubt. It's fine if he loses, but if he goes after Jiang Chen, his life will be in danger. What's the difference between this and killing people? This is a competition and this is reality. The winner will step on the bones of the loser and walk to the peak of his life. Once you've entered the game, you have no choice. Many people observed a moment of silence for Jiang Chen. Even a god would be powerless against 3 stellar-level experts. It was simply impossible to win. Although many people were indignant and felt unreconciled for Jiang Chen, this was an indisputable fact. If one wanted to become a powerhouse, one had to overcome all obstacles and go through many hardships. It was just that this time, Jiang Chen's hardships were too unfair in everyone's opinion. Yunling Fei frowned slightly. However, this was a competition and no one could intervene. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. It all depended on his luck. The 3 of them had joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. 3 stellar-level experts against a half-step stellar-level expert. Wasn't this too unsightly? As an upright gentleman, Yunling Fei was quite contemptuous of this practice. However, as the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse, he hoped to see an evenly matched opponent. Xiao Yuan had a smile on his face all along. He was calm and composed, completely in the posture of a bystander. If Jiang Chen wanted to stand out, he would have to ask these 3 stellar-level experts for permission. Faced with the joint attack of 3 people, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly forced into a passive position. Moreover, he staggered with every step and his life was in danger at any moment. The slightest mistake would result in his death. Although Jiang Chen was already used to the increasingly difficult situation, he still had to be extremely careful. The Sky Dragon sword was already difficult to sustain. He could only attack as a substitute for defense. However, the pressure from the 3 people was too strong. Jiang Chen's whole person was in a situation where he could not move an inch. From victory to defeat in a split second. Brat, go to hell. Li Muran's leg technique was as fast as lightning, swift like thunder and swift like the wind. His leg shadows pierced through the air and pressed across the void. Jiang Chen was hit hard by him one after another and could only struggle to cope with it. His defense was full of loopholes because he was too weak in front of the 3 stellar-level experts. He was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen was hit by the 3 people one after another. He could only clench his teeth and persevere, using the battle to nurture the battle. However, the opponents were too strong, so his injuries were getting worse and worse. It was almost a one-sided situation. He had no room to fight back. However, with the body of the true dragon and the blessing of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's resistance and ability to fight a battle of attrition were far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did Jiang Chen not fall, but he also withstood the attacks of the 3 people. Although the battle was still one-sided, Jiang Chen's tenacious perseverance deeply shocked everyone. As strong as an ox, as weak as a tortoise, Jiang Chen's momentum had never changed. His aura had always been maintained perfectly. Even in the face of the fatal attacks of the 3 people, Jiang Chen still managed to survive in the cracks, only for a slim chance of survival. Many people felt sad for Jiang Chen and were also moved by his strong perseverance. However, in the face of life, these were not worth mentioning. Jiang Chen became more and more passive and his end was already determined. Attack quickly lest something unexpected happens. Zhang Heng shouted in a low voice. The 3 people once again increased the pace of their attacks, determined to kill Jiang Chen quickly. They would not even give him a chance to surrender. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen roared. He could feel the killing intent coming from all directions and his strength rose once again. The Ancient Soaring Dragon Art allowed his combat strength to soar rapidly, and he was almost on par with the 3 people. The Reverse Dragon Scale also increased his defense to the extreme. Although Jiang Chen's injuries were not light, if these three people wanted to kill him, they would definitely not be able to do it in a day. This is impossible. Countless people exclaimed. The battle had yet to end and only Jiang Chen's group was left. Jiang Chen, in a desperate situation, was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The ancient soaring dragon art was activated, and Jiang Chen's strength was monstrous. He was not weaker than a stellar-level expert at all. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he actually became more relaxed. Jiang Chen's strength had always been criticized by others, or perhaps it was better to say that no one thought highly of him. However, he had proven himself again and again. Layer after layer of metamorphosis made him invincible. Dragon body with dragon armor, dragon sword with dragon flower. Fighting 1 against 3, he shone brilliantly. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had yet to break through to the stellar level. This battle made everyone go crazy and Jiang Chen's reputation soared. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he had already won everyone's respect. This strength was enough to counterattack, and he had already shown some clues when he fought against Sun Xiaoyao. Sun Xiaoyao was not Jiang Chen's match at all. Now that the three of them were stacked together, Jiang Chen was still able to resist the pressure. Currently, Jiang Chen's body could be said to be shining brightly. It was not just the rising Genesis Qi, but he had become a god of war in the hearts of tens of thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse. How did this guy become so strong? Zhang Tian's murmured. He was extremely worried. Could it be that 3 early-stage stellar-level experts could not kill him? If Jiang Chen did not die in this battle, then he would definitely soar to the sky and his future achievements would be limitless. It would be even more difficult for Zhang Tian's to make a move against him. This time, without the help of the second city lord, he would not have such a good opportunity. However, even with such a good opportunity, Sun Xiaoyao and the other two still could not give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. This made Zhang Tian's extremely anxious. He could not wait to personally go down and fight to the death with Jiang Chen. What? Are you anxious? It seems that there are times when you can't keep your cool. Ah. Zuolun Hui's face was full of calmness. The previous disappointment was also swept away, replaced by his open-mindedness and excitement. Jiang Chen was able to fight against Zhang Heng and the other two alone. This was something that Zuolun Hui did not dare to imagine. Originally, this would be an unsolvable deadlock, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen would be able to revive it alone. As long as Jiang Chen was strong enough, he would be able to withstand the pressure from the three of them. That would be a fierce battle, and if he couldn't withstand it, he would be the one to die. Although the rules stated that no one was allowed to kill their opponent, there were plenty of people who had failed. Everyone wanted to become famous after a single battle. Don't be too happy too early. It's not certain who will be the winner. Take your time and see. Chapter 49-14. Sun Xiaoyao and the other two were getting more and more shocked as they fought. Not only had Jiang Chen's strength greatly exceeded their expectations, but he'd even started to counterattack. Could this fellow really be a god that had descended from the heavens? The battle intent in the hearts of the three grew stronger. Their desire to win was naturally not weaker than Jiang Chen's. They were 3 stellar-level experts. If they really fell in the hands of Jiang Chen, their lives would be ruined. There's no need to hold back. Give it your all. Zhang Heng said in a low voice. He took out the heaven-splitting great axe in his hand and swept it across the horizon. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and slashed with the heavenly dragon sword. The clashing sounds and tremors caused the surrounding earth to tremble. If it wasn't for the restriction of the formation, this martial arts arena would have long been turned into ruins. Sun Xiaoyao wielded his great saber and immediately went up to meet the attack, catching Jiang Chen off guard. Li Muran wielded the 9 linked copper bells. The sound was incomparably ear-piercing. In between the buzzing sounds, it could disturb the minds of people. Wave after wave of attacks destroyed Jiang Chen's soul. However, what Li Muran didn't know was that Jiang Chen's source astral soul was unparalleled in the world. In the entire Tianqi planet, there might not be anyone with a source astral soul. Wanting to injure his soul was just wishful thinking. Formation. Li Muran roared. The 3 of them retreated again and formed a ring formation, trapping Jiang Chen within. With the support of the formation, it allowed them to be more relaxed. To kill Jiang Chen, they had to end the battle quickly. Playing with a formation in front of little Chenzi? Aren't these fellows courting death? De Huang snorted. Jiang Chen was still full of fighting spirit. Facing the encirclement of the three, he didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, he followed their formation and began the second wave of counterattack. Facing the encirclement of the three, Jiang Chen's face was calm. If they wanted to use a formation to suppress him, then he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Following their formation, he would counterattack them. Flames of the beacon, frenzied blade crisscrossing. Sun Xiaoyao's expression was malevolent. Heaven's will, heaven's splitting axe. Zhang Heng and the others attacked one after another, sealing off Jiang Chen's path of retreat, making it impossible for him to escape. Countless people were horrified. This time it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. Facing the life and death attack of 3 people, even if Jiang Chen had 9 lives, he might not be able to survive. Moreover, he was bound by the formation, so it was difficult for him to continue. Heavenly God legs. The 3 of them moved about in the air, suppressing Jiang Chen to the point where he could not resist at all. Trapped in a formation, even a deity could not save him. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Jiang Chen's sword was completely suppressed and he was unable to perform the limitless sword. His figure was completely immobilized and he stood there. In the eyes of the crowd, he had become a living target for the 3 of them. Death was approaching Jiang Chen step by step. Was a genius of a generation going to fall just like that? Many people felt sorry for Jiang Chen and felt that it was not worth it. However, this was the cruelty of reality. Surviving was the attitude that an expert should have. The 3 of them used all their means in the formation and Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide. He's going to die in the end. Jiang Chen is indeed very strong, but those 3 are even more terrifying. In a battle between star-level experts, he's only a half-step star-level expert. If Jiang Chen's strength is really at the star level now, those 3 people should also not be able to escape misfortune. Who says it isn't? But this is fate. The Knights of the Apocalypse have never sympathized with the weak. The strong are respected. There's a cycle of reincarnation in the world. There's no need to doubt Jiang Chen's strength, but who can say that he'll definitely win? In the end, the arm can't twist the thigh. Jiang Chen has already lost. This battle is a foregone conclusion. Did he really lose? Is he really going to lose? Commander Jiang Chen. In the end, the highly anticipated Jiang Chen had still fallen behind and was going to lose? Just as everyone was feeling pity for Jiang Chen, that wooden figure suddenly moved. The attacks of the 3 of them all missed because their formation had been completely changed. The 3 of them had thought that they had trapped Jiang Chen, but they hadn't expected that they would be trapped instead. This is impossible. Impossible. How could this be? The 3 of them exchanged glances. Their fatal blows had ultimately missed, and Jiang Chen's figure had already teleported away. Stepping on the heaven ascension ladder, Jiang Chen took advantage of the momentum and moved his palms, forming hand seals. Single sun finger. A terrifying finger descended from the sky, blasting the trio back. Their legs sunk into the ground and their faces turned deathly pale. Even if they were prepared, they would not be able to withstand this attack. Under the immense pressure, Jiang Chen's second finger was already inches away. Double dragon finger. Jiang Chen's 2 fingers shot out like a rampaging dragon that could devour heaven and earth. The 3 of them were pierced by a single finger and for a split second they were all stunned on the spot. Jiang Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. The Genesis Qi in his body had been completely exhausted. The second finger of the 9 tribulations' heavenly imprisoning finger had emptied his body. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Chen slowly raised his head. The entire place was deathly silent. Not far away, Zhang Heng, Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran were all dumbstruck. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, but at this moment, their eyes were empty and lifeless, as if their souls had been emptied. Indeed, their souls had already dissipated. The final 2 dragon fingers had pierced their dantians, causing their spirit, qi and spirit to crumble in an instant. 3 finger kills. Everyone watching the battle was dumbstruck. They stood with their chests puffed out, their faces filled with horror as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Strong. He was simply too strong. The final finger made everyone feel as if a lifetime had passed. Little did they know that Sun Xiaoyao and the other 2 had already perished. Is this Jiang Chen? Even now, they didn't dare to believe or want to believe that a half-step star state had killed 3 star states in an instant. This was unprecedented in the history of the Heaven-awakened planet. No one had ever done this before and no one would be able to do it in the future. Jiang Chen's method had won everyone's admiration, especially the Apocalypse cavalry. They were deeply shocked. Such an expert was worthy of their respect. Even in the face of a strong enemy, he was still fearless. He fought against 3 enemies at the same time, which made everyone look at him in a new light. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Even a god of war would not amount to much. Zhang Tian's expression was the ugliest. He had tried so hard to plan everything, but in the end, Jiang Chen had single-handedly destroyed everything. Moreover, it was 3 kills. All of his loyal subordinates had died, and even his own nephew had been killed. This was simply unheard of. Many people could not believe their eyes, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 49:15. Zuolun Hui was so happy that he almost jumped up and clapped for Jiang Chen. This was too amazing. This guy's strength was terrifying. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. Zuolun Hui was very excited when he saw Zhang Tian's ugly expression. No one had expected this result. Zhang Tian's hadn't expected it, and he hadn't expected it either. 3 of Zhang Tian's diehard followers had been killed by Jiang Chen. This was a true tyrant. What did I say? The little Chenzi definitely won't lose to these pieces of trash. Now you should believe that I can surpass Yun Lingfei in the future, right? De Huang vowed. Jiang Chen was the one who defeated them. What does that have to do with you? Tong Yao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, but in her heart she trusted Big Yellow even more. Her man was also confident in himself. He was even more confident in himself and others. Yun Lingfei's eyes were full of smiles. Jiang Chen had risen above the rest. Although they had lost 3 star-grade experts, Jiang Chen's strength and potential were unfathomable. On the other hand, Xiao Yueyan had a solemn expression while Xiao Tai snorted. Clearly they were filled with hatred for Jiang Chen for killing the 3 of them. However, the truth was that Jiang Chen had relied on his own strength to counterattack in front of everyone. No one could doubt that. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of confidence. This battle had established his position in the Knights of the Apocalypse realm. In the future, if anyone wanted to provoke him, they would have to think twice. Even if it was that arrogant Xiao Tai, the son of the city lord, Jiang Chen didn't care. If he really pissed him off, he would kill him and leave the Apocalypse Star. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to understand the Heaven and Lightning Star system, he would have to get in touch with the city lord of the Heaven and Lightning Star system. Only by understanding the Heaven and Lightning Star system would he know Feng Er's whereabouts. If Feng Er wasn't on the Heaven and Lightning Star system, then Jiang Chen's path would be even longer. At this moment, everyone was cheering for Jiang Chen and thunderous applause erupted. All the horsemen of the apocalypse felt honored. Jiang Chen himself hadn't thought that the final battle would be so intense. However, he had managed to pull through. These 3-star level experts had given him a lot of benefits. Fighting against experts had allowed him to see his own strengths and weaknesses. Only by learning from their strengths could he continue to break through and progress. However, Jiang Chen hadn't dared to easily try to break through to the star level. If he didn't have a 70% chance of success, then he definitely wouldn't make a move. Even if he had the 5-barrier pill, it was only a safeguard. When it came time to break through, his personal cultivation would still be the most important part. Jiang Chen had always been a steady person. He would never spoil things through excessive enthusiasm, as that would definitely cause great harm to his future cultivation. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Jiang Chen had always believed that only by taking one step at a time would he be able to stabilize his strength. The reason why he was able to defeat 3-star realm experts at once was because his foundation was strong and solid. If it was anyone else, no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to do what he did. Jiang Chen smiled. He hadn't let down Zuolun Hui's expectations. Killing these 3 people was equivalent to cutting off one of Zhang Tian's arms. Jiang Chen was very happy. The glory of victory shone on everyone present. Jiang Chen's radiance covered everyone else. He had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. His reputation was already unparalleled in the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. At the very least, it was unparalleled among the commanders. A young man in gray robes stood with his arms crossed, silently watching Jiang Chen. The final battle of the gold medal commanders would definitely be even more exciting. Xiaoyin, it looks like you've met your match in the final battle. That's not necessarily the case. Although Jiang Chen is very strong, It's a different story compared to our Xiaoyin. However, Xiaoyin is still only a first-level star level. Although he has been at the peak for a long time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through to the second-level star level. Who knows, but I think the final gold medal commander battle will definitely be a life-and-death duel between Xiaoyin and Jiangchen. Yeah, I've already given up, haha. Many Stargrade experts chuckled, as if they weren't interested in the final battle for the gold medal commander position. This was because they knew that even if they joined hands, they might not be able to obtain the final victory. Xiaoyin had been a gold medal commander all these years, and no one had dared to challenge his authority. You do have some skills. If it was before, I might have been a little afraid. After all, you defeated 3 people, but now killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket, the gray-robed man said coldly. The gray-robed man coldly said. He was the person that everyone was talking about enthusiastically, Xiaoyin, the former gold medal commander. After bidding farewell to the glorious land, Jiangchen returned to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and began to rapidly recover his strength. There was still a battle tomorrow, and Jiangchen still wouldn't give up on the final gold medal commander battle. The higher one stood, the further one could see. This wasn't because of his desire for power, but because he desired more information and a better understanding of the Heaven-Awakened planet and even the Heaven-Awakened star field. Only then would he have a clear conscience. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for your injuries to recover to their peak within a day. If you really can't do it, you should just give up. Tong Ling glanced at Jiangchen. The battle tomorrow would be even crueler and more dangerous. Jiangchen's body was already at a disadvantage, and those outstanding experts were all star-level experts. For Jiangchen it would be even more difficult. Didn't your sister say that? No one in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse has ever surrendered. I can't set a precedent and become the first in history, right? Jiangchen shook his head with a faint smile. What he cared about was not success or failure but a kind of training for himself. Only by meeting a strong expert would he be able to find his own breakthrough point. Only by doing this could he get closer to becoming a true expert. Just be careful, little Chenzi. This Lord Dog is still very confident in you. De Huang patted Jiangchen's shoulder. This confidence seemed to be bestowed upon Jiangchen. Jiangchen, Commander Zhou wants to see you. Tong Yao returned from outside the door. Okay. Just as Jiangchen was about to get up, Zhou Luan rushed over. Your injuries are more important. It's better for you to recover quickly. Zhou Luan smiled. In today's battle you made that guy Zhang Tian's completely lose his support. Now he's a commander without an army in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I have to thank you. Commander Zhou is too polite. Zhang Tian has always wanted to kill me, so there's nothing wrong with me doing this. Jiangchen said disapprovingly. But I came to disturb you today because I have another matter. Chapter 49:16. Commander Zhou, feel free to speak your mind. Jiangchen said with a smile. He had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. I should support you in fighting for the gold medal commander, but your strength has yet to break through the star level, and you have experienced a series of battles at this time. For you, fighting for the gold medal commander is still very dangerous. Moreover, the previous gold medal commander was very terrifying and had a very high status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This time he is also participating. Many people assert that he will still be the gold medal commander this time. Basically, no one can compete with him. Zhou Luanhui said in a deep voice. So, you want me to retreat? Jiangchen said. Zhou Luanhui was silent for a moment and nodded. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You are too outstanding, so you will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of many people. If you touch other people's cake, they will definitely hold you responsible. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse and the Milky Way City are far from as simple as you think. In that case, I have to fight even more. The gold medal commander sounds good. I, Jiangchen, have never had the habit of surrendering. As a Horseman of the Apocalypse, I can't be afraid without fighting. Jiangchen said calmly. Xiaoyin is the eldest son of City Lord Xiao. His strength is outstanding, and I heard that Xiao Tai made things difficult for you in the past. If there is any conflict between the two of you, I advise you not to make an enemy out of Xiaoyin. You are not his match. For safety's sake, you should choose to give up. He is not someone that Sun Xiaoyao and the others can compare to. He can become the number 1 person under the commander. The gold medal commander title is not for nothing. I am doing this for your own good. Zhou Luanhui said earnestly. He had just gotten rid of Zhang Tian's people, so he thought very highly of Jiang Chen. He was sure that Jiang Chen's future in the city was immeasurable, so he wanted to form an alliance with Jiang Chen. However, if Jiang Chen insisted on going his own way, he was likely to suffer a fatal blow from Xiao Yin. I'm a person who doesn't believe in heresy. I know there's a tiger on the mountain, but I still want to go there. I want to see how strong this fellow is. I don't believe that I can't take the position of a gold medal commander. Jiang Chen vowed. He was very confident in himself. Because of this, he couldn't underestimate his opponent. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. Sai, forget it. However, I'll warn you first, Xiao Yin is extremely powerful. You'd better watch yourself and don't force yourself to do anything. Zhuo Luanhui's face was solemn. His eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. If Jiang Chen were to fight Xiao Yin, he would definitely die. Although he had defeated 3 early-stage star states, Xiao Yin was no ordinary person. After exchanging some pleasantries, Zhuo Luanhui left Jiang Chen's residence. However, not long after, another person appeared. It was a person that Jiang Chen had been looking for, but he didn't dare to look for her. When Luo Ying appeared in front of Jiang Chen, Tong Ling and Tong Yao pulled De Huang away from Jiang Chen's residence. The two of them looked at each other with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. I left without saying goodbye, Luo Ying said in a low voice. It's all right. It doesn't matter. You are the princess, so why would I have any reason to blame you? Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. You know my identity? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen in shock. How did he know? Her brother wouldn't tell her. To be able to challenge the son of a city lord like Xiao Tai and threaten to kill, I'm afraid there isn't a second person in the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Even someone as arrogant as Xiao Tai didn't dare to say half a word. There's only one possibility. Emo Han is the son of a city lord, and you are the princess of the Heavenly Awakening Star, right? There are only a handful of people in the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way city who can get a divine doctor to treat your mother, right? Jiang Chen asked. I didn't intend to hide it from you. Luo Ying bit her red lips as she struggled to speak. You have your own difficulties. It's not convenient for me to ask. You don't have to worry about it. Jiang Chen smiled. He felt a little sad, but it wasn't intense. In his life, Luo Ying was like a shooting star that flashed by. He knew that there was still a gap between them. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was belittling himself, but he didn't want to take things too seriously. If he said that he loved her, he definitely loved her. If he said that he didn't love her, it would be against his heart. Jiang Chen didn't want Luo Ying to feel too much pressure. Luo Ying was the same. She didn't want Jiang Chen to feel sad for her. She didn't want Jiang Chen to get involved in this marriage. This time I have something to tell you. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. She was afraid that if she left, the two of them would never meet again. Say it. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Just give up. Don't fight for the gold commander position. You are not Xiao Yin's opponent. Luo Ying was very worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Xiao Yin's strength was clear to all. If Jiang Chen went against Xiao Yin, he would definitely die. Although Jiang Chen had a bit of fame in the past as he had killed 3 early-stage star martialists by himself, it didn't mean that he could ignore everyone. Xiao Yin's strength was well known. In the final battle for the gold commander position, some people had already started to give up. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade them to be kind. Since everyone isn't optimistic about me fighting for the gold commander position, I will definitely win for everyone to see. Jiang Chen's smile gradually disappeared. His face was full of seriousness. Since everyone was looking down on him, he had to fight for it. Xiao Yin, even if you are an unparalleled godly monarch, I will definitely fight you. Luo Ying might be doing this for his own safety, while Zhuo Luanhui might be doing this for him to grow. But the final result wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted. What he wanted was to be famous on the Apocalypse planet. Are really too careless. You don't even know how strong Xiao Yin is. Listen to me, Jiang Chen. Don't be a moth flying into a flame. Xiao Yin is Xiao Tai's brother. He definitely won't let you off. Luo Ying frowned, but Jiang Chen was stubborn and didn't listen to her. I will do what I want. You don't need to persuade me. No one can change my mind. Thank you for your good intentions. Jiang Chen's voice was powerful and unquestionable. Alright, since you insist, then I can't do anything about it. In half a month I will be getting married to the second son of the second city lord, Xiao Yuan Xiao Tai, Luo Ying said in a low voice. She bit her lips, and her face was full of struggle as she clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Chen's body trembled and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. However, in just a moment he regained his composure. Congratulations. Luo Ying's heart was as cold as ice. She had thought that when Jiang Chen heard the news he would fly into a rage and take her away. However, the final result would be heartbreaking. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't give her the happiness she wanted. Moreover, he might even become her burden. As long as she could be happy, it was fine. Although his heart ached, he had no other choice. Chapter 49:17. Luo Ying left. She hoped that Jiang Chen could make her stay, but reason told her that if Jiang Chen did that, it would only harm him. Jiang Chen's strength was rising steadily and his future was boundless. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a chess piece. On the Apocalypse planet, besides the 3 city lords, no one else had the right to decide their own fate. Her meeting with Jiang Chen had been a mistake. She had wanted to rely on her own efforts to obtain her father's love and favor, but reality proved that in the eyes of a true superior, no matter how hard you worked, you would only be a tool, even if that person was her father. Not having the right to choose one's fate and being enslaved by fate was the most terrifying thing. However, Luo Ying had no other choice. Jiang Chen had become her weakness. Loving someone was so difficult that it had actually become his burden. After Luo Ying left, Jiang Chen once again immersed himself in cultivation. However, Luo Ying's figure lingered in his mind. Everyone had their own choices and Jiang Chen had no way of controlling Luo Ying. Perhaps she was unwilling, but since it was her own choice, there had to be a reason. The next day the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. The entire square of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was packed with people. Compared to the previous commander ranking battle, it was even more exciting, and the cheers were even louder and more excited. It was a sea of people, a tsunami of shouts. To them, this was a battle between powerhouses and even more so, a battle of dignity and glory. It looks like there's going to be a good show today. Jiang Chen is a devil incarnate and many commanders are guarding against him. He who told him to be too arrogant yesterday. He fought 1 against 3 and even killed them all. The Horseman of the Apocalypse isn't a place where he can run amok. A thorn in the flesh should have the awareness of a thorn in the flesh. That's right. I wonder who will have the last laugh in this battle, huh? Jiang Chen is a rising star. I think he will definitely be ganged up on. At that time he won't be as comfortable as he is now. He can fight 3 at once, but if he fights 10 at once he will become the strongest person in the universe. It's not that easy to be a gold medal commander. Xiao Yin is a mountain that he can't climb. Xiao Yin. A name popped up in many people's minds. The number 1 person under the captain, the gold medal commander Xiao Yin. He had personally fought for his position, and it had nothing to do with City Lord Xiao. Although he was the eldest son of City Lord Xiao, he didn't rely on his father. He had conquered many people with his own fists. Xiao Yin was a valiant knight, an unparalleled warrior and a gold commander. His position in the army and the Horsemen of the Apocalypse could not be shaken by ordinary people. Strength and tyranny were the most stable. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was not favored to climb the mountain that was Xiao Yin. It wasn't just him. Xiao Yin was still the favorite to win the gold medal commander battle. Jiang Chen had already recovered 80% of his strength. His Genesis Chi reserves were too much, and for today's battle he had devoured countless Genesis stones and a minor rejuvenation pill to recover 80% of his strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fully recover in a day. This battle was not only about dignity and glory, but it was also the only way for Jiang Chen to advance to a higher level. Only by standing higher on the Apocalypse planet could he see further. He might not be able to see Feng Er, but if he stood high enough he could let Feng Er see him. This time Xiao Yuan was still standing on the high platform watching from afar. After all, today was a microcosm of his son's many years of battle. The gold medal commander battle was definitely in Xiao Yin's bag. Today Immerse should be able to sweep the commander battle. Xiao Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. This was his pride. He had never relied on himself and had risen from the ranks. This was what an expert should be like. City Lord Xiao is right. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Yin should be able to become the champion. He's already experienced in the competition for the Golden Commander position, but this time he still hasn't seen anyone who can compete with him. Yun Lingfei silently nodded in agreement. Given Xiao Yin's strength, he had the highest chance of being promoted to the position of captain. Every step he took in the army gave off a majestic aura, similar to Yun Lingfei back then. What about Jiangchen? Didn't I hear that guy isn't afraid of anything? I want to see how he will fight against my elder brother. Xiao Tai crossed his arms and sneered. He stood beside Xiao Yuan with his head held high. What he wanted to see the most today was his elder brother personally slaughtering Jiangchen. If you're not convinced, you can give it a try. Yun Lingfei coldly glanced at Xiao Tai. A mere Jiangchen. If I go up, I will definitely cut him down and make sure he dies. Xiao Tai said in disdain. Captain Yun is here, don't be rude. Xiao Yuan berated. It was not nice to belittle another person's soldier in front of the captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Xiao Tai's expression changed. He nodded slightly, took a step back and stopped talking. Although the captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse could not be compared to his father, he held great power. Under the Apocalypse Milky Way City, other than the 3 city lords, Captain Yun Lingfei Yun had the highest status. All these years his father had always wanted to rope in Captain Yun, so Xiao Tai naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of Yun Lingfei. I announce that today's commander ranking battle, the Gold Medal Commander battle, begins now. Lin Xiu stepped onto the stage and said in a deep voice. 10 figures appeared on the square one after another. Yin Wanting forfeit. Tu Tianxi forfeit. Wang Dabiao forfeit. Han Yingxing forfeit. Dong Feng Xuelua forfeit. Zhou Qi forfeit. Zhao Dezhu forfeit. Wan Yanagusu forfeit. All 8 people chose to forfeit at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? All these people actually forfeited? Was the Gold Medal Commander so unattractive? However, in the next moment, they all knew that Xiao Yin's strength was there for all to see. These people forfeiting basically meant that they didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Yin. It might be a little shameful for one person to forfeit, but it wasn't strange for so many people to forfeit. However, it still made the hearts of those knights who were full of expectations turn cold. They originally wanted to see a life and death battle, but now that 8 people had forfeited, only 2 people were left in the end? Jiangchen and Xiao Yin. Jiangchen, are you forfeiting? Lin Xiu asked. Why should I forfeit? Success or failure depends on this. So many people have forfeited, I have to fight to the end. I can feel that the Gold Medal Commander is slowly waving at me. Chapter 49:18. All 8 of them forfeited. Jiangchen was the only one who didn't /T forfeit. Facing the former Gold Medal Commander Xiao Yin, his actions won everyone /S respect. This was the attitude a strong person should have. Even if he knew he was no match, even if everyone didn't /T think highly of him, even if the world had let him down, he had to be a courageous and fearless person. This is what a man is. This is what a real man is. I like it. Yeah, this group of cowards, they don't /T even dare to fight. Damn it, I /am so angry. A Gold Medal Commander Eisen /T so easy to defeat. Even if it say battle, it it's not as simple as you think. It is not that they don't /T dare, but they don't /T have a chance at all. You guys haven /T seen Xiao Yin a strength, so you won /T understand how terrifying he is. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. A half-step star level, no matter how strong he is, can /T compete with Xiao Yin. Then let /S see who can laugh in the end. Jiangchen /S attitude explained everything. He wanted to fight for this final Gold Medal Commander. No matter who was in front of him, no matter how many obstacles there were, nothing could stop him from moving forward. Lin Xiu /S face sank. This guy was really as stubborn as a donkey. Everyone had forfeited, but he was the only one who didn't /T know what was good for him. Can a half-step star level fight with Xiao Yin? Although Jiangchen a strength had indeed shocked him yesterday, Xiao Yin was a legendary figure of the Knights of the Apocalypse and was once a Gold Medal Commander. No one dared to confront him. Jiangchen accepted the challenge without hesitation and aroused the enthusiasm of the Knights of the Apocalypse. The collision they had been looking forward to for a long time was finally going to happen. In the end, would the veteran warlord Xiao Yin be better, or would the newcomer Jiang Qin be able to give him a head-on blow? Although Jiang Qin was the last person who didn't forfeit and was full of fighting spirit facing Xiao Yin, it was hard to say who would win in the end. Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. In this battle, I think this Jiang Qin seems to be catching up from behind. Xiao Yuan said with a silly smile. Xiao Yin had absolute confidence in his son when facing Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin only carried the passion of a new life. Among the horsemen of the apocalypse, there should be some courageous people, but it was unknown whether they could counterattack in the end. There was no pity for the losers even if they were killed. Sun Xiaoyao, Zhang Heng and the others were the best examples. Yun Lingfei was a little worried. He didn't expect this Jiang Qin to be so strong. If everyone didn't forfeit, he might still have a chance of survival. In a chaotic battle, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be eliminated, but all 8 of them forfeited. For Jiang Qin, it was a one-on-one battle. Fighting Xiao Yin alone against Jiang Qin had a slim chance of survival. Xiao Yuan was able to be so calm because he was certain that Jiang Qin was not Xiao Yin's opponent. Xiao Tai also had a calm face and looked like he was sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Xiao Yin and Jiang Qin were not opponents on the same level at all. Are you sure? Lin Xiu looked at Jiang Qin with a hint of contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, this guy naturally couldn't be compared with Xiao Yin. Wasn't that asking for trouble like a moth flying into a flame? He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it. Lin Xiu really didn't know if he was brave or stupid. The gold medal commander is mine, Jiang Qin said heroically. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was the only battle for the gold medal commander and it was also the last thing they could see. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Success or failure, life or death. Lin Xiu Leng stared at Jiang Qin. This battle was destined to end with his death. Xiao Yin would definitely not let him go. The dignity of the strong could not be challenged. You a brave man. Xiao Yin raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin coldly. His expression was cold and meticulous. His eyes were calm and he didn't care about Jiang Qin at all. Because defeating him was as common as eating a meal, just like drinking water. If I defeat you, I'll be the new gold medal commander. Jiang Qin looked at Xiao Yin and said. Facing the powerful Xiao Yin, he didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice. His strength was much stronger than Zhang Heng and the others. Jiang Qin knew that this battle would definitely be more difficult. In order to become famous after this battle, in order to improve his strength, Jiang Qin was fearless. You a very arrogant person. I hope that your strength can match up to your arrogance. Xiao Yin said. As you wish. Jiang Qin remained unmoved and looked at Xiao Yin. Even if the other party pressure was strong, it wasn't big deal in Jiang Qin size. This battle was imminent. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Waves of cheers caused the blood of the audience to boil. Jiang Qin might not be as strong as Xiao Yin, but he was the epitome of all horsemen of the apocalypse fearlessly fighting against the strong. His battle was what everyone was thinking. Even when facing the undefeatable Xiao Yin, the former gold medal commander, Jiang Qin could still make such a solemn vow. This was a fearless hero. Since 8 commanders have already withdrawn from the final gold medal commander battle, I hereby announce that the gold medal commander will be the winner of the battle between Jiang Qin and Xiao Yin. The ultimate battle will now begin. As soon as Lin Xiu's words fell, the battle had already begun. The audience held their breaths and focused. The highly anticipated battle between Jiang Qin and Xiao Yin had begun. Although Jiang Qin defeated Zhang Heng, Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran, Xiao Yin isn't like them. He will most likely lose in this battle. Tong Yao still had lingering fears. Jiang Qin's fighting spirit was worthy of everyone praise, but the result was often the most important. Although it seemed that he carried the dreams of all horsemen of the apocalypse, he was likely to be defeated by Xiao Yin in the end. If the other party were to kill him, he would most likely die. Don't be so pessimistic. If little Chinzi didn't have more than 30% confidence, he definitely wouldn't fight. De Huang laughed. 30%? Tong Ling laughed involuntarily. 30% confidence, and he dared to challenge the former gold medal war god? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Only De Huang knew Jiangchen s determination. Even if it s only 10%, he won t give up. There are millions of people who want to kill him, but he s still alive now. Those who want to kill him have never had a good ending. De Huang knew that they wouldn't t understand. Jiangchen s faith and De Huang s trust were the symbols of their survival. With 30% confidence, Jiangchen dared to fight against the heavens. Make your move, you only have one chance. This chance is your last hope. Don't t say that I am bullying you. Otherwise you won to even have the chance to make a move. Chapter 49:19. Jiangchen did not look sideways as he gripped the heavenly dragon sword tightly. His battle-intent sword. Even though he knew that he had a slim chance of survival in this battle, it was this kind of pressure that allowed him to continuously improve. Pressure was motivation, and it was the support that allowed him to move forward bravely. In this battle, Jiangchen must go all out. Xiao Yin's confidence stemmed from his strength. As a gold medal commander for many years, it was understandable for him to be provoked. However, Jiangchen had to break the silence. It would not be easy for Xiao Yin to defeat him. Since he was so confident, then Yi Shiwen would destroy his confidence step by step. He would fight with all his might, and he could not afford to lose. Jiangchen raised his sword and charged forward. His domineering aura leaked out and his sword aura hummed. The sword aura of the limitless sword engulfed the world, causing countless people to suffocate. Jiangchen's strength was indeed enough to fight against a star-grade expert. His sword technique was like a waterfall soaring through the sky. Insignificant skill, and you dare to show off in front of an expert? Xiao Yin said faintly. He took a step forward, and with the force of a thunderbolt he punched out, directly colliding with Jiangchen's sword aura. The sword aura was dispersed, and Jiangchen's aura also collapsed in an instant. He retreated with a solemn expression. This punch seemed ordinary, but in fact, it contained at least 70% of Xiao Yin's domineering aura. Jiangchen's qi and blood surged within his body. He sheathed his sword and stood upright. In this short exchange he had already deeply felt Xiao Yin's strength. One punch to destroy his attack. With a destructive aura, Xiao Yin did not give him any chance to breathe. Jiangchen knew that this person was far from what Sun Xiaoyao and the other two could compare to. Otherwise Tong Yao Luoying and even Zhuo Luanhui would advise him to give up. This guy could completely sweep away an early-stage star-grade expert. Accept your death. Xiao Yin's steps were calm, but each step was as steady as Mount Tai, as if he had the strength to lift up a mountain. The hurricane roared. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiangchen immediately used the soaring dragon technique and raised his strength to its peak. He raised his sword and fought Xiao Yin. Although Jiangchen's strength kept increasing, he still hadn't broken through to the star grade. That kind of qualitative change couldn't be overcome no matter what. Facing Xiao Yin's charge, Jiangchen acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His heavenly dragon sword could not withstand Xiao Yin's wild punches and could only retreat continuously. It was impossible for him to win steadily, so he had to protect himself. Xiao Yin's strength couldn't be compared to Zhang Heng's. The pressure on Jiangchen was unimaginably great. Although the limitless sword was powerful, it couldn't be unleashed and the sword aura couldn't be accumulated. Everything was empty talk. Xiao Yin smashed the void with his bare fists. Jiangchen couldn't take it at all. Although the dragon transformation body wasn't weaker than Xiao Yin, the display of strength was something that Jiangchen couldn't achieve. In less than 20 moves, Jiangchen was already stretched to the limit. His expression was ugly and he was drenched in sweat. After taking a few punches from Xiao Yin, Jiangchen couldn't touch Xiao Yin at all. "Sai, it's over. This guy is finished. He still wants to compete with Xiao Yin. He's overestimating himself." That's right. Doesn't he know his own strength? If he insists on showing off, he might even lose his life. He overestimated his own strength. Jiangchen is just too conceited. He thinks that just because he won a few battles and defeated a few newbies, he would have the courage to fight a warrior who is much stronger than him. He's a typical example of someone who doesn't know his own strength and he still wants to climb higher and higher. Dream on. Although many horsemen of the apocalypse think highly of him, it doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. His spirit isn't bad, but this guy is a bit stubborn. If I don't quickly forfeit, Zhou Yin's name is like thunder in the ears of the horsemen of the apocalypse. People fear fame as pigs fear being fat. You have to see how much ability you have. As Xianxia retreated step by step, more and more people mocked him, full of disdain. The gap between the two was too great. If one wanted to gain the upper hand and become famous in the apocalypse, one first had to have strength. In the hearts of more people, Xianxia was like a newborn baby who hadn't learned how to walk, but he already wanted to run. The result was self-evident. He would end up in a miserable state and he would even lose his life. Xianxia retreated as he fought, using the Heaven Ascension stairway. His speed was as fast as a rainbow and even Zhou Yin couldn't catch up to him. As the two fought, Xianxia retreated, forming a situation where they were chasing each other. Xianxia became more and more passive. If he wanted to escape, Zhou Yin naturally couldn't catch up to him, but if he wanted to win, he had to fight to the death with Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was also very depressed. How could this guy run so fast? He was as slippery as a loach. If this continued and he couldn't catch him, wouldn't he become a joke to others? Zhou Yin frowned, feeling more and more depressed. But this was the truth. If the two continued to fight, it would only give him a bigger headache. Brat, you still want to play tricks with me? I'll personally kill you. Zhou Yin sneered inwardly. He had long been certain that Xianxia would become his gold medal commander. Anyone who opposed him must die. Others watched as Xianxia fled for his life, but Zhou Yin was having a headache because Xianxia had managed to escape several times in a row. Not being able to catch him made him angry out of humiliation. The Heaven Ascension stairway had consumed a large amount of Xianxia's Genesis Qi, and he couldn't keep running. As long as he couldn't escape, he would sooner or later be exhausted. Hence, Xianxia wasn't blindly running away. He was setting up a formation which was the only formation that could trap Zhou Yin. The Azura shock absorption. Xianxia had buried countless Genesis stones in the void to set up the Azura sword formation. This was his chance. 9 Tribulations Heavenly Imprisoning Finger, Single Sun Finger. Xianxia's finger pierced through the void. Zhou Yin didn't dare to underestimate it. Zhang Heng and the others had been gravely injured by this finger, and all of them had died under the 9 Tribulations Heavenly Imprisoning Finger. It had to be said that Xianxia had some skills. Hence, Zhou Yin didn't underestimate him. If he wanted to become a gold medal commander, he had to get rid of all obstacles. Giant Spirit Fist. Zhou Yin punched out. Wind and thunder howled as he met Xianxia's single sun finger head-on. Under the heavy punch, Xianxia was blasted back. The qi and blood in his body trembled once more and his breathing became ragged. If not for the terrifying single sun finger, his entire arm would have been crippled. What a terrifying punch. Xianxia actually withstood it. It seems that his reputation isn't undeserved. To be able to fight with Zhou Yin to this extent is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Even if Xianxia loses, he has won respect for himself. Look at him. Does he look like he's admitting defeat? He's really a stubborn donkey. He must be seriously injured by now. I've experienced Zhou Yin's giant spirit fist before. He only used 70% of his strength and I was already unable to dodge it. This battle is indeed exciting. Chapter 49-20. Xianxia staggered with a gloomy face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was still moving forward step by step, displaying the style of a king. You're too weak, still too weak. Zhou Yin flew up and punched out with both fists. The thunderstorm gathered in front of Xianxia's eyes and enlarged. Sword rise. Xianxia bellowed. With a thought, the Ashura sword formation appeared once again. The long-awaited sword qi swept across the sky, piercing through the sky. On the training field, many people stopped in their tracks and cried out in surprise. This time, Xianxia used all of his 6th grade source stones and the remaining 5th grade source stones after his cultivation to form the Ashura sword formation. 18 5th grade battle weapons were all enchanted with the ice attribute. With the addition of the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the Ashura sword formation changed the sky and earth, firmly trapping Zhou Yin within. What a terrifying sword qi. This sword formation is strange. Xianxia has been hiding all this while, preparing for a rainy day. Even 10 early star-level experts might not be able to escape unscathed from this sword formation. Wow, this guy is serious. Zhangchen, you're really impressive. Many people's faces changed color. Xiao Yin was trapped in the formation, completely losing his previous sharpness. Rays of icy sword qi shot out in all directions, constantly compressing Xiao Yin's living environment. Zhangchen used all of his strength. The energy of all the source stones surged at this moment, shocking everyone. Xiao Yin kept attacking the formation. His strength also kept increasing. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. No one hesitated or stopped. If there was even the slightest bit of distraction, there was a possibility of being killed by the other. The Ashura sword formation made Xiao Yin even angrier. Inside the formation, Zhangchen kept pressuring him, but Xiao Yin was still so calm. This made Zhangchen uncertain. Could this formation really suppress him? While Zhangchen was hesitating, Xiao Yin began to explode. Trying to trap me? You're still too inexperienced. Xiao Yin's face was gloomy, and his aura suddenly soared, causing an uproar. This is a second-level star state. So Xiao Yin's strength has already broken through. He has been hiding it all this time. This is what it means to be a true expert. He's been hiding and keeping a low profile. Xiao Yin is still Xiao Yin after all. This time Zhangchen is dead. Yun Lingfei seemed to have realized this a long time ago. Although he was a little surprised, he was not shocked. It seemed that Xiao Yin's breakthrough in strength was within his expectations. Xiao Yin has indeed grown quite a bit. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Following Captain Yun is a given. I have to thank Captain Yun for nurturing me. Xiao Yuan said calmly. How could he not know what his son was like? At this moment his face was the most radiant. City Lord Xiao is too kind. Xiao Yin's strength is all due to his outstanding talent. In the next 1,000 years he will definitely surpass me. Yun Lingfei nodded. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. A second-level star state, Zhangchen would definitely lose. Now it all depended on whether he could survive from Xiao Yin's hands. From the bottom of his heart he still hoped that Zhangchen could survive. After all, Zhangchen was a rare newcomer in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Moreover, he had cured so many retired veterans who followed him back then. However, on the battlefield there was only blood, no mercy. Victory or defeat depended on one's own ability. Everyone present was getting more and more excited. Xiao Yin's strength surprised them even more. The battle came wave after wave, and the most important thing was that Xiao Yin had the upper hand. A second-level star state, Zhangchen definitely had no chance. Originally, I didn't want to reveal my strength so early, but now it's all because of you. I, Xiao Yin, have killed countless people, but you are the only one who can fight me to my heart's content. You should be proud to die in my hands, Xiao Yin said confidently. Xiao Yin said confidently. Both of his fists punched out. At this moment, powerful Genesis Qi undulations spread out continuously. Zhangchen's expression changed again and again. He knew that the Ashura sword formation could not hold on any longer. It wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed. At that time it might be the time when he was defeated. Heaven and earth, black and yellow, invisible spirit gathering, break for me. Xiao Yin punched out, and the Ashura sword formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. In an instant it completely collapsed. More than 10 flying swords scattered down, and the endless Genesis Qi sword curtain disappeared in an instant. Zhangchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his whole body had been sucked dry. He had consumed a huge amount of Genesis Qi, but in the end he failed on the verge of success. Xiao Yin was too strong. Before he broke through to the star level he seemed to be unable to do anything to him. I've completely lost, sighed Zhangchen. You must live on. Tong Ling's face was filled with worry. A second-layer star level had declared Zhangchen's defeat. Everyone present could not help but shake their heads. The situation was already irreversible. Double Dragon Finger. Zhangchen exerted all his strength and launched another attack. He thrust out with 2 fingers, dragon soars in the sky. However, Xiao Yin still condensed a heavy fist and angrily smashed down. The power of the second-layer star level was even greater than before. Zhangchen didn't dare to imagine that one punch would force him to retreat over 100 steps. Starlight enter the body. Torrential starlight. Zhangchen used all his strength and the astral pole was pushed to its limit. Rays of starlight illuminated the world as they charged towards Xiao. Stubborn resistance, admit defeat and I can still leave your corpse intact. Spirit Flash Fist. A spiritual light flashed and as the fist landed, the heavens and earth changed color. Xianxia was forced to retreat once again. His entire body was heavily injured and he had lost half of his strength. There was no way he could reverse the situation. This fist caused Xianxia to completely lose his combat strength. De Huang's heart clenched tightly. Little Qinzi, you bastard, stand up for this lord dog. De Huang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. If Xianxia still didn't make a move, he would have already rushed up. Xianxia coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face was like a piece of paper and his complexion was waxy yellow. Go to hell. Xiao didn't have any hesitation. While you're down, I'll take your life. In his eyes there was only victory and defeat, only life and death. There was no mercy. Those who stood in front of him, only death awaited them. Soul dissociation. In the end, Xianxia still chose to use his own innate astral soul. In an instant, the surging might of his astral soul caused the entire space to darken. Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. Xianxia roared from the depths of his soul, as the might of his astral soul engulfed Xiao. Xiaoyin's fist was still in midair, but at that instant, the soul dissociation completely shattered his soul. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were completely reversed, and his meridians flowed in reverse. In an instant he lost his ability to move. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes widened as he slumped onto the ground. The might of his astral soul was so terrifying. Xianxia only used 50% of his strength, but he already felt a splitting headache. Although the might of his astral soul was powerful, he still had no way to fully control it. If he used the soul dissociation divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. If that happened, Xiao wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Xianxia stood there with his sword in hand, his gaze cold as though he had lost his soul. Yet the entire crowd was deathly silent. Chapter 49-21. Xianxia had only used 50% and he already had a splitting headache. Although the power of the star soul was powerful, he still couldn't control it completely. If he used the soul-snatching divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Then Xiao wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Xianxia stood with his sword, his eyes cold as if he had lost his soul. However, the audience was dead silent. Xiao actually lost? How was this possible? The audience was silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. The star warrior of the generation, the former gold medal commander Xiao actually lost to Xianxia? Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many people were still immersed in confusion, unable to believe it. Xianxia was only half a step into the star realm. How did he do it? On the viewing platform, Yunling Fei's eyes slightly glanced at Xiao Yuan, smiling faintly. Youngsters nowadays are really amazing. The new generation excels the old and each wave is stronger than the previous one. Yunling Fei unexpectedly revealed a smile. This should be the most perfect ending he could think of. Xianxia won and Xiao didn't die. However, this was just a fantasy before and now it had become a reality. Xiao Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Tai, who was beside him, was also very angry. This bastard, how did he do it? At the last moment he actually counterattacked. It's a soul attack. It seems that we have all underestimated him. After saying that, Xiao Yuan stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't kill Xiao because he couldn't kill him and he couldn't kill him. The second city lord Xiao Yuan was sitting on the high platform. If his son's life was in danger, how could he just stand by and watch? Therefore, Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to kill Xiao at all. If he really had the intention to kill, he would probably be finished. He won. We really won. Tong Yao and Tong Ling both grabbed De Huang's hands, their faces filled with excitement. Xianxia had defeated Xiao and became the focus of everyone's attention. The entire arena was filled with cheers. To them, Xianxia was the king of the new generation, the new gold medal commander. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Apart from the regiment commander, he was invincible. You don't have to worry at all. Little Qinzi has never let me down. De Huang also heaved a sigh of relief. This time Little Qinzi had indeed narrowly won against Xiao. The audience was shocked and waves of emotions surged. Jiangchen! 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 Waves of earth-shattering cheers caused everyone to stand up. They felt deep veneration for Jiangchen. This was their gold medal commander, advancing courageously, fighting to the death and invincible. That whistling sound and that kind of awe made everyone feel deep veneration. Even Jiangchen's blood was boiling. Tens of thousands of people turned out to watch him. No matter who it was, even if it was the illustrious son of the second city lord Xiaoyin, a loss was a loss. They only respected the strong, and only the strong could obtain everyone's approval. This battle shocked the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. In the near future, the news of Jiangchen would spread throughout the entire apocalypse Milky Way city. Zhuo Hui smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Tiance. This guy's face was like a sheet of gold paper, uglier than if he had eaten a fly. Not only did Jiangchen not die in this battle, but he had also risen from the ashes. Not only had he killed his 3 right-hand men, but even the gold medal commander Xiaoyin had been defeated by him. Zhang Tiance had never imagined this scene. Now Jiangchen was only 1 step away from him. The danger was getting closer and closer. Zhang Tiance knew that the enmity between him and Jiangchen was getting more and more intense, and there was no way for them to reconcile. Therefore he had to be more cautious than before. Although both of them were living in harmony right now, it was hard to say when Jiangchen would land on him. It seems that Deputy Commander Zhang is not very satisfied with today's competition, Zhuo Hui said with a smile. Zhuo Hui said with a smile. Zhang Tiance snorted coldly. His mood was terrible to the extreme. He didn't even say a word. He turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. This was a far cry from the cheers of the crowd. Look, how can you be so narrow-minded? Deputy Commander Zhang, I'm waiting for your ranking battle. Zhuo Hui was overjoyed. Jiangchen's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that this would be his end, but even the insufferably arrogant Xiaoyin was defeated by him in the end. A true gold medal commander indeed had a stronger opponent. This ally did not disappoint him. Zhang Tiance had already lost. If he could defeat him in the ranking battle, then this guy would no longer have a foothold in the horsemen of the apocalypse. Vanity faded, glory deepened. Although Jiangchen's current status could not be compared to that of a deputy commander, it had already reached the peak. He had the qualifications to command 8,000 horsemen of the apocalypse, and his prestige was vast and unparalleled. After returning to his residence, Jiangchen completely collapsed because his body was weak. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and he even missed the ranking battle. A young man dressed in blue with a trace of tenderness and determination on his face was covered in scars and blood. There were countless wounds on his body. A pitch-black space wrapped around him, and the flickering light around him made the young man's expression become complicated. What is this place? Where is this? Where am I? Blood constantly flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. The surrounding emptiness and darkness made his heart tremble. One could even hear the sound of his throat swallowing saliva. It was strangely quiet, terrifyingly quiet. All of a sudden the light around him changed. The originally pitch-black space was filled with countless specks of light that continued to enlarge. When those specks of light enlarged, the young man opened his eyes with great difficulty. They were actually slender python heads that swayed wantonly. There were thousands of them, and they sealed off all directions around him, trapping him firmly within. Scram. Fram. 21st sword. 22nd sword. The young man's eyes were filled with panic. He swung his sword, chopping off the bloody python heads one by one. However, more and more python heads appeared, gradually devouring him. No matter how sharp his sword was, it couldn't stop them. No, Father, save me. I'm in Xianxia. Father, save. The young man's eyes were filled with fear and despair as he was bitten by the python heads and turned into a bloody mist. No. Jiangchen suddenly sat up, his head covered in sweat. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, pain, despair, self-blame, and hysteria. It's a dream. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. The scene was too realistic, as if it was happening right in front of his eyes. As Feng'er was gradually devoured by the python heads, Jiangchen felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Feng'er must be in the Tianqi starfield, he must be. Jiangchen believed that this might not be a dream. Perhaps his son was right beside him, just that he did not know. Even if I have to turn the entire Tianqi starfield upside down, I must find Feng. Jiang Qin knew that he had to find Feng as soon as possible. His current situation made him even more worried. Although it was just a dream, it was a warning to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, Commander Zhou is here to see you. Chapter 49-22. I'm sorry Brother Jiang Qin, I lost. I couldn't kick Zhang Tiance out of the deputy commander position. Compared to you killing everyone in the commander ranking battle, I'm a little embarrassed to come. Zhou Lunhui said with a bitter smile, shaking his head and sighing. Commander Zhou, you don't have to blame yourself. The commander ranking battle is not comparable to the commander ranking battle at all. Zhang Tiance is a schemer and not so easy to deal with. Jiang Qin said with a smile. It's good that you can understand, but recently I heard that Zhang Tiance has taken refuge with the second city lord. This matter must not be spread out. I also advise you to be careful. The strength of the second city lord is not something we can contend with, and you defeated the son of the second city lord and won the gold medal commander position. You should be more careful in the future. As for dealing with Zhang Tiance, it seems that we can only put it aside for the time being. Zhou Lunhui was very helpless, but it was not easy for Jiang Qin to find him and warn him to be careful. Things in the Apocalypse Milky Way City are far from as simple as we think. Even the horsemen of the Apocalypse can't control the city lord, not to mention that the first city lord is no longer in charge. The second city lord, who holds great power, is naturally above tens of thousands of people. No one can compete with him. Has the first city lord retreated behind the scenes? Jiang Qin was surprised. There are some things that we can't know. In short, when you face Zhang Tiance in the future, you have to be careful and you have to be even more wary of the second city lord's people. That's all I have to say. Brother Jiang, you're on your own. Zhou Lunhui said with a stern expression. I am smiling at the heavens with a clear conscience. Even if it's the heavenly king himself, I'm not afraid. I'll make any demons or monsters reveal their true colors. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Brother Jiang is domineering. I don't have your courage and momentum. Goodbye. If you need me, just say the word. I, Zhou Lunhui, will do my best to help. After Zhou Lun left, Jiang Qin's mood became even more solemn. He was constantly worried about Feng Er's safety and situation, and he couldn't slack off for even a moment. Jiang Qin wanted to break through to the star class as soon as possible. Now that he had gone through many life and death battles, he didn't lack experience at all. He was confident that he could use the 5-barrier pill to break through in one go. However, what Jiang Qin did not expect was that every time he tried, there would always be a demon in his heart obstructing him. Every time he entered into a state of cultivation, he would dream of the scene of Feng Er being bitten to death by the python. It was incomparably vivid and ghastly, causing him to feel more and more tormented. His thoughts became more and more chaotic, and in the end he was unable to enter a meditative state of cultivation. Over 10 days of torment had caused Jiang Qin to feel extremely furious. He knew that he had to restrain himself as soon as possible, and news of Feng Er was the greatest obstacle in his heart. Is Feng Er in the Heaven Awakening Starfield? For Jiang Qin this was an unknown, but he dreamed of Feng. That scene didn't seem like a dream. It was a telepathic connection between the father and son. Jiang Qin, this is your invitation. Tong Ling took a red invitation and handed it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned and his mind moved slightly. Is it the wedding banquet of the first city lord's daughter and the second city lord's son? Jiang Qin whispered. How did you know? Did you foresee the future? You've been cultivating all this time. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Qin suspiciously. I'm going to cultivate recently, so I won't be going. You can go on my behalf. Jiang Qin said. How can I do that? This is an invitation specially sent to you by the city lord's mansion. You are now the most popular person in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the youngest and most outstanding gold commander. Tong Ling smiled, but seeing that Jiang Qin's expression wasn't good, she didn't say much. Instead, she put down the invitation and left. Jiang Qin looked at the invitation in a daze. He immediately picked it up and left the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The next day, the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City seemed to be filled with joy. Every street was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. Today was a special day, the marriage between the city lords. The first city lord's daughter was married to the second city lord's son, making countless people envious of this immortal couple. I heard that the second city lord's second son, Xiao Tai, is a talented man. Today is a joyous day for the two city lords. Even the heavenly prison is pardoned. Yes, this is a true match of social status. Haha, it's a happy occasion for us to reduce 10 years of taxes. It's a pity that we can't see the eldest princess. I wonder what kind of beauty she is. Do you think that just anyone can see the eldest princess? That's a priceless treasure. Not many people even know the eldest princess's name. It's said that she's a rare and incomparable woman. Everyone should be celebrating. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was a scene of prosperity. Among the common people, there wasn't a single person who wasn't talking about this heaven and earth marriage. As for the Green Sun Mansion, the residence of the second city lord Zhou Xian was already packed with people. People from all over had come to offer their congratulations, making countless people sigh in admiration. Hundreds of thousands of people were there to witness this grand wedding. The Green Sun Mansion was blessed by the heavens. It was one of the best treasured lands on the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. Everything within 10,000 miles belonged to the Green Sun Mansion. The second city lord Zhou Xian was the true ruler of the Heavenly Awakening planet and even the Heavenly Awakening star system. Countless people had come to offer their congratulations, shocking the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. The marriage between the eldest city lord and the second city lord was also known as the grandest wedding in 100,000 years. The entrance of the Green Sun Mansion was already deserted. There was an endless stream of people coming and going to offer their congratulations. There were people from all over the Heavenly Awakening star system. As the core of the Heavenly Awakening star system, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was an existence that countless people looked up to. Only the true powerhouses of the Heavenly Awakening star system were qualified to attend this grand wedding. In the inner mansion of the Green Sun Mansion, Zhou Xian was looking into the distance. Behind him, Xiao Tai, who was dressed in red, silently lowered his head. Tomorrow will be the day of your wedding. It will also be the day of the Xiao family's rise. Zhou Xian said indifferently. Old thing, you've suppressed me for tens of thousands of years. Tomorrow there will be some old debts that need to be settled. Father, Auntie has already obtained the item. Now we're only missing the last piece of jade. Unfortunately, that piece of trash, Zhang Tiance, hasn't been able to obtain it. Xiao Tai said solemnly. Zhangchen, he's just a small character. I don't even care about Yun Lingfei, let alone him. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I'm just too lazy to make a move. Zhou Xian snorted coldly as he sat calmly on the armchair. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, fearless of the heavens. Does that mean that father already has a plan? We have to get rid of that fellow Zhangchen. Even Big Brother lost to him. Chapter 49-23. Hit where it hurts. I've already sent the Flying Tiger General. Since Qi Luoying is so important to Zhangchen, let's see if he's willing to exchange his jade tablet for her. The Flying Tiger General. Xiao Tai's heart trembled. That was the trump card of the Xiao family army, the Zodiac Death Warriors. There were 12 of them, all star-level powerhouses. Rumor had it that they were the absolute death warriors his father had personally chosen over the past tens of thousands of years. Most of them came from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and eventually became the Xiao family's fans. Each of them had 12 subordinates, all star-level powerhouses. These 100 or so people were the absolute trump card of the Xiao family army, and only his father could mobilize them. Rumor had it that the Zodiac Death Warriors swept through the universe. They were even more powerful than the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and they carried out countless missions in secret. No one knew of their existence because they were like ghosts. They would only appear if Zhou Xian gave the word. They were as quiet as a virgin, as swift as a rabbit, and as unpredictable as a thunderbolt. The Zodiac Death Warriors had never been defeated. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. This was exactly what Xiao Tai was worried about. He didn't care if Zhangchen died or not, but Qi Luoying was his beloved wife, his true love. Father, what about Luoying? Xiao Tai asked in a low voice. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. You still want to care about a mere woman? How can she follow me to achieve hegemony? After that old geezer dies, do you think Qi Luoying will follow you wholeheartedly? In this world, nothing comes without sowing. Only the strong can stand tall. It's time for the Heaven Awakening star field to change its master. Zhou Xian said coldly, not looking at Xiao Tai again. Father's teachings are correct. Xiao Tai clenched his teeth, his expression a bit depressed. Qi Luoying was the woman he had been pursuing all these years, and she was the love of his life. That was why he had been filled with hatred for Jiangchen and wanted to kill him. He hadn't expected that she would die at his father's hands. Xiao Tai knew that if he wanted to achieve hegemony he would have to make sacrifices. In the future, when he reached the peak of the heaven-awakened star system, countless women would be willing to kneel before him. How could a mere Qi Luoying compare to them? Remember, if a man is trapped by his emotions, then he will become a puppet-like lower body animal. Women are just the vassals of this world. A man must be ruthless, only then can he not be bound by external things, only then can he become a true expert. A soft-hearted man who acts on his emotions will forever be a failure. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan stood up and left. Xiao Tai remained at the same spot, nodding heavily as he gazed into the distance. In life one had to make a choice. Although he was deeply in love with Qi Luoying, she didn't have him in her heart. Even if he was deeply in love with her, it was nothing more than wishful thinking. In the end it would be all for naught. It was better to end things as soon as possible. Luoying, blame it on the fact that you are his daughter. I hope that we will be fated to be together in our next lives, Xiao Tai muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. He had to give up something to gain something. For the sake of their grand ambitions, for the sake of dominating the entire heaven-awakening star region, the Xiao family had suffered for countless years. That muddle-headed old thing should have died long ago. In the small building at the center of the lake, Yuanwen held Qi Luoying's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although she didn't want her daughter to marry Xiao Yuyan's son, what was done could not be undone. As a woman, she simply didn't have any power to speak of. Some people are unable to decide their own fate from the moment they are born. Unless you are able to become a supreme expert and change your fate, only then will you be able to decide for yourself. Otherwise, everything will be futile. Your father has married you to Xiao Tai. You will have to think carefully about your future. Yuanwen spoke in a low voice, her eyes filled with helplessness. I know, mother. I know what to do. Qi Luoying nodded, her eyes somewhat pale and hollow. Jiangchen is a good person and mother feels sorry for him. However, sometimes we simply can't control our own fate. Yuanwen sighed. I know. If you want to blame something, blame it on the fact that we are not fated to be together. Qi Luoying smiled bitterly. Madam, it's almost time. The city lord has instructed us to bring the first princess back to the mansion as soon as possible. Outside the door, a low voice broke the silence between the two of them. I don't need you to remind me. Yuanwen's eyes turned cold as she spoke in a deep voice. The people outside the door were all guards of the city lord's mansion. Yuanwen and Qi Luoying exchanged glances. The people of the city lord's mansion had already come to pick her up, so she had no other choice. Protect the emperor. Peef. Figures fell in front of the small building at the center of the lake. Yuanwen and Qi Luoying's eyes were filled with a trace of nervousness. Madam, first princess, hurry up and leave. Hurry. The guard leader outside the door was a star-level expert, and the 10 of them were all elite guards of the city lord's mansion. How could they fall in less than 10 breaths? Before the guard leader's voice died away, he had already fallen. Qi Luoying's heart sank. Who would dare to cause trouble here at this time? Take them away. With a low roar, the tiger-headed young man who was masked moved his palm and directly pushed back Yuanwen, who was about to rush over. Yuanwen was sent flying, her face extremely gloomy. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense. These 10 people were all star-level experts and they gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. Who the hell are you? Kill. The tiger-headed young man looked straight ahead. Wait. If you want to kill her, kill me first. Qi Luoying's face was pale. She placed the dagger across her neck and stood in front of her mother. This group of people came in a menacing manner. Even the guards of the city lord's mansion were no match for them. All of them fell in a pool of blood and without exception their throats were slit. Get lost. The tiger-headed young man forced Yuanwen to retreat with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious on the ground. It didn't matter if she died or not, but at least Qi Luoying couldn't die now. Take her away. The tiger-headed young man turned around and walked out of the hut as if he was walking on flat ground. Qi Luoying looked back at her mother, feeling extremely worried. However, she didn't know who these people in front of her were and why they were here. Her current identity was extraordinary. Who was targeting her? Jiang Qin held the invitation in his hand and looked at the hut in the distance. What he didn't expect was that the top 10 experts would instantly kill the guards of the city lord's mansion outside and kidnap Lu Ying. What a strong momentum. These people only have killing intent in their eyes. Jiang Qin looked at them, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. He originally just wanted to look from afar because there was only Feng Er in his heart. At this time, Jiang Qin had completely thrown his romantic feelings to the back of his mind. He didn't want to be controlled by his feelings. Chapter 49-24. Although he didn't want to be a burden to Luo Ying, he didn't want to be a nobody in the Heaven Awakening starfield. He didn't want to be unable to find any news of Feng. You even dared to kidnap the princess of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. Looks like your background isn't simple. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice as he stood in front of the tiger-headed youth and the others. Jiang Qin. Luo Ying's face was filled with shock. However, at this moment she wished that Jiang Qin hadn't appeared. With so many experts here, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for them. Even if he had just obtained the gold commander position of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment, it was impossible for him to contend against so many experts. I've searched far and wide, but the one I've been looking for is you. The tiger-headed youth raised his eyebrows. His tiger-like eyes moved slightly, and an unprecedented radiance bloomed in his eyes. A trap. The first thought that popped into Luo Ying's mind was that this was a trap. They had come to capture her to lure the snake out of its hole so that Jiang Qin would walk right into their trap. Hurry up and leave, Jiang Qin. I've already severed all ties with you. Jiang Qin frowned and ignored Luo Ying's words. Instead, he was very curious about the top 10 experts because their goal was actually not Luo Ying, but himself. What did he have that was worth them dealing with? If they wanted to deal with him, they could have come to him directly. There was no need for them to do so. Looking for me? You might be disappointed. Jiang Qin laughed. How could that be? You have something on you that I want. In order to be absolutely safe, I have to capture her first. The tiger-headed youth said in a deep voice. Let him go and I'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Qin said that since the other party had come with a purpose, it was simple. Jiang Qin wasn't a match for the top 10 experts. If he wanted to borrow the power of the six-spine coiling dragon, it would definitely shock the big shots of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Qin wouldn't use the six-spine coiling dragon's trump card. Not bad. What a wise fellow. Looks like the so-called gold medal commander is only Esu. The tiger-headed youth stared at Jiang Qin. Jade plate, you know what I'm talking about. Jade plate. Jiang Qin frowned. Although he didn't know what the jade token was used for, he knew that it belonged to the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The blue-robed youth had tried to snatch the jade token from him many times. Today, this tiger-headed youth who didn't know anything was also aiming for the jade token. Don't give it to him. Go, Jiang Qin. They won't let you off even if you give it to them. Luo Ying said in a low voice. She could not break free at all and she did not want to implicate Jiang Qin. Their target is me. I should be the one who implicated you. How can I leave? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the tiger-headed youth and the others. The jade token is here, but you have to hand over the person first. Otherwise, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Do you know who you're negotiating with? The tiger-headed youth thought nothing of it. You can indeed kill her before I can, but I can also destroy this jade tablet before you can. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead and argued with reason. If he gave in at this moment, he wouldn't have any chance to win this battle. The tiger-headed youth and Jiang Qin looked at each other and were silent for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally compromised. If he obtained a broken jade token, his master would not hesitate to kill him. Oh, Jiang Qin. Don't give it to them. They won't let you off. Luo Ying screamed with all her might. She knew that she was just a prelude. The jade token in Jiang Qin's hand was what they really wanted. Once they got it, they would not let Jiang Qin off either. The jade token was his last trump card. Jiang Qin smiled. At this time he had no other choice. Luo Ying's safety was above everything else. For the sake of an unknown jade token, Jiang Qin would not go back and gamble. You only have one chance. If you dare to play any tricks, I will tear you into pieces. The tiger-headed youth said fiercely. Jiang could not escape from his palm. Although this gold medal commander had defeated Xiao Yin, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Let her go. The tiger-headed youth shouted. Luo Ying was released and she ran to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen held Luo Ying's hand and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Can you give me the jade token now? If you dare to play any tricks, you will die without a burial place. The tiger-headed youth stood with his hands behind his back, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen made the slightest movement, he would be able to catch him. Catch. Jiang Chen threw a brick to the tiger-headed youth. The moment the tiger-headed youth caught the brick, he was slightly stunned. Then he flew into a rage and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Boy, you dare? You're courting death. The tiger-headed youth roared like thunder. The 10 experts instantly surrounded Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not easy to deal with. If he couldn't win, couldn't he run? Jiang Chen stepped on the sky-ascending stairway. His silhouette flickered as he flew towards the hut. After saving Yuan Wen, he quickly fled. Chase. I'm going to tear you into pieces, Jiang Chen. The tiger-headed youth was furious. For so many years, no one had dared to play with him like this. This Jiang Chen was simply courting death. Jiang Chen had already prepared himself. These 10 men were all desperados and they were very strong. He was no match for them right now. Although he wasn't afraid of these strong enemies, Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot. Only by avoiding their attacks would he be able to catch his breath. If these guys were to tangle with him, it would definitely be a life-and-death battle. Jiang Chen would never put himself in such a situation because he knew that these people were most likely with the blue-robed man. The person behind them must be panicking, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with such an unwise plan. Jiang Chen brought 2 people with him. He was not in the mood to continue fighting, so he desperately ran out of the city. The other party could make such a big move in the Apocalypse Milky Way city, and their target was even the City Lord's daughter. They did not fear the first City Lord and the second City Lord. Such a plot, such strength in the entire Apocalypse Milky Way city, absolutely did not exceed one hand. Although Jiang Chen still did not know who was behind these people. Jiang Chen, you can't run far with us. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. Luo Ying whispered beside Jiang Chen. Shut up. What's the point of saying this at this time? If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come out from the beginning. Let's leave this place first. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Chapter 49-25. Let's get out of the city first. Jiang Chen quickly left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City and ran all the way to the 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest. Let's see how long you can escape. Once you leave the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, you won't even know how you died. The tiger-headed youth revealed a cold smile. The 10 people sped up and the distance between them and Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen desperately ran. The crisis was still above his head. The tiger-headed youth could catch up with him at any time. As long as you enter the Water Curtain Mountain, I will show you the way. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's words rang in Jiang Chen's ears. However, even if he left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, there was still a long distance between him and the Water Curtain Mountain. The 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't make a move if he didn't enter the Water Curtain Mountain. That would definitely alarm countless people. During this time, the tiger-headed youth still caught up with him. The distance between them was already very close. You're still too young to escape from the palm of my hand, Han Feihu. The tiger-headed youth Han Feihu said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't bring anyone with him, Han Feihu wouldn't be able to catch up with him even if he exerted all his strength. However, Jiang Chen had brought someone with him, so it was impossible for him to escape from Han Feihu's palm. Han Feihu also rejoiced. If Jiang Chen only cared about escaping, then it would be very difficult to threaten him. This kind of pretentious and righteous person had always been his favorite. Such a person had a weakness. Those vicious outlaws simply didn't have a weakness. Seeing that the 10 experts had completely surrounded Jiang Chen, Luo Ying's face was filled with a dignified expression. This was a situation of absolute death. Now none of them could escape. Let's see where you still want to run to. Water Curtain Mountain? 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest? Even if you enter these 2 places of great danger, you won't have any chance of survival. Even if I don't kill you, you will still be devoured by the demonic beasts. Why don't you fulfill your wish now? As long as you hand over the jade pendant, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. I only have one goal. Han Fei, who made a solemn vow. Jiangchen was now a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. If I don't give it to you, I'll still have a way out. If I give it to you, will I still be able to leave alive? Jiangchen sneered. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems like you've made up your mind to fight with us. You are very smart, but unfortunately you are destined to die here. Han Fei, whose gaze was like a knife as he approached Jiangchen step by step. The most nervous person was none other than Luo Ying. In the face of these top 10 experts, she had almost no power to fight back. Even Jiangchen, who had previously defeated the gold medal commander Xiao Yin, would not be able to face so many experts with ease. There's still room for leeway if I fight to the death. But if you want the jade pendant, kill me first. Jiangchen and Han Fei, who exchanged glances. The 10 silhouettes instantly arrived, the sabers in their hands gleaming with sharpness, sealing off all of Jiangchen's escape routes. He had no way to avoid this battle. The 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't help him, and he also couldn't use the power of his astral soul. Once he did, he would definitely enter a long period of recuperation. Before he broke through to the stellar realm, Jiangchen had already decided not to use his astral soul anymore. If not, he would suffer a great deal of damage to himself. It was impossible for his body to withstand the immense pressure from his astral soul. Facing the 10 experts, Jiangchen didn't dare to be careless. He directly executed the draconic transformation art and faced the encirclement of the 10 experts. He was in a deep predicament, but by relying on the limitless sword, Jiangchen wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Among these 10, other than Han Fei, who was at the 2nd heavenly layer of the star realm, the other 9 were all at the 1st heavenly layer. Just Han Fei, who alone wasn't someone Xiao Yin could compare to. For this battle, Jiangchen was already prepared to die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use his trump card. Once he did, it would mean that he would no longer have a place to stay in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. He could only wander the world. Sword 29. Single solar finger. Although Jiangchen's strength was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the half-step star realm, with the support of the draconic transformation art and the dragon soaring art, he had almost reached the 1st heavenly layer of the star realm. Facing so many experts, it wasn't easy for him to maintain the situation. Although he didn't have any power to fight back, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a short time and killed by Han Fei, who. As he fought and retreated, Jiangchen quickly moved towards the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed like he was retreating, but in fact he had a purpose. Once he entered the Water Curtain Mountain, he would be like a fish in the sea. With the 6-ridged coiling dragon, unless the 3 city lords personally came, no one would be his opponent. So now, as long as Jiangchen could delay them, he would have a chance of survival. Hut in the center of the lake. Mo Han's face was gloomy. He looked at the surrounding rain. Other than the dead guards, the entire hut was empty. It was deathly silent. Damn it. Mo Han was extremely worried. His mother and sister had both disappeared. Whether they were dead or alive, there had to be an explanation. Right now he was most worried that someone wanted their lives. Young master, this? The guard behind Mo Han asked in a low voice. Returned to the mansion. To see father. Mo Han knew that this matter was very serious. If it was an ordinary matter, his mother and Luo Ying's disappearance might have been because they wanted to leave. However, the guards of the city lord's mansion had all died here. It couldn't have been done by them. His mother and Luo Ying weren't a match for these guards at all. How could they have slit their throats? Someone must have wanted them to disappear. Right now they didn't even know if they were dead or alive. Luo Ying and Xiao Tai's wedding was imminent. For something like this to happen, Mo Han knew that the implications were too great. It was related to the face of the entire Tianqi planet, as well as the relationship between his father and the 2nd city lord. The bride disappeared on the eve of the wedding, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that someone wanted to target the city lord's mansion? Or was it to sow discord? Was it to make them lose face? Mo Han knew that this matter wasn't something he could speculate about. Right now he had to quickly return to the mansion to inform his husband and let him make the final decision. Although he was worried about the safety of his mother and sister, Mo Han was powerless to reverse this desperate situation. To be able to kill the elite guards of the city lord's mansion with a single slash meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. Emohan didn't have much time to think and quickly rushed back to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was located on the central axis of the entire Tianqi planet. It was the best location, covering an area of 10,000 miles. It was more than 10 times better than Qingyang Flower Mansion. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was also abnormally rich. The jade palaces stretched for 10,000 miles, occupying a tenth of the entire Tianqi Galaxy City. Inform my father that I have an important matter to report. In front of the city lord's mansion, there were more than 1,000 guards. Even the young master Emohan had to report. The city lord is in the Spring Light Palace. He will only come out at night. Please wait for a moment, young master. The commander of the guards, Yang Qingji, said. Chapter 49-26. It's that slut again. Eldest young master needs to be careful with his words and actions. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. Yang Qingji said in a low voice. I understand, Brother Yang, but today's matter is too important. I can't wait any longer. Emohan had a bitter look on his face. At this time he also had no choice. He was fully responsible for the wedding, but his father was entangled with another woman. Emohan's heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. You know the temper of the city lord. When he is in the Spring Light Palace, no one dares to disturb him. Yang Qingji said meticulously. Once he entered the Spring Light Palace, the emperor would never attend morning court. Emohan's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. If it weren't for that woman, his father wouldn't have been unable to extricate himself from this situation, causing their family to fall apart, making them father and son like enemies. Over the years he had completely lost the favor of the city lord mansion's eldest young master and was almost banished to the cold palace, while his mother had moved to a small house in the middle of the lake. Although it seemed glorious, he hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences to his father in the past thousands of years. The relationship between father and son had long fallen apart. As the king of the entire Heavenly Awakening Starfield, the city lord of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was high and aloof. Even Emohan couldn't come into contact with him. As the son of the city lord, his identity had become a disgrace. He knew that his father did not want to see him, but at this moment Emohan had no other choice. His parents and sister were in danger, and this time he was going to marry the son of the second city lord Xiao Yuan, which was already known to everyone, and at this critical moment the bride was gone. Emohan knew that this matter was likely to bring disaster to himself. No, I must go in. This matter is related to the safety and reputation of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. If I don't see my father now, there will be endless troubles in the future. If there are any consequences, I will bear it. Brother Yang, please. Emohan said with a serious face. Yang Qingji pondered for a moment. Although Emohan had not been put in an important position by the city lord these past few years and had become a marginal figure, but Yang Qingji still understood Emohan's character. Although their relationship couldn't be said to be very close, it was still very good. If it didn't involve this kind of matter, Yang Qingji would absolutely not refuse Emohan. However, the city lord was the master of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, and no one would dare to go against his words. As the commander of the guards of the city lord mansion, he was duty-bound. For a moment Yang Qingji was in a dilemma. It's too late, Brother Yang, I beg you. Emohan knelt down on one knee. At that moment Yang Qingji's complexion slightly changed. He quickly helped Emohan up and sighed helplessly. Very well, eldest young master, since you insist, I'll make an exception and let you in. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Emohan's eyes lit up with gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Qingji opening the way, even a star level 5 powerhouse wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone a star level 2 like him. Emohan madly ran all the way to the Spring Light Palace. That was the place where his father and concubine Lan stayed. Normally no one was allowed to enter. Emohan couldn't care less. Right now not only was his sister's wedding in front of them, but the safety of her and his mother was still unknown. The only person who could save them was his father. Father, your son requests an audience. Emohan's voice was like a great bell, reverberating in front of the Spring Light Palace. Even though he called out, the Spring Light Palace remained silent. Father, your son has an important matter to discuss with you. Emohan's voice became louder. Like a thunderclap, It resounded throughout the Spring Light Palace. You dare to disturb my sweet dream? How many brains do you have? Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. A monstrous and domineering voice resounded from the Spring Light Palace. The two bronze doors that were more than 10 meters tall were shattered into pieces. A man in a green robe slowly walked out. His eyes were like bronze bells and his killing intent was monstrous. That kind of domineering attitude made Emohan's heart tremble. However, if he didn't come, the ending would be even more out of control. Bastard! The green-robed man sent out a palm, forcing Emohan back. He was heavily injured and his face was filled with bitterness. This man was none other than the overlord of the Heaven-Awakened Starfield, the City Lord of the Heaven-Awakened Galaxy City, Qi Yeyu. His aura made it so that no one dared to look him in the eye. In the entire Heaven-Awakened Starfield he was unparalleled. As the absolute overlord of the Heaven-Awakened Starfield, Qi Yeyu's status was self-evident. He was the god of the Heaven-Awakened Star and no one could defy him. The spiritual embryo that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was about to be born. That was his and concubine Lan's child, and it was the result of all his hard work. Once the spiritual embryo was born, it would be the true chosen of the heavens, and it would become the crown prince to replace him. Emohan clenched his teeth. That palm had caused the blood in his body to churn. If he had used another 10% of his strength he might have already died. Even if the man in front of him was his father, Emohan was still unwilling to look him in the eye. This palm is the price for your recklessness. Your Aunt Lon and I are currently nurturing the spiritual embryo. If anything goes wrong I will take your life. Your son understands. Thank you, Father, for being lenient. Father, please listen to your son. My death is not to be regretted, but today Mother and Luo Ying have both disappeared. The guards who went to pick them up all died tragically, their throats slit by a knife. Even the star-level commander was no exception. Mother and sister's lives are at stake and the wedding is imminent. How are we going to face the world? How are we going to face the second city lord's family? Emohan said with a serious face, his eyes filled with worry. Qi Yeyu frowned, but his eyes were quite indifferent. As the host of the wedding and the steward of the city lord's mansion, you can't escape the blame for this matter. At this time the city lord and I are nurturing the spiritual embryo. I think you have ulterior motives. Xiaolon said with anger in her eyes. She gently rubbed her belly and looked at Qi Yeyu with hidden bitterness. If anything went wrong at this critical moment, then Emohan would bear all the consequences. Emohan's expression suddenly changed and he quickly lowered his head. Emohan knows his mistake. Father, please calm down. Etlon, please calm down. Beauty, don't panic. Our spiritual embryo is fine. Qi Yeyu smiled and gently stroked Xiaolon's belly. He didn't put Emohan's words in his heart. Outrageous. That damned girl couldn't have run away from the wedding, right? I heard that she still has a lover. When did our Xiao family mistreat her? She dared to run away on the eve of the wedding. Isn't this discrediting our city lord's mansion? Even the Xiao family will definitely be ridiculed. Now people from all over have already taken their places. All we have to do is wait for the big wedding tomorrow. Now, do you still want my nephew to perform a one-man show? Xiaolon said bluntly. Her words pierced the heart, leaving Emohan speechless. Even Qi Yeyu could only smile. Beauty, don't worry. I will pass down the order to seal off the heavenly awakening galaxy city and search every inch of the city. We must find that dead girl. You must not be angry. If the baby is affected, there will be problems with our spiritual embryo. Chapter 49-27. You were supposed to be in charge of this matter, but now you can't take responsibility for it. That wicked girl is as stubborn as your mother and I don't know where she has gone to hide. But at this time she can't do anything about it. Marriage is something that should be decided by the parents. Moreover, old Zhao's son Xiao Tai is not someone that ordinary people can compare to. He is talented, good-looking, and extraordinarily valiant. It's not easy for me to find such a son-in-law, not to mention that he is the nephew of your Aunt Lon. She really doesn't know what's good for her. If you can't find them, I'll hold you accountable. We are the dignified city lord's mansion. We are the role models of the heavenly awakening star region. Something like this happens, how can I explain it to your Uncle Xiao? Qi Yeyu sneered and looked at Emohan with disdain. Emohan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He could only nod indifferently. In his father's eyes they were all jackals of the same tribe. The disappearance of his mother and Luo Ying was not the object of his concern. But husband, I suspect that my mother and Luo Ying have been taken away. Otherwise, how could the guards who went to pick them up be killed? Emo Han said unwillingly. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. This is your business. Find your sister and don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here. Qi Yeyu shouted. Emo Han's heart was completely cold. His mother had named him Emo Han in the past to not disappoint his parents, relatives, and friends. But now the only person who could disappoint him was his father. Yes. Emo Han slowly withdrew from the Spring Light Palace. Wait, take the 9 green dragon envoys and search the entire heavenly awakening star. If you can't find them within a day, I'll hold you accountable. Qi Yu coldly snorted. He put his arm around Xiao Lan's shoulder and walked towards the Spring Light Palace. Xiao Lan sneered and looked at Emo Han with disdain. Clang. Emo Han's eyes lit up. He held the green dragon order in his hand. Finally, this trip was not in vain. The 9 Azure Dragon envoys were the personal guards of the City Lord Mansion. Their strength was outstanding and they were not any weaker than him. With the 9 Azure Dragon envoys and their Azure Dragon guards, finding his mother and Luo Ying would be a lot easier. Emo Han didn't care about the wedding, but the safety of his mother and Luo Ying was the most important thing in his heart. In his father's eyes, he wasn't worth mentioning at all. His title as the City Lord's eldest young master was just an empty title. He didn't even care about his mother and Luo Ying. He knew that all of this was because of Xiao Lan. But even so, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Once Xiao Tai married his sister, the Xiao family's influence would further invade the City Lord's mansion. This was what Emo Han was most worried about. His father had been infatuated with Xiao Lan all these years. He was no longer the father he used to be. Let's find mother and sister first. No matter who you are, I will definitely drag you out. Emo Han gripped the token tightly, gritted his teeth and flew out of the Spring Light Palace. Half a day later, Emo Han finally received a report from the Azure Dragon Guards. They said that outside the heavenly awakening Milky Way City, on the way to the Water Curtain Mountain, there were traces of a great battle between star-level powerhouses. Emo Han rushed to the scene without stopping and looked around in all directions. Indeed, this place had the same aura that he had felt in the small house at the center of the lake. It was cold, murderous, and suffocating. Daring to make such a big fuss at this time, I'm afraid there isn't a second person. This group of people seems to be heading towards the Water Curtain Mountain, but who could it be? Emo Han murmured and his eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Xianxia? No matter who it was for Emo Han, the most important thing was to find his mother and Luo Ying as soon as possible. Everyone, today it's all up to you. My mother and sister's lives are at stake, and the City Lord's mansion's honor is also tied to you. Whether it's success or failure, it all depends on this battle. Follow me to battle. Emo Han said solemnly. Eldest young master, rest assured, we will do our best to rescue the eldest princess and mistress. The leader of the Azure Dragon Guards, Yan Qingyun, said in a low voice. As the Azure Dragon Guards and the personal guards of the City Lord, their status was quite high. They were not afraid to face Emo Han, because they were the City Lord's left and right hands. This time they were assigned to the eldest young master to pursue the murderer. They naturally knew which was more important. Even if the eldest young master was not as elegant as he was in the past, this matter concerned the City Lord's mansion's honor and the life and death of the City Lord's 2 closest relatives. Emo Han nodded slightly and quickly followed the trail. If they still could not find Luo Ying before the wedding tomorrow, then the City Lord's mansion would definitely become the laughing stock of the entire heavenly awakening star region. Emo Han knew better than anyone else that his mother's life and death was the most important thing. The moonlight was bright, and the scarlet moon was like weeping blood, shining on the mountain. As the moon's shadow spread out, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword emitted bursts of black light, and drops of blood fell from the blade to the ground. Drip, drip. The sound of blood falling could be heard as it fell into the puddles between the rivers. The heavy rain had already subsided and Jiang Chen's clothes were already soaked and mixed with the blood. The surrounding top 10 experts were also constantly gasping for breath. Apart from Han Feihu, they all had injuries that were neither light nor heavy. But the most important thing was that Jiang Chen was really good at enduring. After fighting for 20 hours he was still able to show such vigor. Even Han Feihu was a little surprised. The top 9 experts under him were not defeated by Zhang Chen, but they were stalled by him. Even Han Feihu himself was no exception. Jiang Chen fought and retreated towards the Water Curtain Mountain. Along the way he did everything he could and did not confront Han Feihu head-on. Otherwise he would have been defeated long ago and it would have been impossible for him to hold on until now. When the enemy advanced he would retreat. When the enemy was tired he would attack. Jiang Chen perfectly controlled the confrontation with these people. He did not seek victory, but only hoped to enter the Water Curtain Mountain step by step. During this period he swallowed 10 little rejuvenation pills, and with the support of his powerful Genesis Chi, he was able to preserve his current battle power and exhaust most of the top 10 experts' strength. Jiang Chen did not confront them head-on. This was the only way he could preserve his strength as much as possible. Otherwise Jiang Chen would not be their match at all. It was not that he was belittling himself, but with so many experts he would not be able to escape unless he used all his trump cards. But if he did that, the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would be shaken, and this was not the result Jiang Chen wanted. Chapter 49-28. Jiang Chen knew very well that it was almost impossible to kill them. As long as he had the intention to kill, he would definitely be the first to suffer. It was more important to escape now. This group of guys was unclear. It would be too unlucky if he died in the hands of these people. However, with the Emperor of the Cosmos's Jade card in hand, Jiang Chen at least had a final trump card. As expected of the person who defeated Xiao Yin and obtained the gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights. Seems that I really underestimated you. To be able to hold me Han Feihu for a day and not be defeated, you do have some skills. But, you have made me completely angry. No one can escape from my hands, no one can. Kid, to be able to die in my hands, it is a worthy death. My patience from this moment on has been completely worn out by you. Han Feihu clenched his fists and his eyes were about to pop. This kid was slippery like a loach. He had been fighting with them for a day and a night, and he had never been in such a difficult situation. The most hateful thing was that he was not a star-level master. As the most powerful master under the second city lord, how could he still have any face? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry I have implicated you, Luo Ying said in a sorrowful tone. Jiang Chen was already exhausted. He had done his best in facing the top 10 experts. If it was any other second heavenly layer star realm expert, he or she would have already died, but no matter how much effort they had put in, they still had to bow their heads to fate. Don't say these words at this time. The person who should say sorry should be me. I have let you down. If it wasn't for the jade card in my hand, they would not have pointed their spear at you. Even Auntie has suffered. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, but he had never been a person who accepted his fate, not to mention that it was far from the point of death. Although Jiang Chen had not broken through the star level, he was already infinitely close. After several battles he was very confident. With the help of the 5-barrier pill he only needed an opportunity. It was just that the matter of Feng'er had been pressing on his heart, so it made Jiang Chen feel a sense of suffocation. Death is at hand. Let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Han Feihu held the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Han Feihu was really angry this time and it seemed that he was going to fight to the death with him. Previously Han Feihu had always been cautious. Because of the jade token in his hand he had no choice but to be careful. If he crushed the jade token then all his efforts would be in vain. Han Feihu had a heavy responsibility here, so he had no choice but to be careful. Once the jade token was broken his life would be at risk. Han Feihu had originally planned to use the wheel tactic to wear him down first, but little did he know that the one who would wear him down in the end would be himself. Han Feihu couldn't even find a place to cry. Jiang Chen alone had exhausted all of them. How could Han Feihu not be angry when he had been playing around all day but had been pecked in the eye by an eagle? Now he was like a tortoise crawling into a kitchen pit. He was suffocating with anger, so even at the risk of dying together he had to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. Jiang Chen was also very cautious in his heart because he had the upper hand in the previous game with Han Feihu. However, Han Feihu was now angry and did not fall for it at all. If Han Feihu went all out it would still be very dangerous for him. Fortunately they were not far from Water Curtain Mountain. As long as Jiang Chen clenched his teeth he would definitely be able to get through it. Seems that I have to have a good fight. Jiang Qin raised his sword and once again charged into the enemy's formation. This hearty battle made Jiang Qin feel extremely carefree. Let the storm come fiercer. Jiang Qin held the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon sword tightly. His eyes were even more bloodthirsty. He was born to fight. Although it was a narrow escape, his hot blood had never been extinguished. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's just a stubborn resistance. Blood tears 10,000 blade light. Rays of blade light covered the sky. Jiang Qin acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He used the ghostly steps, but he could not retreat anymore. If he did, Luo Ying would be in deep trouble. Holding the heavenly dragon sword tightly, the blade light descended from the sky. Rays of light and shadows exploded in the starry sky. It was as if it was daytime. Within a radius of 10 miles, the wind blew and the grass and trees were crushed. Double dragon finger. Jiang Qin pointed with his fingertips. Airwaves rolled around his fingertips and firmly sealed the surrounding space. However, it was still destroyed by the rays of blade light. The space around him collapsed inch by inch. Jiang Qin's eyes were bloodshot. He held his blade horizontally and punched out. Starlight, enter the body. 100 refined stars open for me. Jiang Qin punched out. Endless starlight gathered. Coincidentally, it was nighttime. The starlight was dazzling. The power of the stars surged out and collided with Han Feihu. Finally, Jiang Qin stopped declining. Han Feihu could no longer shake Jiang Qin. Damn it! Han Feihu's perlicue cracked and his pupils shrank. Jiang Qin's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, they still could not kill Jiang Qin. Although they had some scruples before and wanted to seize the jade pendant, they did not use their full strength. Jiang Qin also took advantage of this gap and gradually led them into a familiar battle of attrition. Everyone gradually became his vassals and was led by the nose. At this time, Han Feihu used all his skills and pressured them. The power that Jiang Qin had erupted in a desperate situation had completely shocked Han Feihu. This battle was bound to be a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to the enemy. Attack with all your strength. Kill him without mercy. Han Feihu could no longer retreat. At this time he had to fight to the death. Jiang Qin's strength was getting weaker and weaker. His injuries were also getting worse. If he did not take this opportunity to kill him, he was afraid that this guy would come up with more tricks. Han Feihu's eyes were fierce. Under the siege of the top 10 experts, Jiang Qin's situation was also on the verge of death. The sun rose and the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sky. After fighting for a day and a night, Jiang Qin's robe was also soaked in blood. He fought against the top 10 eternal star-level experts, holding on to his last breath. He continued to retreat, and the water curtain mountain was already in front of him. Jiang Qin. Under a loud shout, Han Feihu's face changed. When he looked back, he found that Mo Han and the others appeared not far away. Damn bastard, damn it. I actually let him delay for so long. Han Feihu was furious. At the same time, he blamed himself. At first, he did not dare to fight Jiang Qin with the jade pendant. Now that reinforcements came, this battle was over. Big Brother. Chapter 49-29. Phew, Jiang Qin also let out a sigh of relief. Mo Han's appearance had made Han Feihu want to retire, because he could see that the people behind Mo Han were all extremely powerful experts, and they weren't ordinary people. It's the 9 envoys of the Green Dragon. Han Feihu clenched his fists. Although his heart was full of unwillingness, he knew that he had no chance at all. If they continued to fight, they would be completely annihilated. He was very clear about the strength of the 9 envoys. It seems that the guards of the city lord's mansion were killed by you. Mo Han's eyes were filled with anger. He stood still and stared at Han Feihu. A battle was about to break out. Humph, so what if it's me? What can you do to me? I want to leave, what can you do to me? Han Feihu quickly retreated. If it was only Mo Han, then Han Feihu would have gone all out. After all, he had a heavy responsibility, but the 9 Azure Dragon envoys were also present, so he wasn't sure if he could win this battle. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Yan Qingyun calmly said and stopped Mo Han, who was about to chase after them. This group of people was not simple and they were not easy to deal with. Once a battle broke out, it would be very troublesome and it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Yan, thank you for reminding me. I almost made a mistake. Mo Han said in a low voice. His mission was to find his mother and sister. Now that they had been found, everything else was secondary. The wedding was just around the corner. He couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Mother? Where's mother? Emohan grabbed Luo Ying's hand and asked nervously. Mother is fine. Jiangchen saved us. Emohan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. At this time his heart was completely at ease. Thank you, Jiangchen. You saved my mother and sister. I owe you a lot. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it even if I die 10,000 times. Emohan said in a righteous manner. Although he wasn't a man who was good at expressing himself, Jiangchen had saved his family time and time again. To Emohan, Jiangchen was someone he could entrust his life to. It's good that you're fine. I don't know where this person came from, but he came for me. I have implicated Luo Ying. Today is your wedding day. I am truly sorry. Jiangchen heaved a sigh. It was a joyous day, but where did joy come from? Luo Ying sneered and shook her head. Other than herself, who else could understand the bitterness in her heart? Eldest princess, eldest young master, let's hurry back. Today is the most important day of the apocalypse Milky Way city in the past 10,000 years, and the guests have already arrived. If we don't hurry back, we might not make it in time. Yan Qingyun said solemnly. Yeah, Luo Ying, let's go. Emohan looked at Luo Ying anxiously. His father had given him an order, and if he couldn't complete it, he would definitely be punished. Most importantly, the guests from all over the heavenly awakening star field had come to congratulate them. If the city lord's daughter and bride weren't present, wouldn't the city lord's mansion become a laughing stock? For the sake of the overall situation, Emohan didn't have time to think too much. Luo Ying looked at Jiangchen, her eyes flickering. Her heart was filled with grief. He had never thought that parting would be so painful. In this life, she still had to obey the arrangements of fate. Take care. Jiangchen looked at Luo Ying. He also couldn't bear to leave, but for Feng Yi he had no choice but to give up what he had to. Especially after having that dream, he was even more worried about Feng Yi's situation. Luo Ying smiled brightly, turned around and left. Everyone had their own fate. She knew that Jiangchen had too many things on his shoulders, and her own identity had placed too many restrictions on him. The relationship between the two of them was deep, but their fate was shallow. Emohan was also helpless. Luo Ying's identity meant that she couldn't become an ordinary person, and this wedding of the century would become an eternal part of her life. Although Jiangchen's strength wasn't bad and his talent was peerless, compared to the leader of the heavenly awakening starfield, he was far too lacking. No one could change what his father had decided. The marriage with Second City Lord Xiao Yuan would consolidate the development and stability of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. This was Luo Ying's responsibility. As the daughter of the city lord, the eldest princess had been born with this responsibility, and it was difficult for her to escape the arrangements of fate. Jiangchen knew that liking Luo Ying was something that couldn't be fought over, but he also knew that he couldn't be too selfish. Once he was together with Luo Ying, taking her away would bring disaster to the entire heavenly awakening galaxy city. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it was an indisputable fact. He could be free of worries, but Luo Ying couldn't escape and she couldn't face it. She would be condemned by the masses and she would be called the sinner of the heavenly awakening starfield. Her father would forever be cursed and ridiculed by the masses. Luo Ying nodded, turned around and left. Her tears fell like rain. This was her fate. On the way, Emohan didn't know how to comfort his sister. Some people, from the moment they were born, their fate couldn't be decided by themselves. For example, even if he had been abandoned by his father and his status in the city lord's mansion had fallen, Emohan couldn't leave the city lord's mansion. This was his fate, his choice. Although he wanted to rely on himself to make a name for himself, in the heavenly awakening starfield, no one could become the second Qiyu. Emohan didn't know about the past between Luo Ying and Jiangchen, but he had deep feelings for Luo Ying. His mother had given him a new lease of life. If she wasn't the daughter of the city lord, it would be great. But because of this, his father's status was too high and he couldn't allow any flaws. They had no other choice. Once his father decided, there was no turning back. After all, he was the overlord of the heavenly awakening starfield. However, not long after, in less than 2 hours, they rushed back to the heavenly awakening galaxy city while facing the rising sun. They would only be able to return by noon at the soonest. It was already very difficult to not miss the wedding. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yan Qingyun looked at Emo Han. Emo Han's mind moved and his expression became solemn. He carefully observed the surroundings. In terms of strength, Yan Qingyun was stronger than him. Therefore Emo Han didn't dare to be careless. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had to ensure the safety of the City Lord's mansion and ensure that the City Lord wouldn't be disturbed. Such a powerhouse's insight was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After Yan Qingyun finished speaking, Emo Han also felt that something was wrong. There was a kind of cold and murderous aura, as if there were many pairs of eyes staring at them. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Their surroundings were far too quiet. It was so quiet that they could only hear the sound of the wind. This sound of the wind was like a sharp blade that cut across their hearts. They had no choice but to perk up their ears and watch every single movement around them with solemn eyes. The sound of the wind, something's wrong. Let's go. Chapter 49:30. Who is it that wants to harm us? Emo Han said with a gloomy face. I heard from that group of people that they didn't want to capture me but to deal with Jiangchen. That's why they captured my mother and me. They want to get a jade card from Jiangchen. Luo Ying said with a dignified face. Jade card? What kind of jade card could be so attractive? Emo Han muttered to himself. His face immediately changed as he looked at Luo Ying. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that jade card? What jade card? Luo Ying looked at her brother Emo Han in confusion. Father once told me that he had an extremely precious jade card, but he didn't tell me exactly how precious it was. He said that he had a total of 3 jade cards, and as long as you gather all 3 of them, you will be able to obtain an endless temptation. Emo Han was deeply convinced, but he wasn't sure whether the jade card in Jiangchen's hand was the one his father had told him about. To be able to attract so many star-level experts, it was obvious that the jade card in Jiangchen's hand was definitely not simple. There shouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. A priceless jade card was most likely related to the jade card in his father's hand. This mountain was opened by me and these trees were planted by me. If you want to cross this road you will have to pay for the road. After a burst of sinister laughter, a short and stout man carrying a large blade on his shoulder, wearing shorts, appeared in front of everyone. At this moment Yan Qingyun's complexion greatly changed. The person in front of them was not someone that Emo Han and the others could imagine. Who are you? How dare you block our way? Are you courting death? Emo Han pointed his sword at the fatty and shouted. The person in front of him had a cheeky smile on his face and was very arrogant. He stood alone in front of them, blocking their way. Who am I? Why don't you ask that Yen brat next to you and see if he still recognizes me? The fatty pointed at Yan Qingyun and said. His face was full of arrogance, leisurely and indifferent. Emo Han and Luo Ying looked at Yan Qingyun. Yan Qingyun nodded heavily, indicating that the person in front of him was not simple. That year Yunling Fei's #1 general Odern. Emo Han was puzzled. The wolf of the north, the eagle of the mountains. Back then he used his own power to block the river and stopped 13 star states for a day and a night. In the end he killed them all and destroyed the northern region. Yan Qingyun's eyes were grim. This guy's reputation was quite powerful. Even he hadn't expected this person to still be alive. Back when this person was still a star rank expert he was just a small captain of the Apocalypse Knights. What? Mountain Eagle? He's the Mountain Eagle? Wasn't the Mountain Eagle already dead? Didn't they say that he died on the battlefield? How can it be him? Perhaps Odern didn't know who Emo Han was, but how could he not know the Wolf of the North, the Eagle of the Mountains? In the past when they fought against the demonic beasts and bandits of the northern region, the Mountain Eagle had made great contributions. He was Yunling Fei's most valiant general. In Emo Han's eyes this person was like a legend. It's actually him. Luo Ying looked at Emo Han and the others. Her heart sank. If she wasn't wrong this guy should be here for her. Brother Ao, can you give me some face today? Yan Qingyun will personally thank you another day. Yan Qingyun clasped his fist and said. Even with so many of them he might not be able to stop Odern. Odern was too strong. His nickname was the Mountain Eagle. Although he was short and fat, once he started fighting he was incomparably terrifying. You don't have the qualifications. Today I want to stop you. It doesn't matter who comes. Even if Yunling Fei comes I won't give him any face. Odern sneered and stood with his head held high. He held the mountain-splitting axe in front of him, exuding an imposing aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Yan Qingyun's expression was a bit embarrassed. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. However, today's incident was too sudden and he wasn't prepared at all. Only 3 of his brothers came. Although the rest were strong in Odin's eyes, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. It wasn't that Yan Qingyun was belittling himself, but the younger generation of the Knights of the Apocalypse who hadn't experienced Odin's rule would never understand how terrifying this man was. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Yan Qingyun took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Ying and Mo Han. Eldest young master, eldest princess, once the battle starts, you two go first. Leave us behind. Don't look back, just go first. Yan Qingyun was already prepared to die in battle at any time. From the moment he became one of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had been firmly tied to the city lord's mansion. He knew the eldest young master's character. Although he didn't know why Odin had become like this, it was a matter of life and death. The most important thing was for the eldest young master and the eldest princess to leave this place and return to the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would lose all face. Guests from all over were waiting in the heavenly awakening galaxy city for the wedding of the century. With me here, no one can even think of taking half a step out of here. How many years has it been since I've fought? Today I'll start with you guys. Odin took a step forward, his feet sinking into the ground. His violent aura was like a thunderclap as fast as lightning. Protect the eldest princess. Kill. Yan Qingyun bellowed, and the 20 people behind him charged towards Aldern. They were also prepared to die in this battle. Let's go. Mo Han pulled his sister's hand and hurriedly left. Even if Yan Qingyun wanted to die, he had to send the 2 of them away. He couldn't afford to be muddle-headed at this moment. This wasn't just a matter of life and death. It was also a matter of the city lord's mansion and the stability of the entire heavenly awakening star region. Where do you think you're going? Get past me first. Odin didn't care about anyone else as he faced Luo Ying and Mo Han. His goal was obvious. He wanted to stop Luo Ying from returning to the heavenly awakening galaxy city to participate in the wedding. The 3 experts bore the brunt of the attack and stood in front of Aldern. However, the 3 early-stage Stargrade experts were as fragile as paper in front of Aldern. They were sent flying in an instant. The huge axe swept across the sky like a mountain. The 3 of them were sent flying and their eyes were filled with fear. There was actually such a powerful expert in this world. Just the power of his flesh and blood was enough to send 3 of them flying. It was too frightening and shocking. Be careful. Before Yan Qingyun could finish speaking, Odin's aura reached the clouds. Mo Han, who bore the brunt of his attack, stood in front of his sister. If Luo Ying had faced him directly, she would have been smashed into a meat patty. It was just that powerful and vast. It was unbelievable, and it made Mo Han's pupils shrink. Chapter 49-31. Big brother. Luo Ying exclaimed. At this time Mo Han's palm had already cracked. His face was full of bewilderment. This guy was like a devil. Yan Qingyun, who was on the side, closed in on him. Behind him there were more than 10 people surrounding him, but Odin didn't hesitate at all. He once again waved the giant axe in his hand, and a domineering force that could shake the heavens and make the gods cry swept across the void. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Yan Qingyun kept flickering, but only he and Mo Han could compete with Odin. The remaining early star-level experts couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The power to uproot mountains, the might to dominate the universe. This was Aldern, the #1 general under Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Even now he was still as terrifying as ever. After so many years, Yan Qingyun was still worried, and this was completely reasonable. There were so many of them, but they weren't a match for him. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yan Qingyun and the others were forced to retreat by Aldern again and again. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, the other party still seemed to be at ease. Compared to them, Aldern's ferocious attitude made Mo Han complain incessantly. You are not my opponent. Only death awaits you if you oppose me. Ha! Aldern laughed wildly. He carried the giant axe and approached them step by step. Everyone's expression was solemn. The enemy of life and death was right in front of them. The only thing they could do was to fight to the death for glory and for the bright future of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Kill. Immerse didn't hesitate. Although he was the eldest son of the city lord mansion at this time, he must lead by example and advance and retreat together with Yan Qingyun and the others, regardless of life or death. Sky-raising axe, 9 heavens thunder. Aldrin roared, his giant shadow flickered, and his imposing aura swallowed the heavens. Yan Qingyun and Immerse looked at each other, and with the combined efforts of 20 experts, they were barely able to resist this terrifying axe shadow. On the other hand, Aldrin's face was calm and his eyes were filled with indifference. Get the hell out of my way. With an explosive roar, Aldrin seemed to have the help of the gods, wanting to crush everyone. Yan Qingyun and the rest were all overwhelmed with shock. This fellow was too terrifying. That towering giant was about to crush their bodies into pieces. Rise. All of a sudden, everyone felt their shoulders lighten. They saw Jiangchen leaping through the air. He didn't leave but chose to silently guard Luo Ying's back, sending her away. 1,000 miles away. Luo Ying anxiously waited, her heart overjoyed. He was here, he had always been here. Jiangchen roared and brought everyone with him as he slashed down with his sword. The 29 swords crushed down from all directions, shattering the gigantic shadow in the sky. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Kid, you're just a half-step star state, yet you can resist my pressure. How dare you? Aldrin said with a smile. However, he was extremely angry in his heart. This guy was really annoying. You flatter me, but with me here, don't even think of touching a single hair on her head. Jiangchen looked straight ahead. He might not be a match for Aldrin alone, but with so many people working together, the result might not be certain. Then let's give it a try, haha. Aldrin howled madly as he charged forward like a ferocious mad bull, charging into the clouds and pressing down. However, Yan Qingyun wasn't idle either. He also sent a message to the City Lord Mansion and crushed the communication jade slip. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, City Lord Mansion. Qi Yiyu suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yan Qingyun would not send him a dangerous message jade slip. From this, it could be seen that they must have encountered a great danger. At the edge of the water curtain mountain, Qi Yiyu murmured. What's wrong, husband? Xiaolon'er leaned against Qi Yiyu's chest and asked. They must have encountered danger. Looks like I'll have to go there myself. Qi Yiyu said in a deep voice. You're the city lord. You can't be helpless for a day. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy still needs you to control it. How can you leave just like that? The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is huge. Is there no one you can use? Commander Yunling Feiyun is husband's most capable general. Isn't this the time for him to pledge his loyalty? Xiaolon'er said. Beauty is right. I was too worried and forgot about Commander Yun. Pass down my order. Commander Yun will lead the army to the edge of the Water Curtain Mountain and search for the eldest young master and the others. Qi Yiyu said with a smile, but he was still worried. After all, Yan Qingshan had sent him a message saying that the eldest young master Qi Mohan was still there. Although he had been disheartened by Qi Mohan all these years, Qi Luoying was still his son. He didn't know where his daughter Qi Luoying was, as well as Yuan Wen. The three of them were his closest relatives. Most importantly, Yan Qingyun and Qi Mohan hadn't found Qi Luoying yet, and he was in danger. If Qi Luoying didn't return by noon on the day of the wedding, then the City Lord's mansion would lose face. Not only the City Lord's mansion, but the second City Lord would also find it hard to explain. All the leaders of the Heaven Awakening Starfield had already rushed over to participate in this wedding of the century. If the bride disappeared, then the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would become a laughingstock, and the City Lord's mansion would also become a laughingstock. It was very likely that the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would be thrown into chaos, and the Heaven Awakening Starfield, which had lost its credibility, would become turbulent. It seemed to be just a wedding, but there were too many things involved. Husband, why hasn't that girl come back yet? What should we do? If the wedding is delayed, it will be a major event. Our City Lord's mansion won't have a good reputation. Xiaolon'er said angrily. Let's wait a little longer. I believe she will come back. Qi Yiyu murmured. He looked into the distance and his thoughts were flying. Luo Ying had always been a very sensible girl. Although her family's relationship had been broken because of her brother's bastard actions in the past, Luo Ying wouldn't have any problems when looking at the big picture. Therefore Qi was worried about whether Luo Ying was really in danger or not. I hope so. Otherwise, husband will be the scapegoat for her. It's getting late. She really makes people worry. Xiaolaner looked sad and worried for Qi Yeyu. Enough. I believe Luo Ying will come back. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. Xiaolaner didn't say anything else. I'm just worried for our son. It won't be long before our child is born. The spirit embryo that we have spent 1,000 years nurturing is about to be born. I don't want him to be born with the cold eyes and curses of countless people, even though it doesn't belong to him. Chapter 49-32. Qi Yeyu's eyes softened. He rubbed Xiaolaner's belly and smiled. Don't worry, our child will be the most successful, the most hardworking and the luckiest. In the future he will become the brightest star in the Apocalypse Galaxy. When Yun Lingfei received the city lord's order, he led 3,000 guards and rushed to Water Curtain Mountain without stopping. Smoke and dust rose as the army left the camp. Zhang Tian stood at the foot of the mountain with a faint smile on his face. Everything was ready and everything was under control. At the edge of Water Curtain Mountain, Jiang Qin, Yan Qingyun, and the rest were fighting Aldern. Aldern was very strong. He had reached the third firmament of the star level. Such power was not something Jiang Qin and the rest could contend with. Although with his addition, everyone gradually stabilized the situation, it was impossible to escape from Aldern's encirclement. Moreover, the situation was getting more and more difficult and they were getting more and more passive. The slightest mistake could cause their entire army to be wiped out. Too weak. Are you guys so weak that you can't even fight? Could it be that they were all soft persimmons that looked good but were useless? Aldern carried the giant axe on his shoulder and closed in again. Other than Jiang Qin, Yan Qingyun and Mo Han, more than half of the remaining 20-odd people were dead or injured. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and took the lead. He turned into a dragon and clashed with Aldern. The collision of sword and axe created an unimaginable line of fire, like a rainbow in the sky. Jiang Qin took more than 10 steps backwards. His face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Awesome, It's a pity that you're still too weak. Otherwise you would be a very interesting opponent. However, that would probably have to wait for a few hundred years. To break through to the star level you should not take more than 1,000 years. You're a genius. Unfortunately, geniuses don't live long. Aldern stared straight at Jiang Qin with a murderous aura. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his lips curled up. He had high hopes for Jiang Qin, but it was a pity that Jiang Qin hadn't broken through to the star level yet. If Jiang Qin had broken through to the star level, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. That's not necessarily true. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you touch a single hair on her. Jiang Qin didn't look sideways, his battle intent high. As he charged and broke through the enemy lines, he was still mighty and unyielding. His half-step star rank strength made all the star rank experts blush with shame. Yan Qingyun also had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. To be able to become the new gold medal commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he was indeed worthy of his strength. Even Xiao Yin wasn't his match. Seeing him today, he truly lived up to his reputation. But even so, it still wasn't enough. With their power, they would only be nibbled away by Aldern step by step. Star level 3 was a nightmare they couldn't overcome. That's not up to you to decide. Besides, my target today is you. She's only secondary. Aldern's eyes became brighter as he looked at Jiang Qin. You're also here for the jade card? Jiang Qin's heart sank. Everyone looked at each other. It turned out that Aldern's true target was Jiang Qin. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. Give me the jade card and I'll let you live. This is my bottom line. I admire you. But they must die. Aldern looked at Jiang Qin. He really admired Jiang Qin's strength and courage. It had been more than 1,000 years since he last met a decent opponent. Today's battle with Jiang Qin had made him feel very satisfied and carefree. Aldern looked at Jiang Qin. Impossible. You guys go first. I'll stop him. Jiang Qin said indifferently. No. If we leave together. If we die together. This time Luo Ying was determined not to separate from Jiang Qin. If she left, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to survive. After a few parting and reuniting, her heart became firmer. She couldn't abandon Jiang Qin for the love of her life. She had sacrificed too much for the heavenly awakening galaxy city. If she had to watch Xianxia die, she would rather choose to be with Xianxia and go to the Yellow Spring together. There's no time, first princess. Yan Qingyun's face was solemn. If you want to leave, you can leave. If Xianxia doesn't leave, I won't leave even if I die. Luoying said. What a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since that's the case, then don't leave. Odin shrieked. It was impossible for these people to escape from his hands. Back then he was the strongest powerhouse in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse apart from Yun Lingfei. He had made countless contributions to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and even the eldest of the Azure Dragon envoys, Yan Qingyun, was his subordinate. But now they had different masters. Hurry up and leave Xianxia. If you want to leave, he can't stop you. Luoying said anxiously. She wasn't afraid of death, but there was no need for Xianxia to get involved with her. Without a burden like her, he could come and go freely. Even Aldrin couldn't catch up to him. Since I've chosen to return, I won't leave easily. It won't be that easy for him to get past me. You go first, I have a way to escape. Xianxia smiled. Even in the face of death, he still didn't have the slightest fear. Although Aldrin couldn't defeat him, Xianxia still had the confidence to hold him back. No. Luoying said solemnly. Luoying didn't hesitate and rushed towards Aldrin. Although she knew that she wasn't Aldrin's match, she wanted to show her determination. If Xianxia didn't leave, she definitely wouldn't leave. Love affairs are the most despicable. All of you go to hell. Aldrin threw a heavy punch, sweeping away all obstacles. There was no fear in Luoying's eyes. At this time they were all fighting to their deaths. No. Emohan's eyes were about to pop out. If Aldrin's punch landed on Luoying, she would die without a doubt. A third-layer Star Realm powerhouse wasn't someone ordinary people could contend against, not to mention that she hadn't broken through to the Star Realm yet. Xianxia stepped on the Heaven Ascension stairway and approached Aldrin, blocking between the two of them. He shot out a finger and was once again forced back by Aldrin. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the aura in his body kept surging. His injuries worsened. You can't die. If you die, I won't have anyone on the Heaven Awakened planet to talk to. Xianxia smiled and hugged Luoying. Luoying's eyes were red and swollen. It was a pity that this pair of ill-fated lovebirds no longer had a chance to be together. Kill. Seeing this, Yan Qingyun attacked once again. As the City Lord's guard, he would give his all for the City Lord's mansion. Emohan also didn't want to be outdone and launched a final attack. Although he knew that his chances of winning were slim, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. A grain of light dares to compete with the moon? Trash. All of you scram. Aldrin roared and swung his giant axe. Under the pressure, the sky collapsed. It was as if the entire world was going to be cut down. Yan Qingyun and Emohan couldn't avoid it. Aldrin had long since decided to kill them. Swish. A flying sword flew past, leaving behind a sound. At this moment, Aldrin's giant axe was forced back. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Looks like what's coming has finally come. Chapter 49-33. Commander Yun? It's Commander Yun. Yan Qingyun's eyes lit up, feeling overjoyed. It seemed that the City Lord had immediately sent Commander Yun Lingfei over after learning about her. We're saved. We're finally saved this time, Luoying said in an excited voice. Yun Lingfei was their life-saving straw and their source of confidence. With Commander Yun's appearance, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Commander Yun, how many years has it been? We finally meet again. Aldrin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden-armored man in front of him. He looked majestic and domineering. His appearance made Aldrin have no choice but to treat him seriously. The old brother of the past was now standing on the opposite side. This battle wouldn't end so easily. I'm very surprised that you're still alive. Come back with me. Yun Lingfei looked coldly at Aldrin and said indifferently. Go back. We can't go back. Commander Yun, the things we missed all those years will never come back. Aldrin laughed loudly. Why did you choose to hide until today? Yun Lingfei frowned. Why? Isn't it all thanks to the Brothers of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment? When you gave up on me back then, why didn't you think about why you didn't fight for a chance for me? Why did you give up on me so easily? When you turned around and left, you were so confident. I walked through hell for 7 days and 7 nights, killed countless enemies and almost lost my life, but there was no one behind me? And you were in the Apocalypse Galaxy City, receiving the worship of the people from all over the Apocalypse starfield. You were a great hero revered by tens of thousands of people, but what about me? I'm only fit to walk in the abyss. Even living is a luxury. Aldrin roared. Military orders are like mountains and no one can go against them. Back then you did make great contributions. If you hadn't left, the Apocalypse Knight Regiment might have suffered a heavier blow and been wiped out. You know this better than me. Since you survived, you should have come back to find me. Why didn't you appear for so many years? No one blames you and no one will forget you. Why? Yunling Fei said in a deep voice. Sorry, I've already forgotten you. I've already forgotten who I am. Aldrin is already dead. You chose your idol. Back then I treated you like an elder brother and risked my life for you. But you left me in a death trap. Do you know the faces of those brothers before they died? Do you know how we managed to survive? Out of more than 4,000 people, I was the only one who survived. Aldrin said with a cold smile. His eyes were red and filled with malice and anger. Yunling Fei was silent for a moment. He knew that the Tianqi Silver River City owed him some things. If you want to go against Tianqi Milky Way City, I won't stop you, but you have to get past me first. Life and death are decreed by fate and riches and honor are ruled by the heavens. We are soldiers and warriors and we are here to protect our country and our homeland. My decision back then was for the sake of the big picture. If you don't lower your head today, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. Yunling Fei said in a deep voice. Come on, kill your brothers with your own hands. Kill us evil spirits in the abyss with your own hands. Then no one will question you as the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Aldrin shouted crazily and hysterically. He glared at Yunling Fei with monstrous battle intent. Don't force me. The situation in the Tianqi Silver River City is very tense now, so you'd better not stand in front of me. Today no one can leave this place. I said that even the City Lord can't stop me. Aldrin and Yunling Fei looked at each other. They had been brothers for many years, but now they were enemies. Yunling Fei was helpless. This battle was far from as simple as he thought. Are you going to challenge me? Yunling Fei said in an unquestionable manner. So what? I already had this intention. Back then I was always suppressed by you. Now you can forget about commanding me and making me listen to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Aldrin, will accompany you to the end. Even in the face of Yunling Fei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse, his good brother, he was still unmoved. At noon the sun was shining brightly. The sound of gongs and drums filled the sky and firecrackers rang out. However, the City Lord Mansion was somewhat desolate. The sedan chair of the second City Lord, Xiao Yuan, had already arrived at the gate of the City Lord Mansion. Xiao Tai and Xiao Yin were already standing there waiting to receive the bride. The bridal procession was mighty and majestic. It was hundreds of meters long. It was very imposing. Why hasn't anyone come out of the City Lord Mansion? Yeah, they're all here to receive the bride. Could it be that they're shy? Why is the City Lord Mansion so quiet? There's not even the word, happy. It doesn't look like a marriage of a daughter. It's said that the City Lord's daughter, the first princess, is a national beauty. It seems that the second City Lord's son is also very lucky. Hey, look, someone is coming out of the City Lord Mansion. The onlookers were excited. The marriage between the City Lord Mansion and the first City Lord's daughter was marrying the second City Lord's son. This was a joyous occasion. Who wouldn't care? 2 young masters, please. The City Lord Mansion's chief butler, Su Afu, came out to invite them. Xiao Tai glanced at his elder brother, Xiao Yin, and the latter nodded slightly. Let's go in and have a look. After all, this is the City Lord Mansion. Xiao Yin said. Under the guidance of Su Afu, the two entered the City Lord Mansion. However, the rest of the people stayed outside the City Lord Mansion. In the main hall, on the main seat of the City Lord Mansion, Qi Yeyu sat there calmly with his eyes closed. Beside him, Xiaolon also had a serious expression. Greetings to the City Lord. May I know where the first princess is now? The Xiao family's bridal procession has already arrived at the door and is waiting for the first princess. Xiao Tai bowed and asked. My daughter went out and hasn't returned yet. I will go with you to discuss with City Lord Xiao. Qi Yeyu said. City Lord, what's going on? How could the first princess disappear at this time? Xiao Tai's face changed. I came to get married and you tell me that the bride is missing. What do you want me to think? This is very strange. Isn't it enough for me to go with you? Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. But, Xiao Tai wanted to say more but was stopped by Xiao Yin. City Lord is right. We will follow the City Lord's arrangement. Xiao Yin said. Alright, you two go back first. I will follow the City Lord later. Xiao Lan'er waved her hand and dismissed Xiao Tai and Xiao Yin. Husband, let's go now. Luo Ying didn't come back. No matter what, we have to give the Xiao family an explanation. Otherwise, our City Lord mansion will really become a laughing stock. Maybe Luo Ying will come back later. Let's go. Xiao Lan'er helped Qi Yeyu up and comforted him. Sai, that's the only way. Luo Ying still hasn't come back. I'm afraid the Xiao family is waiting anxiously. Sorry to trouble you, beauty. Chapter 49-34. What are you talking about, husband? Although I'm also a member of the Xiao family, if I marry a chicken I have to follow the chicken. I'm your woman, so I have to think for the City Lord's mansion. My brother isn't an unreasonable person. Once he knows the whole story he won't say much. It's not like we're not getting married. It's just that something has happened along the way. Xiao Lan'er smiled gently. Qi Yeyu nodded. The two of them set off first, heading straight for Qingyang Flower Mansion. Let's go back. Xiao Yin said in a deep voice. His words stunned everyone. Not just the people escorting the bride but even the commoners were stunned. They hadn't even received the bride and they were already going back? Wasn't this bullshit? However, the Xiao family was also a reputable family. Aside from the City Lord, they were the most reputable family. Now that something like this had happened, wouldn't they be mocked? They had come in a grandiose manner to receive the bride, but they'd run off after such a long time. They hadn't received the bride and they'd gone back empty-handed. Such a thing was unheard of. What's going on? Why didn't the bride receive the bride? That's right. The marriage between the City Lord's mansions is the biggest event in the world. All the famous people in the Heaven Awakening Starfield have come. Isn't this going to make the Xiao family lose face? It's not just the Xiao family. Something must have happened to the City Lord's mansion if they didn't receive the bride. Otherwise, why would they return empty-handed? How are they going to explain this to the City Lord? I'm afraid the City Lord's mansion won't be able to keep its face. After all, they're at the top of the pyramid. They're the most powerful overlords of the Tianqi star field. If something like this really happened to the City Lord's mansion, it would really be a shame. The surrounding people spoke with fervor and assurance, but the Xiao family members found their words extremely ear-piercing. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai looked at each other, their faces gloomy. The mighty bridal escort army had now returned home dejectedly. The City Lord Manor and Qingyang Flower Manor would become the laughingstock of everyone at this time. They would be reduced to a laughingstock and become a laughingstock for everyone. After all, gossip was a fearsome thing. On the way back, the Xiao family was being pointed at. They didn't know what had happened, but this wedding of the century might be in danger. It was unknown whether it could go on as planned. When Qi Yeyu arrived at Qinyanghua Manor, it was rather lively. The Xiao family's banquet was much more lively than the City Lord's manor. Guests from all over had been invited to the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family was also very powerful. Apart from the City Lord's manor, their status in the Heaven Awakening Star region was unrivaled. Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. This time, young Master Zhao's wedding is a great celebration. That's right. How many years has it been since our Tianqi Star domain had such a joyous event? It's worth celebrating. I think it's not too much to celebrate for a month. Ha ha ha. Everyone has rushed over from all over to congratulate the City Lord and the second City Lord. Right. The second City Lord won't go home until he's drunk. Many Stargrade powerhouses had gathered. There were hundreds of them, and they had all come from the Tianqi Star domain and the Tianqi Star domain to celebrate the marriage of the two City Lords. This was a joyous event that they were most concerned about. Xiao Yuan was all smiles. He was the happiest person right now. The City Lord has arrived. Qi Yeyu's appearance caused a commotion. With Xiao Yuan in the lead, everyone bowed to Qi Yeyu. Welcome, City Lord. Welcome, City Lord. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. There's no need to be restrained on this joyous occasion. Qi Yeyu smiled and looked at Xiao Yuan. Yan, I have something to say to you. Qi Yeyu transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuan. City Lord, please speak your mind. Today is a joyous occasion. I didn't expect my father to come first. I'm flattered. Ah. Xiao Yuan laughed. Qi Yiyu's face sank and was filled with bitterness. This matter is of great importance. We still have to think about it. Qi Yiyu transmitted his voice. Big brother, don't get too excited. The bride disappeared not long ago. The city lord's mansion is currently searching for her. It won't be long before they find her. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai have also returned. We still have to discuss this matter. Xiao Lan'er whispered in Xiao Yuan's ear. What? The bride is gone? Xiao Yuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. Instantly, tens of thousands of guests were stunned on the square. The bride was gone. What was going on? Qi Yiyu didn't expect Xiao Yuan to lose his cool. Yan, listen to me, Qi Yiyu said. City Lord, what's going on? Why did the bride run away at this time? Is she not willing to marry into my Xiao family? Or is she wronged by my Xiao family? Please give me an explanation. Why did the bride run away on the day of the wedding? What's going on? Xiao Yuan's voice was sonorous as he spoke. His furious aura soared into the sky, causing many people around him to be filled with shock. They had never seen City Lord Xiao so furious before. Qi Yiyu was also speechless. Xiao Yuan's reaction was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. Aren't we looking for her? Yan, you and I have been brothers for so many years. Don't you know how I Qi Yiyu am? Since when did I go back on my word? Qi Yiyu said in a deep voice. City Lord, it's not that Yan doesn't know what's good for him, but there are hundreds of thousands of guests here. Everyone is very busy and took time out of their busy schedules to attend the wedding between the Xiao family and the Qi family. Now you're telling me that the bride is gone and telling me to calm down. How can I calm down? What are we waiting for? Aren't we waiting for our Xiao family's daughter-in-law, waiting for the first princess? But now the bride has run away. City Lord, please give me an explanation. Even if you don't give me an explanation, you have to give everyone here an explanation. Could it be that the first princess treated marriage as a game and ran away? Where would the face of my Xiao family be? Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, his face grim. The atmosphere in the square of the 100,000 people became extremely solemn. Many people looked at each other. The bride was gone. This was a great humiliation. The city lord actually allowed such a thing to happen. Where would the face of the city lord be? Chapter 49-35. The Wedding of the Century. This was a once-in-10,000 years wedding, but now it seemed like a joke. Even the city lord's mansion couldn't control the situation, because there were just too many people. The entire Qingyang Flower Mansion was in a stalemate. Could even be said to be in chaos. Countless people were filled with doubt, shock, and even anger. They had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion and celebrate the prosperity of the Heaven Awakening star system, but now that they had arrived, they had discovered that they had been deceived. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had broken its promise. The bride had run away on their wedding day? This was unacceptable to the Xiao family, as well as to all the people who had come to congratulate them. Wasn't this a blatant mockery? Weren't they treating everyone as fools? At that moment, Qi Yiyu knew that the city lord's mansion had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. There were just too many people present, and all of them were the true rulers of the Heaven Awakening star system. The sovereigns of every planet, the kings of every city, and the nobles of every land were all gathered here. They were all at the peak of their respective domains, but they had been treated like fools in order to celebrate the city lord's mansion's wedding. The wedding that had gathered countless people's efforts and blessings had become a joke. Many people were still in shock and disbelief. It went without saying what it meant for the city lord's mansion to go back on its word. Qi Yiyu knew that this matter had already risen to a point where he couldn't control it. The situation at the scene was also becoming more and more intense. If he couldn't give the people here an explanation, then they would put him in a difficult position. Xiao Yuan was the first to bear the brunt. Qi Yiyu couldn't do anything about it, but the bride hadn't appeared in time. This farce had already begun and it would only get more and more out of control. Isn't this too irresponsible? I can't believe such a thing happened to the city lord's mansion. That's right, this isn't child's play. This is a marriage between the city lord's mansions. This is the most important matter of the Heaven Awakening star system, stabilizing the Heaven Awakening star and the Heaven Awakening Silver River City's decision. Everyone knows how important this marriage is, but the city lord's mansion actually lost the bride. This is hilarious. Sai, isn't that right? The city lord has always been a man of his word. Now that even he has broken his promise, how can we trust him? Looks like the city lord mansion will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. This can't be helped. The city lord's mansion of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is where everyone's trust lies. If even he goes back on his word, wouldn't our Heaven Awakening star region become a laughing stock? Moreover, how can we have true integrity? That's right. This isn't just about the city lord's mansion, but the most important matter of our Heaven Enlightening Starfield. Is there a need for a city lord's mansion without any credibility? In that case, how can we trust him? How can we guarantee that he can ensure our safety? The endless questioning voices on the square dealt a huge blow to Qiyu. The power of a united people couldn't be underestimated. Even if he was the supreme ruler of the city lord's mansion, even if he was the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Starfield, he could still be overthrown. Since ancient times, the one who won the hearts of the people ruled the world. If he lost the support of the hearts of the people, then he would become weak. Without credibility, the position of the city lord's mansion would be in danger. No one could use violence to punish them. That way, the Heaven Enlightening Star region would only become a place where tyranny ran amok. It would push the Heaven Enlightening Star region into the abyss. Not only did Qiyu not have this ability, but even if he did, he would not do it. However, the truth was right in front of them. The credibility of the city lord's mansion had been greatly challenged. How could such an important matter be treated as child's play? Could it be that everyone in the Heaven Awakening Star region has come to see the city lord's mansion make a fool of itself? You've summoned us here to celebrate this wedding of the century. Is it just to make fun of the feudal vassals? Is it just to make a beauty smile? This was obviously impossible. The decision of the city lord's mansion would determine whether or not it could become the #1 city in the world. Facing the crusade of countless people, Qiyu knew that the situation was getting more and more intense, and it was no longer under his control. If this went on and Luo Ying didn't appear, he would become a sinner of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The prestige of the city lord mansion would also be lost, and his reputation would be swept to the ground. Credibility and the support of the people were more important than anything else. Furthermore, this time, everyone had come to congratulate him. If it had just been the Heaven Awakening Silver River City, Qiyu was confident that he could still deal with it. However, he had betrayed everyone, so he had become the focus of everyone's attention and the target of everyone's contempt. A just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds little support. This was vividly displayed at this moment. The Heaven Awakening Silver River City had been too comfortable in the past few years. Qiyu was in a difficult situation. Luo Ying was his only hope, but her life and death were unknown. Even he didn't know what to do. A wedding that should have been a joyous occasion had now become a tragedy. Countless people's crusade had given Qiyu unimaginable pressure. If this went on, this silent pressure would become a sharp knife that would destroy all the defenses of the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord would have nowhere to hide and would become the target of everyone's attacks. It wasn't just Qiyu. Riots were unavoidable, and the situation was getting more and more difficult to control. At first, Qiyu wanted to discuss with Xiao Yuan before making a decision. If he had Xiao Yuan's support, then he wouldn't be alone and helpless. However, Xiao Yuan's violent temper had been ignited by him, which had become the fuse for this outbreak. This matter. I am indeed responsible. However, my daughter's disappearance was caused by someone else. I will investigate it as soon as possible and give everyone an answer. Today's joyous occasion should have been a joyous occasion. I am just as concerned about my daughter as you are. Everyone, please wait for 3 days. I will definitely give City Lord Xiao an explanation. Qiyu's expression was solemn as he said with a gloomy face. City Lord, I can't accept your answer. As a brother of many years, I should support you. However, this matter has left me brooding over it. I simply can't calm down. My Xiao family has now become the laughing stock of everyone. My son's wedding procession was actually rejected by you. You're telling me that the bride is missing? This is really ridiculous. Xiao Yuan sneered and said. Chapter 49:36. Is it because she's the city lord's daughter that she can be so unscrupulous? I don't dare to believe it, but now it's a foregone conclusion. If the city lord's mansion can't handle this matter well, my son won't agree, I won't agree, and I believe that everyone here won't agree. Isn't this playing us like monkeys? I'm an old bag of bones and I don't care about my dignity, but does Qi Luoying deserve to be treated like a joke? Is this the explanation the city lord is giving us? Xiao Yuyan's words were like pearls and pricked the heart. He argued for what was right and didn't yield in the slightest. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Father, even if I have to die, I'll get justice. The Xiao family's face can't be trampled on, not even by the city lord. We weren't wrong, but we've shouldered all the blame and made everyone laugh at us. We've made Qinyanghua Prefecture a laughingstock. I'm a sinner, the eternal sinner of the Xiao family. Xiao Tai roared in anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to commit suicide. His eyes were filled with determination. His will of steel was inviolable. Such an unwavering attitude shocked everyone. They sighed and admired him. Foolish child, why are you doing this? I'll definitely get justice for you. I'll die 9 times without regrets. Xiao Yuyan roared. Sigh, the Xiao family is so unlucky to be forced into such a situation. People's hearts aren't what they used to be and public morals are degenerating day by day. It can only be said that the city lord's mansion has gone too far. No one wants to see such a situation, but the decision of the city lord's mansion has made everyone despise it. Although the Xiao family is the second city lord, their status is also not low. Who can bear such humiliation? Aren't they playing us like we're monkeys? The Xiao kid is indeed an iron-blooded man. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Indeed, they've gone too far. Today the city lord must give the Xiao family and everyone an explanation. That's right. We trusted the city lord and treated you as a supreme being for thousands of years. But you broke your promise and humiliated the Xiao family. You made us become someone else's stepping stone. We've suffered so much to come here, but the bride ran away. Isn't this a blatant humiliation? What are we doing here? Is he here to laugh at you? To be a human stake for you? Xiao Yin also stood up at this moment and said righteously, "That's right. Father, my brother has been humiliated. As his big brother, I'm duty-bound to help. If anyone dares to look down on my Xiao family, I'll be the first to object. My Xiao family will never accept such humiliation. If I have to die, I'll be the first to die. City Lord, although my Xiao family is showing off, we won't let anyone bully us. I can die, but the glory of my Xiao family isn't something you can destroy." Xiao Yin's voice made everyone present feel the passion and indignation of the Xiao family. Who could remain indifferent after such a thing had happened? If he still pretended to be a coward at this time, then what was the point of living in this world? City Lord, you've seen it for yourself. My 2 sons would rather die than submit. Now my Xiao family has lost all face and a comedy has become a tragedy. If you don't give me an explanation now, I, Xiao Yuan, will never agree. Xiao Yuan had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he steeled his heart and spoke in a deep voice. Didn't I already say that I'll definitely give you an explanation in 3 days? What explanation do you want? Qi Yiyu frowned. At this moment he was truly besieged from all sides. He had completely fallen into a passive position and had become the target of public criticism. I originally had my heart set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. For the sake of the awakening heavens galaxy city, I, Xiao Yuan, have given up everything for the sake of the awakening heavens galaxy city, but in the end we were still played like fools by you. I, Xiao Yuan, am not resigned to this. I regret it and I hate it. To think that I wanted to marry you, City Lord. Seems like it was just wishful thinking on my part. In your eyes, all of us are just chess pieces. We're not even comparable to chess pieces and can be trampled on at will. We're all worthless, right? Even if you humiliate us, so what? In your eyes, we're just ants that can be trampled on at will. How important is our face? Xiao Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly. However, today I will seek justice for my son. Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I won't regret it. My death won't be regretted, but the awakening heavens galaxy city can't be without light. I'm not only doing this for my son, but also for the future of the awakening heavens galaxy city. Why should I risk my life for a city lord who has no credibility, goes back on his word and treats our lives like ants? I'm not willing, and I can't just watch my son die. As a father, it's enough for me to bear this humiliation. Let me bear everything. Xiao Yuan roared at the top of his lungs. This is too aggrieving. The Xiao family has been forced into this situation by the city lord. Isn't this forcing us to die? City Lord Xiao is right. The City Lord's mansion is treating human lives like grass and treating our lives like grass. We will never agree to it. This is too much. If I were City Lord Xiao, I definitely wouldn't agree either. My 2 sons are about to die because of you, yet you want to send us away with just 1 sentence? Isn't that a joke? As a father, I think that City Lord Xiao Yuan is too manly. Such a man is an indomitable existence. City Lord Xiao, I support you. For the sake of our son, for the sake of light, for the sake of peace in the awakening heavens star region, the City Lord must give us an explanation. Among the crowd, countless people were shouting, roaring and roaring. Xiao Yuan seemed to have spoken out his inner thoughts. A mutiny that Qi Yeyu had never imagined happened at this moment. Xiao Yuan gained the sympathy of everyone. Xiao family's face was swept to the ground, but wasn't the City Lord's mansion the same? However, it was precisely because of his high position that he gave off an arrogant feeling. The Xiao family was the victim and the target of their sympathy. This wedding of the century had pushed Xiao Yuan's reputation to the peak, while he, the City Lord, had become more and more passive. Chapter 49-37. At this time the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Everyone knew that Xiao Yuan and the Xiao family were about to rise up. If this continued, the situation would change in an instant. It was even possible that more people would get involved and cause an irreversible war. However, the Xiao family had been forced into a corner. The 2 sons of the Xiao family would rather not play along. Xiao Yuan had been forced to become the City Lord's enemy. Now an even sharper and more intense conflict had erupted. There was no lack of people in the crowd who had deliberately stirred up trouble and wanted to make the situation worse. But in the end, this wedding had become a farce. It had become the turning point for the Xiao family to erupt. This made even more people nervous. If this continued, the Xiao family would have no way out. However, they also received the support of countless people. The City Lord's mansion had broken its promise. The Xiao family wasn't the only one who had gone back on their word. There were thousands of supreme bigwigs from all over the astral realms. How could they let this matter go just because they had lost their bride? Was there really such a good thing in this world? The Xiao family would not rest until one of them was dead. For the sake of glory they would fight. Qi Yeyu's expression was incomparably cold. The initial situation had been completely passive. The City Lord's mansion was now being boycotted by everyone. What did losing their credibility mean? Qi Yeyu knew better than anyone else what that meant. So you're saying that you want to rebel? Qi Yeyu shouted in a low voice. His voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the entire square. I don't want to rebel. For the sake of the stability of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city and the peace of the world, you've gone too far. I have no other choice. Is it wrong for my 2 sons to die for the truth? Is the Xiao family being played in the palm of your hand? Do you think we deserve it? Right now, everyone in the world is looking at my Xiao family as a joke. They're all here to watch your performance, City Lord. Haha, with just 1 sentence you've made everyone in the world play with you. How could your daughter disappear just like that? Just like that? Isn't this a joke? In other words, you can't even protect your own daughter. How are you going to protect us? Why should we protect the entire Heaven Awakening starfield? Xiao Yuan and Qi Yeyu faced each other with equal harshness. The instant their gazes met, everyone felt a great pressure. These were experts who stood at the peak of the heaven-awakened starfield. If the 2 of them really fought, it would be like a heavenly thunder stirring up the earth. One could imagine how shocking it would be. Xiao Yuan's words were reasonable, and everyone in the world was watching the Xiao family as a joke. The City Lord's mansion couldn't escape the blame. If they lost reason, even Qi Yeyu couldn't defend himself. Most importantly, the surrounding guests were the source of Xiao Yuan's confidence. If Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan fought to the death, then he wouldn't just be giving up on the Xiao family, but also the credibility of the City Lord's mansion. The entire Heaven Awakening Milky Way city and even the entire Heaven Awakening starfield would likely descend into chaos. Qi Yeyu didn't dare act rashly, but Xiao Yuan was so overbearing and reasonable that Qi Yeyu couldn't do anything about it. He was completely passive in the face of Xiao Yuan's pressure. If he didn't give the Xiao family an explanation, it would be impossible for him to leave today. We've been brothers for so many years. Xiao Yuan, do you really want to be enemies with me? Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice, his gaze sharp. It's not that I want to be enemies with the City Lord, But when did you ever put me in your eyes? When did you ever put the Xiao family in your eyes? I don't care for brothers like you. In the eyes of the city lord, you can trample on our dignity at will. We don't deserve to be enemies with you, right? Ah, my son's life and death have nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Yuan said bluntly. You're simply unreasonable. Xiao Yuan, don't force me to act against you. If you continue to be so obstinate, I'll have to clean up the family. Qiyu said. Clean up the family? How good. I, Xiao Yuan, will risk my old life to fight with you. I can die, but my son can't die because of this. Otherwise, I'll be a useless father. Xiao Yuan spoke eloquently. Qiyu knew that Xiao Yuan was probably ready to fight with him. He approached him step by step and made the situation uncontrollable. He just wanted to end it with him. In everyone's view, it was the city lord who forced the Xiao family into a dead end. After all, Qiyu broke his promise and made the Xiao family lose face in front of the world. The Xiao family was stirred up and the world sympathized with them. At this time, Qiyu couldn't punish Xiao Yuan. The only way was to suppress him. Qiyu knew that it was unavoidable now. If he couldn't suppress Xiao Yuan, then it was very likely that his position as the city lord would be in danger. Xiao Yuan gained the upper hand by a show of strength and had the advantage of time, place and people. This was very disadvantageous to him, so he could only use force to suppress Xiao Yuan. However, this was only a delaying tactic. The city lord mansion had broken its promise. This point had been magnified by the people of the world. Otherwise, how would Xiao Yuan dare to publicly oppose him? It's useless to say more. It seems that I can only suppress you with force. Xiao Yuan, you asked for all of this. From now on, the Xiao family will no longer exist in Tianqi Galaxy City, said Qiyu Lung. At this moment no one dared to say another word. They all had different expressions. The city lord was no longer in the mood to continue being entangled with Xiao Yuan. Moreover, this farce was getting bigger and bigger. It was all Xiao Yuan's doing. Under his instigation, the situation was completely out of control. The current Qinyanghua mansion could become a battlefield at any time. I, Xiao Yuan, will accompany you to the end. I have a clear conscience and a clear conscience to my family. In this battle, even if I die, I will have no regrets. For the sake of sacrifice, I dare to change the sun and moon. Xiao Yuan stood tall in the void, facing Qiyu. He gripped his 9-foot-long spear and pointed it at Qiyu. At this moment, his body was boiling with fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Only by toppling Qiyu could he become the true master, the overlord of the heavenly awakening starfield. He didn't want to be number 2 for a long time. Xiao Yuan had been waiting for this day for too long. He had been waiting for an opportunity to become the city lord of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. He had been scheming and waiting for this opportunity. It wasn't easy for him to get it. Chapter 4938. As you wish, Xiao Yuan. Since you dare to rebel, I'll punish you. Qiyu took a step forward and faced Xiao Yuan. The confrontation between the two most powerful existences in the Heaven Awakening Star region shocked the entire Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The world is really going to be in chaos. Looks like this battle will cause a storm in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. That's right. I don't think we can stay calm any longer. The Xiao family is forced to do this. If it were me, I would also rise up and revolt. Are you telling me to let my 2 sons die? This is called backbone. I support Xiao Yuan. The city lord's mansion has lost its credibility. Who will believe him? How can he be so careless in the face of such an important matter? What will he use to protect us? Countless people were filled with righteous indignation. Qiyu had completely lost his support. Most people felt sympathy for Xiao Yuan. He had lost his pillar of support in this battle. At this time, Qiyu had nowhere to hide. As the city lord and the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region, he had no way out. Xiao Yuan wanted to fight him not only to seek justice for his son and save the Xiao family's face, but more importantly, he wanted to replace him and become the new overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region. In the Heaven Awakening Star region, heroes had fought for supremacy. At the beginning of the battle, Qiyu and Xiao Yuan had fought for supremacy together. However, Qiyu had won. He was stronger and more courageous, so he had become the first city lord of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Although Xiao Yuan hadn't been convinced, he hadn't been as strong as Qiyu. Therefore, he had always harbored resentment and coveted the position of the first city lord. After so many years, countless years, he had finally found a rare opportunity. Now he was going to challenge the authority, and for the sake of his ambition he was going to fight fiercely. The intense battle between the two of them was extremely terrifying. Countless people were aghast. What was a supreme expert? This was the absolute overlord of a planet. Zhou Xian and Qi Yeyu were such people. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers, and the two tigers had finally collided. Today's battle could be said to be an accident, but it was also reasonable. Qi Yeyu hadn't thought that this wedding would be the last calm before the storm in the Apocalypse Galaxy. Zhou Xian went all out. At this time, Qi Yeyu also didn't show any weakness. The confrontation between the two seemed to be soul-stirring, but it was more restrained. The Azure Sun Hall wasn't affected at all. However, the momentum and impact that changed the color of the sky and earth still made everyone speechless. Some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. A life-and-death battle between experts of this level was something that some people wouldn't be able to witness even once in their lifetime. Those below the star level simply couldn't see the battle between the two of them. Rainbows flickered and their auras surged. It could be said that they were evenly matched and no one could do anything to the other for a while. I never thought that City Lord Zhou Xian's strength would actually improve so much over the years. Even facing City Lord Qi is not a problem. This is really shocking. That's right. It looks like it's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. City Lord Qi's strength might not be able to suppress Zhou Xian. That's right. This kind of battle is even more soul-stirring. However, I hope that City Lord Zhou can win. Qi has really gone too far. This resentment must be vented. The outcome of this battle isn't just a battle between them. If Qi Yeyu loses, he will very likely become a stray dog and lose his position as the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way city. It looks like Zhou Xian is only doing this for his son and for the Zhou family's face. But in reality, if he defeats Qi Yeyu, Zhou Xian will very likely leap up and become the new Milky Way city lord. No one was a fool. Although this battle had already begun, it was inevitable that the credibility of the City Lord's mansion had been suppressed to its lowest point. Right now, Qi Yeyu's supporters couldn't defy the heavens. If they did, they would probably be flamed to death. Between them, whoever won would have the right to speak. Qi Yeyu was incomparably furious. Zhou Xian pressed forward step by step, his murderous aura like a dragon. On the contrary, he was a bit stretched. These past few years, this old man's strength had advanced very quickly. It had to be said that his wolf-like ambition had never stopped. If his strength hadn't been damaged, defeating Zhou Xian would still be very easy. However, in the past 1,000 years, in order to nourish the spirit embryo, his strength had been greatly consumed. Otherwise, how could Zhou Xian be so rampant? Qi Yeyu and Zhou Xian fought fiercely for a long time. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Zhou Xian was even more shocked. He didn't think that Qi Yeyu's strength was still so terrifying. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and he had no other choice. He had to fight with Qi Yeyu until the end. Qi. A sword light fell from the sky and swept across the sky. A ray of light broke through the two people's camp and directly attacked Qi Yeyu. At this time, who else would dare to attack Qi Yeyu except Xiaolon? Xiaolon's sword was like a tricky silver snake. It broke through Qi Yeyu's defense and slashed at the latter. Her appearance was out of everyone's expectation because she was Qi Yeyu's wife. At this time she chose to go against Qi Yeyu. This still shocked many people. At the same time, Xiaolon also had another identity. She was Zhou Xian's younger sister. The two of them were real siblings. However, Xiaolon's attack at this time made Qi Yeyu extremely shocked. Although he had a trace of warning, he didn't expect that the person who attacked him was his most beloved woman, Xiaolon. Qi Yeyu's heart shook. He forcefully withdrew his sword momentum because he was afraid of hurting the spiritual embryo in Xiaolon's body. It was a peerless spiritual embryo that he and Xiaolon had nurtured for 1,000 years. Once it was born, it would be a peerless genius. Qi Yeyu was extremely sad when he was attacked by his most beloved woman. Zhou Xian also didn't hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to pierce through Qi Yeyu's shoulder with his long spear. Qi Yeyu's declining situation gradually appeared from this moment. With the addition of Xiaolon, it was difficult for the seriously injured Qi Yeyu to win. In less than 20 moves he was suppressed by Xiao Yuan and firmly locked his body. 3 spears pierced through his body. Qi lost a lot of blood. His essence, qi and spirit leaked out. It was impossible for him to compete with Xiao Yuan. Chapter 49-39. Qi Yu had no chance to resist, so Xiao Yuan wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. The reason he didn't kill now was because he wanted the support of the masses. If he killed someone, people would fear him. He had the absolute advantage now. For his family, for his son, he swore to fight to the death. Everyone admired him. Once he killed Qi Yu, the Apocalypse Galaxy City would be in chaos, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Why did you betray me? Why? Qi Yu looked at Xiaolana with a sad expression. He never expected to fall into her hands. Because I don't want to see you continue fighting. Because I don't want to see you continue to fight. I don't want to see Xiao family being humiliated by you. Qi Luoying had obviously run away from the marriage and eloped with Jiang Chen of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment, but you still want to deceive Xiao family. Although I have already left Xiao family, your actions have made me feel guilty and uneasy. I don't want our child to be born with such a sanctimonious father. Although Xiao family is only a vassal of Apocalypse Silver River City, we are not a plaything in your hands. Husband, forgive me. I'm sorry. Xiaolon hugged her stomach, tears streaming down her face. What? Qi Yu's daughter ran away from her marriage? How could this be? No wonder the city lord has been stammering and unable to give a proper explanation. It turns out that he already knew about it but just didn't deal with it. Jiang Chen? Isn't that the youngest gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? So he has such a relationship with the city lord's daughter. I knew it. How could a mere half-step star state become a gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? I don't believe it. If it wasn't for the city lord, do you think that Jiang Chen could beat young Master Xiao Yin? I see. The city lord's mansion is really a place of corruption. That's right. Since ancient times, have you ever heard of anyone who wasn't at the star level defeating a level 2 star level warrior? Isn't that bullshit? Jiang Chen's name was pushed to everyone's eyes once again. However, the person who had escaped with Qi Luoying didn't appear. Hence this plot was naturally not exposed by anyone. Qi Yu narrowed his eyes. Lung Ling stared at Xiaolana. He could not believe that the woman he loved the most had become like this. Don't talk nonsense. It's not like that at all. Qi Yu said angrily. Then why don't you tell me why Jiang Chen of the Knights of Apocalypse is no longer here? Before marrying Qi Luoying, I had already secretly investigated Jiang Chen. Both of them have a very close relationship. I thought that Qi Luoying would stay with me after marrying Qi Luoying, but it turns out that she eloped with Jiang Chen. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. The prefecture is really disappointing. Qi Yu, you're the prefecture's lord, but you can't even control your own daughter. If I didn't find out about this now, I don't know how long I'll be kept in the dark. Qi Yu's face was filled with disdain. Xiao Tai roared, facing Qi Yu. Right now, Qi Yu had become a prisoner, so even he didn't have any misgivings as he roared crazily. Jiang Chen had also disappeared. The elopement was undoubtedly a done deal. Now Qi Yu could no longer explain himself. Qi Yu, you've really disappointed me. For so many years I've always treated you as a big brother. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Xiao Yuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but he was incomparably happy in his heart because Qi Yu was finally tripped by him. After today, everything would be under his control. Heaven Awakening Milky Way City would become his backyard garden. Luo Ying and Yuan Wen's abduction, Jiang Chen's disappearance, Mo Han's departure, Azure Dragon's 9 envoys' pursuit, and Yun Lingfei's dispatch at the last moment seemed to be a coincidence. However, at this time, Qi Yu knew that this was absolutely Xiao Yuan's plot. Luo Ying's relationship with him wasn't good, but she was his daughter after all. Luo Ying's disappearance and the bride's disappearance would cause the entire city lord's mansion to fall into a passive position. One after another, people went to look for Luo Ying. However, without exception, none of them came back. This wedding of the century, which had been the focus of the world's attention, had turned into a farce. At this time, the city lord's mansion and him who had been accused of treachery had been nailed to the pillar of shame. All of this was closely linked. All of this was a trap. Forget it, forget it. Qi Yu laughed self-mockingly. He knew that everything was too late. The situation today filled him with despair. The human heart was unfathomable. The people closest to him left him one by one, abandoning him. Originally, he only wanted a pure and simple child, the spirit embryo that he had nurtured for 1,000 years. But now all of that had turned into bubbles. Promise me that you'll treat him well, okay? Qiyu looked at Xiaolon. Xiaolon's heart was no longer on his side. What he was most worried about now was that the spiritual embryo in her belly would become a tool for Xiao Yuan to threaten him. Qi Luo Ying's face was full of anger and shock as she watched this scene from a distant mountain peak. I want to go out now. Jiangqin tightly held her hand and shook his head. It's too late. It's already too late. Jiangqin knew that if the two of them went back at this time, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. No matter what they said at this time, it would just be empty talk. Qi Yeyu had already become a prisoner. This was an indisputable fact. If Qi Luo Ying appeared now and escaped for the sake of her father's life, she would still be laughed at by countless people. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord who had eloped. After all, everyone wanted to save face. However, Qi Luo Ying made everyone lose face. She didn't come to attend a wedding but a farce. The instigator was Luo Ying. If Luo Ying appeared now, not only would she not be forgiven, she would also be abandoned and spurned by more people. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. He's right. I'm afraid that the heavenly awakening galaxy city is about to undergo great changes, Yunling Fei said faintly. As the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse, he didn't know what to do now. The city lord had been suppressed by Xiao Yuan's scheme, and even the city lord's wife Xiaolana had changed sides at the last minute. She had once again become a respected member of the Xiao family. Her return was the biggest blow to Qi Yeyu. His most trusted person had torn open his biggest wound. Can I just watch my father be killed by them? Chapter 49-40. Leader Yun, what should we do now? My father is in Xiao Yuan's hands. He definitely won't let him go. Mo Han's expression was extremely complicated as he looked at Yunling Fei. Now only Leader Yun could save his father. Mo Han knew that his strength was not enough to fight against the Xiao family, let alone Xiao Yuan. Yunling Fei pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm also not a match for the second city lord, Xiao Yuan. I can return to the Knights of the Apocalypse now, but he should have made a move long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been transferred out. At the critical moment, Aldrin appeared to stall me. He won't kill the city lord. He will come to me on his own accord. Jiangqin said in a deep voice. Why? Yunling Fei looked at Jiangqin with a puzzled expression. It's the jade token. Luo Ying's eyes lit up, but because of this, Jiangqin might also become the target of Xiao Yuan's attack. Now the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was probably under Xiao Yuan's control. The biggest beneficiary of this farce was Xiao Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, not only did he defeat Qi Yeyu, but he also gained everyone's sympathy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yuan was the best opportunity to take the throne. Yes, this jade token is very important to him. I think he must be more anxious than I am now. Jiangqin smiled. Give it to me. A gentleman is innocent, but a treasure will arouse the envy of others. Are you sure you have the ability to protect this jade token? Yunling Fei looked at Jiangqin. As the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and the strongest person, he was confident that he could protect the jade token in his hand. Why should I give it to you? Jiangqin chuckled and looked at Yunling Fei calmly. Yunling Fei was slightly startled. He did not expect Jiangqin to be so stubborn at this time and not give him any face. After all, he was the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and his direct subordinate, yet he dared to openly oppose him. Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yunling Fei said in a low voice. His cold eyes stared at Jiangqin. Do you think you can kill me? Jiangqin countered. Yunling Fei's breathing faltered for a moment before he laughed uproariously. This Jiangqin was so arrogant, he feared nothing and didn't place anyone in his eyes. He was just like Yunling Fei back then. However, Jiangqin was even more frivolous than Yunling Fei. You're very interesting. But now I hope you can protect the jade token in your hand. Otherwise, this jade token will be a fatal disaster for you. Xiao Yuan will certainly not let this matter go. You all know this very well. Stay outside the city. Don't go back for the time being. I will go and explore the road first. With that, Yunling Fei turned around and left. Jiangqin, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Now we can't even go back to Tianqi Milky Way City. Luo Ying sighed. She was worried about her father. She didn't know when she could save him. Xiao Yuan has ulterior motives. It's not something that can be decided in a short period of time. So, it has nothing to do with anyone. We're just victims. However, this jade token should be our last trump card. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Everyone, today is the day of this Xiao's son's wedding, but I had no choice but to end up like this. It is truly a tragedy and I had no choice but to confront the city lord manner. However, this Xiao is definitely not someone who is afraid of death. Since things have come to this today, then I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Although the wedding had to be mocked, Tianqi Silver River City could not be in chaos. Qi Yeyu was muddle-headed and had gone too far. However, Xiao Yuan would not lower her head just like that. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Qi Yeyu had already lost and that was what everyone wanted. As the second city lord, I, Xiao Yuan, am duty-bound to do this. I am indebted to the people of the world for not abandoning me. A country cannot be without a ruler. The wedding banquet has turned into a banquet of heroes. Tianqi Milky Way City is the best city in the Tianqi Milky Way region. Of course, it's a virtuous place. Using this opportunity, 99% of the world's heroes are here. Wouldn't it be great? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. At this time, Qi Yeyu had become a prisoner. Even his own woman had betrayed him. Everyone knew that there were only a few people who were qualified to be the city lord of Tianqi Milky Way City. Now Xiao Yuan was the first one to bear the brunt of it. His words were for everyone to hear. The title of the Princess of the World was self-evident. I think City Lord Xiao is such a person. I can't think of a second person besides him. That's right, City Lord Xiao. Your strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Qi Yeyu was defeated by you. You being the City Lord is what everyone wants. City Lord Xiao, I think you are the most suitable person. No one knows the big and small matters of the Tianqi Milky Way better than you. This time we came because of you. Now that you have suffered a great injustice, we can finally clear the name of the Xiao family. You are the most suitable person to be the city lord. Isn't that so? Whether it is strength or virtue, who is more suitable than City Lord Xiao? Qi Yeyu has already been defeated, and the City Lord's mansion no longer has any credibility. We will no longer respect him as the City Lord. You are indeed the best person, so there is no need to decline. City Lord Xiao, for the sake of the peace of the world and for the well-being of the common people, you have to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Almost everyone recommended Xiao Yuan as the new City Lord. Qi Yeyu had already become history. Who would have thought that the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way would actually fall at this time? In less than a day, everything had happened too suddenly. Many people understood the meaning behind Xiao Yuan's words. Since Qi Yeyu had already been defeated and no one believed in him anymore, only Xiao Yuan was the most suitable person. Whether it was strength or status, no one could compare to Xiao Yuan. Apart from the previous city lord Qi Yeyu, no one could compare to Xiao Yuan. Now that he had stepped forward to take charge of the situation, many people were happy to see him. Furthermore, he was the one who had defeated Qi Yeyu. After taking revenge, Xiao Yuan had helped them get rid of their resentment. Qi Yeyu had become the target of everyone's condemnation, while Xiao Yuan had risen to the top. Naturally, countless people were willing to follow his lead. If the Tianqi Milky Way didn't have a city lord, the people of the Tianqi Milky Way would be like a sheet of loose sand. When the time came, they would be bullied even more. Many people didn't care who became the city lord. As long as they could have peace and stability, that was enough. Whether it was Qi Yeyu or Xiao Yuan, it was the same to them. They were just common people and all they wanted was peace of mind. Chapter 49-41. Since everyone loves me so much, I won't pass on this responsibility. However, I have to say that I'm only the acting city lord of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. When I find a more suitable candidate, I'll definitely step down. I hope that everyone can supervise me on this. I'm definitely not someone who covets power and wealth. However, the Heaven Awakening Star region is currently in dire straits, so I really can't pass on this responsibility to anyone else. I'm deeply ashamed. I'll definitely do my best. Today's wedding banquet will go on as usual. I'm indebted to everyone. Please take your seats. Xiao Yuan said solemnly. Although the Xiao family had lost all face during the wedding banquet, now that Qi Yeyu had been removed from his position as city lord, a new city lord had been born in an instant. For the Xiao family, this was a true transformation. The master of the awakening galaxy city had changed, so the Xiao family's face had naturally returned. Xiaolon glanced at her big brother Xiao Yuan and smiled. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Although she had married Qi Yeyu, she was still a member of the Xiao family. They had waited for this once in 1,000 years, and they had finally gotten this opportunity. They had finally become the true masters of the awakening galaxy city. The Xiao family had completely risen. Xiao Yuan's heart was filled with comfort. He had waited for this day for too long and had sacrificed too much. That was why he was happier than anyone else today. His wish had finally come true. The Xiao family would become the #1 family of the awakening galaxy city in the future. Countless people came to the Xiao family to congratulate them. Although the Xiao family's wedding banquet hadn't attracted everyone's congratulations, everyone had to compliment the new city lord. Xiao Yuan had gone against the trend and made everyone feel how powerful and frightening he was. At the very least, he was more convincing than Qi Yeyu. At this time, everything that Xiao Yuan had done was no longer important. He had become the new city lord. He was the true new king. From now on, Xiao Yuan could finally rest easy at the top of the Heaven Awakening star system. However, Xiao Yuan still had something on his mind. Although the Heaven Awakening star domain was already under his control, what he valued the most was still the remains of the Emperor Cosmos. Thus, he had been searching for the Jade card his entire life. The Jade card would allow him to improve his strength and allow him to have the opportunity to rush out of the Heaven Awakening star domain in the future. The next day, the calm Heaven Awakening galaxy city was already surging with undercurrents. After the curtain of night was lifted, the world became clear again, but it was no longer the mountains and rivers of the past. Xiao Yuan sat calmly in the center of Qinyanghua Mansion, waiting for the people from all over to pay their respects. Countless people would come to congratulate the new city lord, and he wouldn't let go of any signs of trouble. He had already sent out many people to search for traces of Jiang Chen. Master Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse, requests an audience. The butler reported softly at the door. "You've finally come." Xiao Yuan smiled faintly and made up his mind. Now that Yun Lingfei had returned, he definitely wouldn't let him go. "Come in." In just a moment, Yun Lingfei, dressed in armor, stood in front of the main hall and gazed at Xiao Yuan. His eyes were as silent and cold as ever. "Greetings, City Lord Xiao," Yun Lingfei said solemnly. "In the future, just call me City Lord. There is only one City Lord in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that is me, Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan said faintly, "Yun Lingfei, I admire you. Yun Lingfei, I admire you. You've always been loyal to the people. This is what Tianqi Galaxy needs the most. Thus, you transferred me out of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City so that you could take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Knights of the Apocalypse and disperse them completely." Yun Lingfei said unhurriedly. "I had no choice, but now that Qi Yeyu has been defeated, the new City Lord will bring new life to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City." Xiao Yuan said. "Reporting to the City Lord, the Knights of the Apocalypse have received the order. Apart from those who stayed behind, everyone else will be dispatched to capture the evil thief Jiang Chen." Zhang Tiance knelt outside the main hall and said solemnly. Yun Lingfei looked back at Zhang Tiance. Zhang Tiance lowered his head, not daring to raise it. "Prepare for a rainy day. City Lord, it seems like you've expected everything," Yun Lingfei said. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had eloped with the eldest princess, so Xiao Yuan had every reason to issue a warrant for Jiang Chen's arrest. Moreover, he had mobilized the Knights of the Apocalypse. This was the only variable and also one of the reasons Xiao Yuan used to scheme to transfer Yun Lingfei out. If Yun Lingfei fully supported Qi Yeyu and helped him get through this crisis, then with Yun Lingfei's prestige and strength in the Knights of the Apocalypse, no one could shake him. Thus, all these years Xiao Yuan had been trying to rope him in, but Xiao Yuan had remained steadfast and guarded the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. He had no other choice. However, it was different today. He had already occupied the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. No one would be able to touch his position now. The Heavenly Awakening Knights had also been sent out to search for the traitor, Jiang Chen. Therefore, even if Yun Lingfei was here, he wouldn't be able to touch the city anymore. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. "Commander Yun, you are a pillar of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, not a private soldier of Qi Yeyu." I can completely destroy you and make you disappear from this world forever, but I admire you. After Yun Lingfei, there will no longer be a commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse. I believe this sentence. The smile on Xiao Yuan's face became wider. Yun Lingfei's eyes were cold. His foundation was unstable. Even if he dared to kill Qi Yeyu, he wouldn't dare to kill him, the pillar of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Yun Lingfei was the backbone of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his contributions were too high. In the current turbulent Apocalypse Galaxy City, although Qi Yeyu had been defeated, Yun Lingfei still had the ability to stir up a storm. Enlisting him was the best way. If he killed him, the world would be in chaos. How could Xiao Yuan not get rid of such a thing? Indeed, Yun Lingfei swears loyalty to the Apocalypse Galaxy City. The Apocalypse Knights are my life. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Tell me, how can I find them? Xiao Yuan said. Water Curtain Mountain, exchange a jade token for a life. Yun Lingfei said. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a bright smile. Thank you, Leader Yun. 3 days later, I will arrive at Water Curtain Mountain and meet this Jiang Chen who has repeatedly disturbed my plans. Xiao Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This guy really knew how to choose a place. The Apocalypse Star was vast and abundant, and he actually chose Water Curtain Mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was at Water Curtain Mountain, saving him unnecessary trouble. As long as he got the jade token in Jiang Chen's hand, he could open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Why do we have to wait for 3 days? Yun Lingfei frowned, a little puzzled. You don't have to worry about this. Let's meet at Water Curtain Mountain in 3 days. For safety reasons, I think Leader Yun should stay in the Apocalypse Galaxy City to take charge. Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 49-42. City Lord, aren't you afraid of your backyard catching fire? Yun Lingfei said with an indifferent look. If I dare to keep you here, then I'm not afraid of you rebelling against me. I love talents, but that doesn't mean I have no bottom line. Commander Yun is a smart person. I believe you know what to do. Xiao Yuan smiled faintly and closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. Yun Lingfei took a deep breath and turned to leave. Water Curtain Mountain. The mountain was connected to the water, and the water was connected to the mountain. Thousands of miles of blue waves rippled, the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the birds flew high. Jiang Chen looked at the surface of the lake from afar. The surroundings were calm and peaceful, not a single blade of grass moved. Because of the qi that the 6-ridged coiling dragon had deliberately released, no beast within 10,000 miles dared to challenge its existence. Emohan and Luo Ying were beside Jiang Chen. Yan Qingyun and the people of the Azure Dragon Envoy were the last hope of the entire Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Xiao Yuan had occupied the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City and was worshipped from all directions. He already had the momentum to dominate the world. Why did we choose this place? There are many beasts here. I'm worried that we will be attacked from both sides. Emohan looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was very grateful to Jiang Chen, his strength was still far from his and Yan Qingshan's. Of course, if it was a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say who would be the winner. After all, even the gold medal commander Xiao Yin was defeated by him. However, Jiang Chen had the jade token in his hands. It could be said that his father's life was in his hands, so Emohan could only listen to Jiang Chen's arrangements. This place is very good. The wind blows the grass, quiet and elegant. It's very suitable. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Emohan was a little anxious and couldn't help but worry. After all, they were currently in a passive position and it would be difficult for them to do anything big. His father was their only hope and also the only hope of the entire Heaven Awakening planet. But how can we guarantee that they will let us go? After we exchange our father, where should we go? The Heaven Awakening planet already belongs to Xiao Yuan. Emohan said in a low voice. Big brother, I know you are eager to save your father, but Jiang Chen has already done his best. Without him, we have no bargaining chips to negotiate with Xiao Yuan, let alone save our father. Now the jade plate in his hand is our only hope. He risked his life to face it with us. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do it. Luo Ying said solemnly. His father was in danger. No matter how much discord there was in the past, it was no longer important. His life was more important than the heavens. Right now, only Jiang Chen can save father. How could he not know the danger? Where can we go at this time? Isn't it Xiao Yuan's territory? Only in this water curtain mountain can we be considered to be out of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city's control. We are weak and facing the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city. What do you think our chances of victory are? Luo Ying's words made Mo Han feel extremely ashamed, but he also felt helpless. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I was too impatient. Mo Han knew very well that if Jiang Chen didn't do anything, they would be in an even more passive position. They wouldn't be able to call for help even if they called for help. Jiang Chen disregarded everything and stood on the same front as them. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do so because he had to face the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city. If he gave the jade plate in his hand to Xiao Yuan, he would be able to exchange it for endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Moreover, his status in the heavenly awakening Milky Way city would be unparalleled. Jiang Chen was still lying down, not saying a word. A small boat crossed the long mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos required 3 jade plates to open. Now Xiao Yuan only lacked his own jade plate. This time he had to go and find out. He still had a chance at Water Curtain Mountain. If he went somewhere else, the 6-spine coiling dragon wouldn't be able to use its full power, and it would be impossible to fight against Xiao Yuan. Jiang Chen knew very well that if they wanted to make a comeback, the most important person was still Qi Yeu. If Qi Yeu was still alive, there would still be hope. If Qi Yeu was really dead, they would really have to run. Qi Yeu still had the strength to fight against Xiao Yuan. As for Jiang Chen, although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a star-level powerhouse. Wouldn't that be courting death? Jiang Chen still remembered the scene in the Qingyang Flower Mansion Square. The strength of these 2 city lords wasn't something he could shake. He had been in charge of the heavenly awakening starfield for so many years. If he didn't have some ability, how could he convince the masses? Whether it was Qi Yeu or Xiao Yuan, they were both extremely terrifying existences. Jiang Chen had to admit that he couldn't catch up to them. Hence Jiang Chen urgently wanted to improve his strength. If he could enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he might be able to reap a huge harvest. How could a great emperor that had been passed down for millions of years, an existence that even the Star Domain Lord considered a taboo, not have any treasures? Jiang Chen had long been tempted. Of course, saving Qi Yeu was also necessary, as only Qi Yeu could help them get out of danger and successfully restore them. For 7 consecutive days, the entire Water Curtain Mountain was incomparably quiet. It wasn't just Mo Han. Even Luo Ying couldn't sit still. Jiang Chen, do you think Xiao Yuan will really come? Luo Ying was anxious. It had already been 7 days, but there hadn't been any movement in the Water Curtain Mountain. Could it be that Xiao Yuan didn't intend to come? If that was the case, wouldn't they be forced into a passive state again? He won't. The position of this jade token in his heart isn't something that your father can compare to. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Luo Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was her father's life really not comparable to this jade token? Xiao Yuan must have deliberately planned for this jade token. At this moment, no one was more anxious than him. Hence they only needed to wait for Xiao Yuan. Someone is coming. A lot of them. Yan Qingyun frowned. His eyes were blazing as he looked into the distance and said in a low voice. They're finally here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Mo Han and Luo Ying's faces were grim. They looked at each other. Finally, the person they had been waiting for was here. They didn't know how their father's body was and whether his life would be in danger. Above the void there was a dark cloud and a mighty group of people. There were more than 100 stellar-level experts. That kind of pressure made everyone feel great pressure. The person leading the group was none other than Xiao Yuan. "Ha, little guy, we meet again." Xiao Yuan laughed and said. He looked at Jiang Chen with blazing eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen, he saw his jade token and he saw the door of the Emperor of the Cosmos. His thousands of years of waiting were not in vain. Finally, the clouds had dispersed and the moon could be seen. City Lord Xiao is very punctual. It seems that we didn't wait in vain. Jiang Chen said. That's natural. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. I must do what I said. Where's your thing? Xiao Yuan said indifferently. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Chapter 49-43. Young Master Zhao's temper is not small. Jiang Chen smiled. Where is the person we want? Where's my father? Luo Ying said, her eyes filled with anxiety. You're such a promiscuous woman. If it weren't for you, our Xiao family wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with love and hate, but he knew that he had to follow his father's plan. A woman was just a worldly possession. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Your Xiao family has already arranged everything. Why do you have to pretend? I'm just the fuse. What you want has never been me but the entire Tianqi Milky Way city. Luo Ying said. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Our Xiao family is upright, but your city lord palace has done such a thing, forcing us to take action. Now that you eloped with this bastard, you still have the face to come here and talk nonsense? You're really shameless, you bitch. Xiao Tai cursed. He loved Luo Ying very much, but he couldn't get her, so he had to destroy her. It's useless to say more. Since things have come to this, why do you have to pretend? You mean City Lord Xiao? Jiang Chen smiled. Bring him here. Xiao Yuan said. Everyone here was his trusted aide, so he didn't have to worry too much. This time he had brought all his men to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise he wouldn't have the confidence to explore the great Emperor's tomb. Qi Yeyu was brought up, but his body was tightly bound. Father. Father. Luo Ying and Mo Han's faces were pale, looking at their disheveled father. The once arrogant master of the Tianqi starfield had now become a prisoner. It was also Jiang Chen's first time seeing Qi Yeyu. Although he was bound, Qi Yeyu's eyes were still as fierce as ever. He glanced at Mo Han and Luo Ying, then finally looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Let them go, I'll stay. Jiang Chen said. Don't push your luck. We will only trade with you if you bring us the jade pendant. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Xiao Tai sneered. You can give it a try. I only need to move slightly and this jade token will be crushed. You have the advantage in numbers. If we give the jade token to you, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape, right? Jiang Chen said calmly. You have no choice. Xiao Tai said angrily. Let them go. Xiao Yuan said, glancing at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin pushed Qi Yeyu to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss Luo Ying and the others. You guys go first. No, I want to be with you. Luo Ying said in a deep voice. If you stay, you will only be a burden to me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Luo Ying was silent for a moment. She knew that she almost caused Jiang Chen's death. Indeed, it would be easier for him to escape alone. However, he was facing Xiao Yuan, a peerless expert whose strength was almost equal to her father. Could he really escape? Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Han. Mo Han nodded and quickly retreated with Yan Qingyun and the others. Qi Yeyu glanced at Jiang Chen. This young man, whom he had never met before, was indeed a brave and unparalleled person. He actually disregarded his own life to exchange for him. Qi Yeyu was very clear about the jade token. It was the key to open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. And he was very clear about Xiao Yuan's thoughts. He wanted to go to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This guy was now fully prepared. Cough, 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 cough. Qi Yeyu's face was pale as he shook his head. I'm fine, but my current strength is restricted. Xiao Yuan has inserted the 9-inch cold ancient nail into my body. It's impossible to force it out without 1,000 years. The Xiao Yuan. He's too ruthless. Mo Han clenched his fists. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was made from the essence of 10,000 years old ice. It was the most insidious thing. It could even make a stellar-level expert unable to resist it. Once it was inserted into the body, it would fuse with the body and corrode the body. Can he alone resist Xiao Yuan's hundreds of stellar-level experts? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen's back as he gradually disappeared from his sight. After a few years, Jiang Chen should be dead. For the sake of righteousness for the city lord mansion, this young man was worthy of respect. After a long while, Xiao Tai couldn't sit still. Now, can you give us the jade token? You can go. We won't give you the jade token. Jiang Chen smiled. Not only Xiao Yuan but everyone's face changed. This guy actually fooled all of them? Don't be so agitated. I won't give it to you because I want to save my life. City Lord Xiao, you can understand me, right? I only have one request. Jiang Chen smiled. What request? Xiao Yuan said. Take me to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell but you come to seek death. Xiao Tai sneered. All right. Xiao Yuan nodded. He was the one who made the final decision. Hence, Jiangchen didn't put Xiao Tai in his eyes at all. This guy was probably on par with Xiao Yin, but he shouldn't be underestimated. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Jiangchen alone couldn't compete with them. This was something they knew very well. Hence, Xiao Yuan didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes. He only wanted the Jade Token. Hundreds of stellar-level experts were densely packed together. Even if Jiangchen summoned the six-spine coiling dragon, the two of them would still die without a burial ground. This time Xiao Yuan should have made full preparations. Otherwise he wouldn't have attacked with all his troops. Jiangchen had nothing but the Jade Token. Hence he had to ensure his own safety. This Jade Token was his protective talisman. In Xiao Yuan's eyes, Jiangchen was a dispensable puppet. A guy who hadn't even reached the stellar level. What qualifications did he have to negotiate with him? He could satisfy Jiangchen's request, but the final winner could only be himself. Jiangchen was playing with fire. Hence it wasn't just Xiao Yuan. Almost everyone felt that Jiangchen was courting death. His life and death were no longer important. With Xiao Yuan around, even Qi Yeu had been defeated. Who else could fight against them? Jiangchen saw Xiao Tai, Xiao Yin, Han Feihu and Aldern. None of them were stellar-level experts and they were all very powerful. These people were all Xiao Yuan's people. From the moment they appeared and became obstacles, they had captured Luo Ying. There was no room for negotiation. City Lord Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. I am also very curious about the secrets of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Since I was fated to meet him today, I can die without regrets. I know that I will definitely die in this battle, but I want to fulfill my wish before I die. I want to visit the grave of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I still have to thank you, City Lord Xiao. Chapter 49-44. Aldern, bring some men to keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape and don't let him destroy the jade pendant. If there's any mistake, we'll kill him. Xiao Yuan said coldly and glanced at Jiangchen. Jiangchen shrugged and looked at Aldern again. With this guy's strength, he was no match for him at all. If it wasn't for Yun Lingfei's timely appearance, they would be in a more passive position. Hee. Kid, you've fallen into my hands again. Aldern said with a smile and patted Jiangchen's shoulder. His eyes were extremely cold. It was easy to keep an eye on this brat. As long as City Lord Xiao gave the order, he would be able to kill him. When the tomb of the Cosmos Great Emperor is opened, you can do whatever you want to me. Since I don't have a way to live, I'll spare City Lord Qi's life in exchange for mine. It's a good deal for me. It's not a loss. Jiangchen said. It's good that you know your limits. Say, if you directly offered the jade pendant to Castellan Xiao, wouldn't you be able to exchange it for a lifetime of glory and wealth? Why did you have to mix with the people from the Castellan mansion and offend the young master? Isn't that courting death? Aldern shook his head and sneered. He had long regarded Jiangchen as a dead man. There's no choice. I'm a stubborn person. Once I want to do something, even 9 bulls can't pull me back. Now where are we going? Jiangchen asked. Of course we're going to the place you want to go. When we get there, your mission will be completed and your time of death will come. Aldern sneered. Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was actually in the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed that he had been loitering in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos's house all this while. He did not know the true face of the Emperor of the Cosmos because he was in this mountain. Following Xiao Yuan's group all the way to the depths of the Water Curtain Mountain, the number of demonic beasts in the surroundings gradually increased. There were birds and beasts of all shapes and sizes. The Water Curtain Mountain had always been a unique feature of the Water Curtain Mountain. After crossing 2 mountains, there was a vast body of water. If you didn't have enough experience, it was very likely that you would get lost and lose your direction. Xiao Yuan was obviously very confident until they walked to the front of the 5 Fingers Mountain. From afar, the 5 Finger Mountain looked like a palm, protruding from the surface of the water. Although it looked small from afar, it was boundlessly large up close, probably covering a radius of 100 miles. The surrounding beasts were restless. With so many star states, Xiao Yuan and the others caused the water to become turbulent. Countless beasts were frightened and fled. We finally arrived at the 5 Finger Mountain. Xiao Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the entire 5 Finger Mountain. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He had dreamed of this moment for so many years and it had finally come true. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, He would be able to charge out of the Heaven Awakening starfield in the future and reach a greater sky. The Emperor of the Cosmos was a true powerhouse of the universe. This was his fortune and karma. Otherwise, if the Emperor of the Cosmos hadn't left behind an inheritance in the Heaven Awakening starfield, he would never have obtained it in his lifetime. Zhou Xian knew that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a powerhouse. He wasn't satisfied with his own strength. The star state was far from the end of the universe, but it was just a small corner of the Heaven Awakening starfield. He hadn't been able to advance even an inch for millions of years. Not to mention the star state, even the seventh firmament of the star state was far behind him. Therefore, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was his only chance. Open for me. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed as he put his palms together. A terrifying wave of air rolled out, and the originally turbulent water suddenly calmed down. The waves kept rising and rolling to both sides, and a deep ravine appeared in front of everyone. It was so deep that it couldn't be seen, and it extended all the way to the bottom of the sea. The water rippled like stairs, layer by layer, and Zhou Xian took the lead and rushed down. Everyone followed Zhou Xian without hesitation, all the way to the bottom of the Five-Finger Mountain. The surrounding mountain walls were grayish-brown, and there were sword scars that were a few meters, a few dozen meters, and even a few hundred meters. They were filled with the feeling of the great Tao. Every sword scar was suffocating, and they were intertwined with each other. Not only that, but those sword scars were like endless oppression. No one dared to stare at them attentively. The pressure brought by those sword scars would crush them to death. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. These sword scars were really powerful. This is a good thing. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The endless sword intent made his heart restless. In the eyes of others, this was a killing weapon, but in his eyes, these sword scars were crucial to his breakthrough. His limitless sword had reached a bottleneck. 29 swords was Jiang Chen's strongest move, but he wasn't sure if there would be 30 swords to push limitless sword to a new height. These sword scars opened up a new path. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. These sword scars contained the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It was completely different from his limitless sword, but the sword intent was the same. The sword intent in these sword scars was even more powerful than his limitless sword. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen was shocked inside. This should be the sword intent of the Emperor of the Cosmos, right? Limitless sword had no end, but Jiang Chen's sword intent had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't take another step forward. These sword scars might be his biggest gain. Such a domineering sword mark. Zhou Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the hundreds of half-step star-level masters behind him all felt their scalps go numb. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and their eyes were bloodshot. Finally they fell to the ground. No. I don't want to die. Pew. Many half-step star states exploded one after another. Hiss. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian knew that they had been tricked by the sword mark. All of you don't look at the sword scar. There's something strange about that sword scar. None of you can handle the sword intent within it. Zhou Xian shouted angrily. Even the stellar-level elites had a pained expression on their faces because the sword intent of the sword marks was too powerful. Each sword mark was like a great killing weapon that they couldn't resist at all. Each sword mark contained supreme Tao. The power of the Tao was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. That kind of invincible sharpness made one's scalp tingle. The terror of the limitless sword lay in its endless transformations. However, the sword marks in front of them had the same aura, the same domineering aura, and the same power. It was like a force that rose to the sky, like bamboo shoots after the rain, breaking out of the ground and pointing straight to the sky. Jiang Chen followed the direction of each sword mark, trying to find the traces of the sword marks. However, it was extremely difficult for him to do so because the supreme Tao accumulation in these sword marks was very exclusive. No one could control it. It was as if they had their own lives and couldn't be controlled at all. Jiang Chen didn't know how to control them. Wherever the sword pointed, the intent was clear. Chapter 49-45. Every sword seemed to be messy, but they would eventually return to the end of the sea. Every sword crisscrossed, but they were all the same. The great Tao returned to one, turning complexity into simplicity. This is the Emperor of the Cosmos's sword intent. It points to the distant galaxy, piercing through the long rainbow, majestic mountains and rivers. It's indeed domineering. No matter how it changes, it still stays the same. Myriad realms return to one. Is this the Emperor of the Cosmos's sword intent? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Myriad realms return to one. Return to one. With a thought, Xianxia used the power of the stars to drive the countless sword intents. At that moment, the sword marks on the stone wall continued to spread out and eventually converged at the end of the galaxy. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of the sword piercing through the air shocked everyone. All the people below the stellar level were Zhou Xian's subordinates. At this moment, 3,000 experts under the sword marks, 2,000 people who bore the brunt of the impact died instantly. They were shocked by the sword intent and their bodies were all penetrated. Hundreds and thousands of people fell to the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Almost half of their people had died. Just a few sword intents had made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Pfft! Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the boundless sword intent completed the myriad realms return to one. His heart was completely clear. This terrifying and domineering sword intent finally made Xianxia take another step forward on the path of the limitless sword. The sword intent contained in the countless sword marks had already rushed to the peak of the galaxy. At this moment, the sword marks on the stone wall also fell off, losing their initial domineering style. I thought you were immune to poison. Seems like you're not much better. Odin glanced at Xianxia and sneered. Although Xianxia didn't die, it seemed like he was injured by the sword marks. What a terrifying sword intent. Could it be that the Emperor of the Cosmos is angry? All dead. More than half of us are dead. This is too scary. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. We haven't even found the entrance and we've already suffered heavy losses. I can't even imagine it. What's there to be afraid of? City Lord Xiao is here. After all, Emperor Cosmos has been dead for countless years. What's there to be afraid of? Many people were trembling with fear and worry. 2/3 of them who were half a step into the star level had been submerged by the sword marks, and the rest seemed to have lost their souls. Zhou Xian turned around and saw that more than half of the people had died. His face turned extremely ugly. Wasn't the Emperor of the Cosmos a little too strong? The sword mark has fallen off. There is no need to be nervous, Xiao Tai said in a deep voice. However, many people still had a lingering fear in their hearts. The invisible sword scar just now had given them the greatest nightmare of their lives. Those who could survive under the pressure of the sword soul were not easy to deal with. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos, Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Just the sword intent left behind by the sword marks had made them all feel fear. This kind of method was not something an ordinary person could easily achieve. After the sword marks had fallen off, the seaweed on the stone wall had all fallen off, revealing a huge door that was about 100 meters tall. The door was carved out of white jade and there were 2 dragons on it. They didn't look like dragons, but they were definitely terrifying beasts. They looked mighty and domineering. The 2 dragons were entrenched on top of the 100-meter tall jade door. They were very conspicuous, like 2 giant guardian deities. It's here, there's no doubt about it. Zhou Xian was excited. He had searched for thousands of years and finally found it. This was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This was the mausoleum of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he would be able to sweep through the Xianxia star field and reach an unprecedented realm. What a marvelous door. Yeah, it looks like we have arrived at the tomb of the great emperor. I really want to go in and have a look. Don't worry. This time the city lord came prepared. We just need to do our part well. Today is destined to be recorded in the history books. The new king of the Xianxia star field, the invincible existence, is about to be born. It was not only Zhou Xian. Many people were eager to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could drink the soup and obtain a little benefit, which would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Bring Xianxia here, Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Xianxia was pushed over by Odin. His face was pale. I don't know how a person like you managed to defeat my big brother. Just a mere sword intent and you were tortured to such a state. I thought you were already dead. Xiao Tai smiled sinisterly. Looking at the 3 round holes on the jade door which could fit 3 jade tablets, Xianxia knew that the jade tablet in his hand was finally going to work. These 3 jade tablets were the keys to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Once he handed over the jade tablet, his life would be in great danger. At that time no one would be able to save him. Hand it over. We are already at the door. Do you still want to play tricks? It's useless even if you say anything now. Xiao Yuan said. Hand over the jade tablet and I will spare your life. As the lord of a city I will do what I say. Jiang Qin smiled and handed the jade tablet to Xiao Yuan. In the next moment he was surrounded by everyone. You said you wouldn't kill me. Jiang Qin said calmly. You're such a good child. Naive child. That's what my father said. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Go. Xiao Tai sneered and waved his hand. More than 100 star states swarmed over. You are indeed father and son. You will die here sooner or later. I will go first. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He stepped on the ascending stairway and dashed forward. In a few flashes he disappeared in front of Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so fast. There he is. Chase him. Xiao Tai roared with a gloomy face. Never mind. You won't be able to catch up to him. A kid who isn't even a star state won't be able to cause much trouble. We don't have time to waste with him. Xiao Yuan frowned. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to have such a move. With such speed only he could catch up to Jiang Qin. If it was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, it would be terrible. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score with him after they got out of here. Furthermore, there was no need for him, the city lord, to deal with such a person personally. Count yourself lucky, Jiang Qin. As long as you are still on the Heaven Awakened planet, I won't let you go even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Although Xiao Tai was unwilling, the most important thing now was to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Chapter 49-46. Jiang Qin turned his head and saw that the Jade Gate was already open. However, he still had to meet up with Qi Yeyu and the others. Only Qi Yeyu had a chance against Xiao Yuan. If he went, he would only be cannon fodder. However, just as Jiang Qin was about to leave, he discovered that 4 people had silently appeared here. If it wasn't for the fact that his natal astral soul was powerful enough to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. These 4 people were dressed in strange clothes, clearly not fitting in with the people of the Heavenly Awakening planet. Each of them was clad in beast skin armor, and their auras were extremely domineering. Although these 4 people weren't as strong as Xiao Yuan, they shouldn't be too far off. Who are these fellows? Jiang Qin frowned. It seemed that the opening of the Emperor Cosmos had attracted an unknown power. These 4 people made Jiang Qin feel extremely helpless. He wasn't a match for them at all. Even if he broke through to the star rank, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. The Heavenly Awakening planet is really a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Jiang Qin murmured. However, at this moment he had to find Qi Yeyu and the others as soon as possible. Otherwise, if both sides fell into the trap, they would be in an even more passive position. Jiang Qin used his natal astral soul to search for Luo Ying and the others. In less than half an hour he found them. Luo Ying. Jiang Qin's call caused Luo Ying's body to tremble. He had returned. Jiang Qin. Luo Ying directly threw herself into Jiang Qin's embrace. At that moment even Qi Yeyu was slightly moved. It seemed that his daughter's heart already belonged to someone, and he didn't know anything about it at all. In order to save him, Jiang Qin didn't hesitate to use his own life as a bargaining chip. It's good that you're fine. Mo Han was also very pleasantly surprised, although Jiang Qin's strength was not at the stellar level, but his means were shocking. You actually managed to escape from Xiao Yuan and the others. Seems that I have really underestimated you. Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Qin and said seriously. Father, you may not know this, but he has even defeated Gold Medal Commander Xiao Yin, the eldest son of Xiao Yuan. Mo Han said. As expected, heroes come from the young. Qi Yeyu nodded slightly. Being able to escape from the Xiao family's army proved his ability, and defeating Xiao Yin also made sense. A half-step stellar level defeating a second-layer stellar level, such a genius could be said to be extremely rare. There's no need to be polite, City Lord Qi. Now that Xiao Yuan and the others have entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, I think at this time, you also don't want to see Qi Yeyu succeed, right? Once he obtains the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, you will never be able to rise again, and you will become a stray dog, a lonely ghost wandering between heaven and earth. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. What? He has already entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Qi Yiyu's face was full of shock, and his heart was extremely solemn. He naturally didn't want Xiao Yuan to control the heaven-awakened planet, but the current him had no way to contend against him. His power was completely suppressed. I want to go too, but I don't have the strength. Xiao Yuan, that old thing, pierced the 9-inch cold ancient nail in my body. Even with my power, it would take me 1,000 years to completely force it out. With my current power, it would be good if I could at most unleash the power of the 3rd layer stellar level. Qi Yiyu was extremely depressed, extremely lonely, and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Let me try, maybe I can help you. Jiangchen said. You can cure me? Qi Yiyu didn't dare to believe it. Can you really? Brother Jiang? Emohan was also extremely excited. He knew how powerful Jiangchen was. After all, he had cured his mother, and even the godly doctor was helpless. Mother's illness was cured by him, Luo Ying said. Jiangchen was their only hope now. Your mother, how is she? Qi Yiyu pondered and asked softly. After thousands of twists and turns, the world had changed. When Xiaolon betrayed him, he suddenly came to realize that only Yuan Wen treated him the best. Even if she was faced with his cold-bloodedness and the way he treated his children, she didn't have a word of complaint. That incident back then was planned by Xiaolon, father. Emohan clenched his fists tightly, his face as gloomy as water. If it wasn't for Xiaolon, their family wouldn't be so tense. His parents hadn't spoken for thousands of years. Even when his mother was gravely ill, he didn't care. I know. Qi Yiyu couldn't help but sigh. Only he knew the helplessness in his heart. No one could replace him. Where is your mother now? I want to see her. She's in my Buddha prison palace. Everything is fine. However, she doesn't want to see you, Jiangchen said. Luo Ying and Emohan looked at each other. Their mother was still brooding over it and couldn't forgive their father. Even now it was still the same. Fine, wait for me to regroup and fight with Xiao Yuan to the death. I'll go find her and ask for forgiveness, Qi Yu said. As a married couple, he had done too many wrong things. It was no wonder that she wouldn't forgive him. Come, regardless of success or failure, there are some things I have to do. I, Qi Yiyu, have spent thousands of years in a daze. It's time for me to wake up. Qi Yiyu looked at Jiangchen. All right. Jiangchen nodded his head, then he touched Qi Yiyu's meridians. In an instant, a frightening cold air rushed towards Jiangchen like a frightening ice dragon. What a great 9-inch cold ancient nail. Jiangchen didn't move. A blazing flame appeared in his palm and entered Qi Yiyu's body. Qi Yiyu's body trembled as he looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 flames formed 5 streams of air that rampaged through his body and rushed towards his heart meridians. So hot. Are these 5 heavenly flames? Qi Yiyu was shocked. However, he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, he was the overlord of the heavenly awakening star region. What had he not seen? However, it was the first time he had heard of a person controlling 5 heavenly flames. The 5 types of heavenly flames attacked the 9-inch cold ancient nail. They surrounded it and began to crazily attack it. In an instant, the 9-inch cold ancient nail was completely broken into pieces. Its originally cold body began to warm up gradually. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. However, under the siege of the 5 elemental divine flames, it collapsed in less than 15 minutes. Qi Yiyu's body also gradually regained its warmth, and the power within her body was also gradually stabilizing. Chapter 49-47. I've really recovered? Qi Yiyu still had some doubts, but the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. You should be fine. Although the 9-inch cold ancient nail is an extremely cold object, the 5-element divine flame completely crushed it. There's no way to turn it around. Jiangchen said confidently. This favor is greater than the heavens. Jiangchen, if I can return to my peak, the heaven awakening star system will be your home. As long as you say the word, I, Qi Yiyu, will do it even if I have to die 9 times. Qi Yiyu said solemnly. At this moment, Jiangchen had cured him of the 9-inch cold ancient nail's cold poison. This was very important to him. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for Xiao Yuan to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. At that time he would still be wanted throughout the heaven awakening star system like a stray dog. But now that Jiangchen had restored his strength, he would have the strength to fight Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would have to run away from the heavenly awakening star like a street rat. He wouldn't be able to take revenge for the rest of his life. Not to mention the glory and wealth he had in the past, he wouldn't even be able to survive. Xianxia had given him a chance at the most crucial moment. This was more important than his life. Don't speak too early. I will do my best to help you kill Xianxia. However, I only have one goal, and that is to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xianxia said solemnly. It's not that I'm burning the bridge after crossing it. Xianxia, you have to understand how strong the Emperor of the Cosmos is. Even if he gave you his inheritance, you might not be able to receive it. If there is such an opportunity, I won't fight with you. However, if you don't have the ability, I will take it. Qiyu said solemnly. City Lord Qi, I am satisfied. Whether or not I can get the inheritance of Emperor of the Cosmos, it is still too early to say. Moreover, when I left the tomb of the great emperor, I saw 4 people. All of them were terrifyingly strong. They were a bit weaker than Xiaoyuan, but they should not be weaker than Yun Lingfei. Do you know them? Jiangchen said in a low voice. For someone whose strength is comparable to Commander Yun Ling Yun? Qi Yeyu's brows were tightly furrowed. How could he not know of such an expert on Heaven Awakened planet? It's very likely that it's an interstellar wanderer who has entered the Heaven Awakened planet without any reports. The Heaven Awakened planet is now very tense, and it's very likely that someone has entered. Interstellar wanderer. Jiangchen nodded slightly. If it was an interstellar wanderer, then it made sense. It seemed that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos had attracted a lot of busybodies. Their opponents might not only be Xiaoyuan. That's right. These people are desperados. They will leave after one strike. You will never know where these guys came from. There are many interstellar wanderers in the entire Heaven Awakened star field, but the Horseman of the Apocalypse also specializes in dealing with interstellar wanderers. It's just that the Horseman of the Apocalypse is now under Xiaoyuan's control. Otherwise, Yun Lingfei would have already arrived. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. Interstellar wanderers, to put it bluntly, are bandits. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. These guys had come to snatch treasures. They would leave after one strike regardless of success or failure. This time it was obvious that they had encountered a great treasure. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Qiyu said. Qingyun, go summon the Dongshan 2 elders. They are my most loyal friends and also the earliest advisors of the City Lord's mansion. Yes, City Lord. Yan Qingyun accepted the order and left. So the Dongshan 2 elders have always been here. Father chased them away in a fit of anger, but it turned out to be fake, Luoying said. That's right. The Dongshan 2 elders are the people I trust the most. I won't summon them unless it's absolutely necessary. Today the Heaven Awakened star has reached its final stage, so they have to come out. Qi Yu looked at Jiangchen, Luoying and Mo Han, and the others and dismissed them. It's hard to say whether I will live or die in this battle. If I can return safely, I will definitely give you and your mother an explanation. But if I fail, then I will disappear from this world. Luoying and Mo Han silently followed behind Qi Yu. No matter how many mistakes he had made, he was still their father. In this battle, they would be their father's last pillars of support. Jiangchen, you could have stayed out of this, but you have an obsession in your heart. In this battle, I hope you can protect yourself. If possible, protect Luoying for me. All right. Jiangchen and Qi Yu looked at each other. The two of them took the lead and went straight to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiangchen was more nervous than anyone else. He was determined to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could he have the opportunity to break through to a higher realm and traverse the Heaven Awakened star region. Only the strong could stand between heaven and earth. Only by becoming strong could he have the opportunity to find Feng. When Jiangchen, Qi Yu, and the others arrived at the depths of the sea, the jade door was wide open. It's here, Jiangchen said. It seems that for the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiaoyuan has made a lot of preparations. He must have started planning a long time ago. Qi Yu said in a low voice. He had started planning from the moment he and his sister got together. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be so meticulous. The spiritual embryo that he had nurtured for 1,000 years had consumed a lot of his strength and cultivation. That was why Xiaoyuan had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat him. In the end he had given the most important jade card to Xiaolon as a gift for the birth of the spiritual embryo. However, before the spiritual embryo was born, he had been betrayed by Xiaolon. The siblings had joined forces to deal with him. The most important thing was that they had seized the entire heaven-awakened star and opened the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Let's go. Qiyu took the lead. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak, it had recovered by more than half. After Jiangqin had helped him resolve the cold poison of the 9-inch cold ancient nail, his strength had been restored. This time he was confident that he could compete with Xiao Yueyan again. After Jiangqin and the others entered the door, a winding path appeared. It was surrounded by stalactites of various colors and mottled with light. A strange beast's roar came from the depths, making one's scalp go numb. This sound is so strange. It's like a scream, but it also sounds like a baby crying. Jiangqin frowned. I've never heard such a sound before. I can't tell what kind of demon beast it is. Qiyu said in a low voice, his face grave. He had traveled to all corners of the heaven-awakened star region over the years, but he had never seen a demon beast like this. He didn't know what it was. Look. Why is there so much blood? Chapter 49-48. There must have been a battle. This is not just human blood. There is an indescribable stench. Jiangqin said. Be careful. Mohan exclaimed. Many green snakes flew out from the surroundings. These snakes had 3 eyes and were very slender. There were hundreds of them and they rushed towards them crazily. These snakes are very scary. Be careful, they are extremely poisonous. Jiangqin had already smelled their saliva. The poison was very terrifying. Although it was not enough to kill stellar-level experts, it could weaken their strength. Jiangqin raised his sword and slashed in all directions. However, some of the green snakes were extremely tough and could not be cut off by a single slash. Even the heavenly dragon sword that could cut through iron like mud had to be slashed a second time and a third time before it could be cut off. Luo Ying and Mo Han were also very nervous. There were too many snakes. They were densely packed and emitted a green light, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. These are jewel snakes. Their whole body is flowing with light. They are very difficult to deal with. Their skin and flesh cannot be cut by ordinary weapons. Qiyu said. With a wave of his hand, a cold light flashed and dozens of green snakes were cut in half. Jiang Chen's expression became serious. Qi Yeyu was indeed a city lord, the overlord of heavenly awakening Starfield. Her strength was truly terrifying. Although he had killed dozens of green snakes compared to Qi Yeyu, the difference was too great. Qi Yeyu could easily kill them with a single slash. 1,000 Buddha light. Qi Yeyu put his palms together and countless golden lights scattered in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of jewel snakes were torn apart. Let's go. This is just an ordinary barrier. Xiao Yueyan and the others should have already entered. Qi Yeyu's branches repelled all the jewel snakes. The green light dissipated, and under their feet were the bodies of the jewel snakes. Jiang Qin and the others didn't stop and quickly entered the cave. However, not long after they left, the broken pieces of the snake's body began to gather together. The flesh and blood gradually merged together, becoming thicker, bigger and tougher. They didn't chase after us, did they? Xiao Tai said with a lingering fear in his heart. He turned his head around and his eyes were filled with excitement. That scene just now was too thrilling. He was still filled with fear. I don't think so. This place is really dangerous. Seems we have to be more careful. Odin said in a deep voice. He was also shocked by the danger just now. Fortunately, City Lord Xiao had intervened. Otherwise, they would have suffered countless casualties. Now there were only a few hundred half-step star states left. If they wanted to continue, reducing their losses was more important than anything else. More than half of them had died in the sword mark crisis before entering the door. Now they had to be even more cautious. Although there weren't any star states yet, it didn't mean they were safe. Father, look. What a huge plaza. Xiaoyin said. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. There was actually such a majestic palace hidden deep underground beneath the ocean. It was thousands of meters wide and it was surrounded by metal and stone, sparkling with light. In the surroundings, there were many heaven-reaching pillars that reached all the way to the top of his head. They were at least 3,000 meters tall and were carved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as countless divine beasts. In the distance, a dazzling golden palace appeared in front of everyone. The palace had 3 floors and was very huge. It was surrounded by brilliance, but when one looked up it was pitch black. The space in the middle of the palace was like a void of chaos, illuminating the pitch-black sky above. Occasionally, a few specks of starlight streaked across the pitch-black sky, like a lonely galaxy. In front of the palace, in the center of the plaza, there was a yellow round platform about 10 feet tall and 100 feet wide. Its shape was irregular and looked more like a natural platform. "We're here. Is this the tomb of the great emperor of the galaxy?" Xiao Tai said excitedly. "It's hard to say. This doesn't seem to be a mausoleum but a residence." Xiaoyin said. "The Genesis Chi here is extremely terrifying. Let's go." Xiao Yuan said in a low voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Terrifying Genesis Chi spread out from the palace. Xiao Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He was certain that the treasures of Emperor Cosmos were in the palace. Even an expert like him was filled with curiosity about the palace. "City Lord, look, is this the commander selection platform?" Han Fei, who took the lead, scanning the surroundings so that he could react immediately if there was any danger. 4 large crimson characters were engraved on the round platform like dancing dragons and phoenixes. Compared to the dazzling brilliance of the surroundings, the characters seemed to have weathered endless storms, eroded by wind and rain, and were covered in the traces of time. This commander selection platform doesn't seem to fit in with the entire palace. Why is it here? Xiao Yin looked towards his father Xiao Yuan. "Odern, go and see what's going on," Xiao Yuan said. "Yes, City Lord." Odern obeyed the order and leaped onto the general appointment platform. After patrolling the area, Odern shook his head but found nothing. "It's probably just a trick. It's just a broken stone, don't worry about it." Xiao Tai did not think much of it. "Let's go, we must be careful." Xiao Yuan was still feeling uneasy. He did not know why, but the closer he got to the palace, the more uneasy he felt. Although he wanted to go in and find out more than anyone else, his intuition told him that Emperor Cosmos would not be so simple. What kind of demeanor did a great emperor have? How could anyone casually barge into his mausoleum? Just as they crossed the commander selection platform and were about to approach the palace, Xiao Yuan discovered that they had been walking for a long time, but they had been walking in the same place, unable to get close to the magnificent palace. "Why can't we get close to the palace?" Xiao Yin asked doubtfully. They had been walking for a long time, but they still couldn't get close to the palace. It was as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers in front of them. It was right in front of them, but it was unreachable. After walking for a long time, they realized that they had been walking around the commander selection platform. The magnificent palace in front of them seemed like it was a lifetime ago. "Look. Why is the commander selection platform lighting up?" Han Feihu said with a solemn face. As the team's last member, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The unassuming commander selection platform that they had ignored was actually glowing. "What's going on?" Xiao Yuan murmured. He was also confused. He did not know why they couldn't get into the palace, and it was as if they were ghosts trying to hit a wall. It made him extremely anxious. Xiao Yuan's heart was filled with apprehension and he was extremely careful. Only he knew how terrifying the Starry River Grand Emperor was. If he wasn't careful, it was possible that his entire army would be annihilated, including himself. As the city lord, it would be difficult for him to escape such a fate.